Well, we know that Grmbl likes to cleave. That's going to be what they're going for. Method Black had plenty of time to prepare their answer, and now that you've seen it, who do you think's going to take it, Grmbl or Method Black?
I'm a little bit disappointed. I just wanted to see Jim play with Volkovich and Voltarius again. They've been competing together since Mists of Pandaria as the same composition for years. They're definitely masters of it, but of course, you need to diversify if you want to go all the way. So they picked up Zintheus as their fourth member, who is playing the Mistweaver, a secondary healer for this team to try and add some X factor. And the Mistweaver is definitely a stronger pick in the current meta, especially late into dampening, adding in that Way of the Crane for an extra hit. You can see currently Grmbl, they're focused. They want to take this out for the late game. They know if they go into center field, as they're trying to do now, they're more than likely going to overextend themselves. And if they overextend themselves, they take a ton of damage like right now and almost end up dying in a couple of milliseconds. So Grmbl need to stay at the pillar, wait for Method Black to move in before they can continue to counterattack or use Death Grip, as we saw Raikou pulled in, but Raikou had immediate reactions to that and blinked back into center field. Currently, two members of Grmbl chasing down Raikou, but Chaz is easily denying it with some well-timed heals. That Innervate excellently placed, making all of his healing free. We do see Swapsy pushing up a bit aggressive here. I'm wondering what he's looking to get done.
Yep, and we can see Voltarius now at the pillar right now. And actually, I was looking at some of the talent choices for Voltarius in this matchup. He's playing some of the more offensive talents, so he's actually going in with Tiger Eye Brew as well as Alpha Tiger. So it doesn't have the Fortifying Brew, really showing that I think what he wants to do in this matchup is take down a high armor target with that Tiger Eye Brew, which is eventually going to be an all-in for Swapsy.
And also throughout the entirety of the tournament, if you want to check in on any of the builds that the players have gone for, gear-wise, talent-wise, you can do that with the extension. It is back. It is powered by Wowhead, and you can actually check it out throughout the day and see what the players are up to.
Oh, currently a pretty big exchange of cooldowns between Grmbl and Method Black. Voltarius taking the bad end of that exchange, although still trying to get aggressive towards Raikou. We see Zintheus in center field, looking to set up some crowd control to Chaz, but he exposed himself. Now having to use his Gladiator's Medallion and not even securing crowd control onto Chaz. Zintheus makes a trade for nothing, falling even further behind against Method Black in game one.
Yeah, Volkovich, Voltarius really just focusing on taking down Raikou, slowing down his damage as much as possible, and that's often what we see from these Cleave setups. The Frost Mage can be devastating if he's allowed to just throw out as many Blizzards as possible, as many Frost Bolts as possible. It's sort of loading him up to do massive amounts of burst, and if you can sit on him and deny a lot of that damage, then the Frost Mage capabilities offensively does get greatly limited. So that is what Volkovich and Voltarius' main objective is in this match, and like I said, with the talent choices Voltarius has to him, I think eventually what's going to happen is they're going to pick a moment in the game to sort of try an all-in Swapsy, and Chaz might not be able to handle it. And if we look at mana, Chaz is actually a little bit behind, so as long as Grmbl can keep this pressure up, this split pressure, and they can slow down some of the drinks from Chaz, this is a good strategy potentially from them.
You can see Zintheus and Chaz playing a game of cat and mouse. Zintheus is going to be the aggressive playmaker for the team in terms of crowd control, but Chaz is smartly positioning himself, so if Zintheus wants to get in range to crowd control, he exposes himself to crowd control himself, and Swapsy has completely capitalized on that with well-timed hexes, now a counter spell as well. This does force Voltarius to trade powerful defensive cooldowns, such as the Touch of Karma, which will now not be available for another minute and 16 seconds, a quite potent cooldown to survive. Although in the meantime, Method Black are finally starting to get pressured by Grmbl. This is a Way of the Crane push from Zintheus, but sitting through Polymorph, he gets denied on it. Good denial by Raikou.
Yeah, definitely an excellent job. Now sitting in his Blizzard, Zintheus pushing in, trying to slow down Chaz, who is looking for drinks in this matchup. Volkovich is going to be turning his attention over at Raikou, making his way over there, looking for some damage. Voltarius actually reasonably vulnerable in this situation. He doesn't have a single defensive cooldown left. Luckily for him, Zintheus does have his Trinket coming back up, Life Cocoon available, so he should be fine, but definitely something to consider for Grmbl as they make an offensive push onto both Raikou and Swapsy.
Well-timed Temporal Shield. Raikou with great defense here in game one. Swapsy with great offense, setting up crowd control for his team, securing many full hexes onto Zintheus. It's very important when you're playing a composition such as Method Black's with a Mage and an Elemental Shaman, so two ranged classes. Raikou is the one being attacked. It's going to be very difficult for him to get crowd control onto the enemy healer. So it's Swapsy's job instead to be trying to get crowd control into Zintheus. Raikou's main objective is to stay alive and pull Voltarius and Volkovich in a position where Zintheus has to overextend the heal, which then enables Swapsy to get crowd control. So it's important to have good teamwork as the double spellcaster, and if you're the one being attacked, such as Raikou in this position, position, focus on defense, dragging Voltarius and Volkovich out into the far corner. So now Xinthius is overextended in his position, and now he's more exposed to Swapsy moving forward. But obviously, while he's making these pushes, you are going to be under heavy fire, and it's up to Xinthius to find these windows of opportunity to sneak in and get damage out while still being able to avoid crowd control.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a reasonable assessment of the situation. Swapsy needs to be looking for some hexes onto Xinthius, and he's been doing a good job with that so far in this matchup. Like you said, Raikou really just focusing on surviving, putting out as much pressure as he can, kiting around Voltarius and Volkovich, avoiding damage with his Novas, with his Blizzard, with his Frostbolts. All those Frost Mage snares are going to be vital in this matchup. Now a double leg sweep coming in from Voltarius. Decent pressure here for him onto Raikou and Swapsy, but should be okay. Swapsy trinkets out. He's going to be avoiding most of that cleave damage and actually manages to find another hex here onto Xinthius. And I'm kind of surprised. Xinthius, he got hexed and he just sat there. He could have ran into the Frozen Orb, into the Blizzard, potentially broke that a lot sooner, but he opted just to stand still. Potentially a little bit of a misplay there. I'd like to see Xinthius try to at least break those hexes, because eventually they do break on damage.
We've seen throughout the cups that the best target, currently a lot of damage onto Raikou as we just step into dampening. If they can get ice blocks here, it would be critical moving forward for the rest of the match, but unable to find enough damage to do so. As I was about to say, when playing against these Death Knight compositions, we see a lot of the tournament teams choose to just completely ignore the Death Knight before dampening. They're far too durable and unlikely to go down. So instead, they focus their pressure either on the healer, so currently Swapsy is attacking Xinthius, or onto the other DPS member, in this case, Voltarius. And I think that's an important strategy adaptation teams have made due to the tankiness of Death Knights, is you don't want to target them before dampening, you just want to crowd control and avoid them. Then deeper into dampening, you want to make a target switch and go after them. So Method Black are employing that strategy. Whenever Xinthius exposes himself in midfield, Swapsy is actually focusing a lot more damage instead of crowd control. This may be an attempt on his part to run Xinthius out of mana faster. Chaz is still actually behind in that regard, and Grmbl may be looking good to take game number 1, especially if they can set up that swap onto Swapsy moving into dampening. Raikou in the meantime secures crowd control with a well-timed Polymorph Lightning Lasso that pulls a Life Cocoon from the team of Grmbl, an important defensive cooldown here to be forced by Method Black. They're definitely ahead on cooldowns, but they are falling behind on mana. They need to set up Chaz for a drink, but Raikou's under fire. A race against the clock. That Temporal Shield seconds away from blasting him back to full health. Raikou with perfect temporal timings here in this match. Now setting up cross crowd control. Hex on Xinthius. Polymorph on Volkovich. It's a 3-on-1. Voltarius doesn't have much left. He's forced to portal back behind the pillar in desperation to stay alive, but they pull Xinthius Gladiator's Medallion. Now if they can set up that situation again within a 19-second window of time, Voltarius will be an exposed target.
Yeah, definitely, and he's still in a lot of trouble. A nice interrupt there from Raikou, landing a counterspell onto Xinthius. Voltarius looking to go aggressive with his Touch of Death, but this is a risky maneuver with no Touch of Karma for another 5 seconds. Anti-Magic Zone is going to be traded out to keep Voltarius alive. He has to stand in that purple shield as it does reduced magic damage, making him very tanky against Raikou and Swapsy, but once that fades, luckily, Voltarius bought enough time to get his Touch of Karma, but he's still not out of the woods. They're just shredding through this Touch of Karma with the Cyclone onto Xinthius. Lightning Lasso. Voltarius has to trinket. Way too over-aggressive there from Grmbl. Method Black easily able to punish and close out game number 1.
But we definitely do see Grmbl
be the most potent one, and if you have not faced a Marksmanship Hunter, you can easily die in the opener. That is the scariest start point in the match, so I want to see if you can get a powerful opener.
Well, Grmbl has captivated the minds of everybody watching right now, breaking out the Marks Hunter for the first time that we have seen this year. 50% of you think it's going to be enough for them to take down Method Black.
I'm definitely curious to see Xinthius now in a Polymorph. Voltarius already in a lot of trouble, gets down to 10% HP. Into the aspect of the turtle. And this is one of the problems. As a Marksmanship Hunter,
he's dead.
He could just die right now in the open. Manages to find a seal. But this is the problem with the Marksmanship Hunter. You're just forced to play so defensive. Mistweaver Monks are so susceptible to crowd control. Grumbl's traded out every single defensive they have. Xinthius gets locked out, forced to use Way of the Crane. This is literally a nightmare situation for Grmbl.
And Raikou is stopping all of this damage with Temporal Shield. Just every single ability activated by Grmbl soaked up with one spell trade on Raikou's part. So that puts Method Black massively ahead. Now Voltarius is going to have to play defensive here at the corner of the room, as I was expecting. No, he's trying to make a push. This is a risky decision. No defensive cooldowns for Voltarius to survive another attack. Stormkeeper is almost available for Swapsy. It's going to be huge lightning bolt damage. They are finally getting a little bit of counter pressure, but that lightning lasso, good line of sighting by Swapsy to avoid interrupts. Raikou secures a polymorph, and Voltarius could easily fall here. He's on the run, ducking behind that Swifty skateboard ramp, avoiding a near-death experience, and there's just no pressure on their side. He's just not going to be too useful in this marksmanship hunter so far.
Well, here's the problem. Zintheus in the last matchup, he has the flexibility. He might just go down right here, right now. Life Cocoon comes in once again from Zintheus, but like I was saying, there used to be the flexibility on their team that they had a Windwalker Monk and a Death Knight to survive. Zintheus could make these offensive pushes, but Voltarius, he can't keep himself alive like this on a marksmanship hunter. Now AMZ gets dropped out. Beautiful crowd control from Method Black. This is, like I said, this is going to be ending very early. There's a full Cyclone. Voltarius still running and hiding for his life. Frozen Orb gets dropped out. And I think it's just a matter of time before he does go down.
Oh, the Exil just came off cooldown, but it's not going to be enough. Ultimately, we are going to see the Hunter here. They have their backs completely against the wall. Method Black can send them packing here. We are in the lower portion of the bracket. The Titans with 240 points this season, looking to crush the dreams of Grmbl.
I think historically we've known Grmbl for aggression and running teams over, really fast-paced Windwalker DK action, but in the current build and meta of the game, that is just simply not a strategy that is even available for an opportunity. So Grmbl have to shift gears. They have to change the way that they're thinking strategically and look for a later game push, especially coordinating the new PvP trinket, the Gladiator's Maledict. If they can coordinate all three of these, initiating with one, baiting Chaz to dispel its healing absorption effect, and then committing two further after that, they can force Ice Block from Raikou. If they can set that up on a 2-minute cycle again, they will get the second Ice Block from Raikou, and if they can set it up a third time, they will ultimately kill Raikou deeper in dampening. And from my observation of the meta and the observations of the matches that we've seen throughout the Cups, I see this as the only way for Grmbl to win.
Yeah, Grmbl could also play a mana strategy on this map. I think it's going to be really difficult for Chaz to actually sneak away and drink, and I think on this smaller map, the uptime Voltarius and Volkovich could potentially get would be high, but it looks like they're opting to just sit back for now. Grmbl is going to be hiding behind this pillar, waiting for an opportunity. Maybe they want to grip Swapsy in. Maybe they want to grip Raikou in if he gets a little bit too close, but Raikou's doing a good job sitting back. As I say that, he gets gripped, but immediately blinks away. So opportunity lost for Grmbl. Full Hex now secured onto Zintheus, but with everyone just pillaring, avoiding damage, Method Black really isn't going to be able to get too much done.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. We've seen teams go head-to-head like this with the melee cleaves matchup into the double caster. If the melee cleave go into midfield, they expose themselves to tons of damage, so they often are pinned at the pillar, looking for anyone to overextend into their team, at least in the early game. There's really no small victories they can gain by leaving the pillar before dampening, so it's just in their best interest to avoid the spellcasters as long as possible and hope that they get impatient or fish for a mage like this with the Death Grip pulling Raikou in, but who can now easily escape with Blink completely unscathed. I do like Swapsy and Raikou's positioning with one player on one side of the pillar and the other on the other. That way you cannot avoid both of them at the same time. Very good positioning and execution by Method Black with this composition. You can tell that they're more than prepared. Zintheus tries to make an aggressive move here, looking for crowd control in that way of the crane to try and add some damage to his team, but completely deflected by a Hex from Swapsy. Voltarius removed from the match with a polymorph. A 3-on-1 situation created, which is now pulling defensive cooldowns from Volkovich. Now immediately switching back to Voltarius. Voltarius likely to be the kill target, at least before dampening for the team of Grmbl. Method Black looking like they want to make a push here as Voltarius tried to retreat behind the pillar. See if Swapsy can close this out. Nice Ursul's Vortex on that Transcendence portal. Good, nice play by Chaz, but ultimately not going to be netting them any significant advantages.
Yeah, Volkovich was just sitting on Raikou that entire time, so unfortunately he wasn't able to push in and actually get some damage out. Now Voltarius leaving the pillar, now that he's topped off, to make an offensive push once again, but with that full Hex secured onto Zintheus, unfortunately was in the Frozen Orb, so it did break. That might have been an opportunity for Method Black to get some damage rolling on Voltarius, who has opted into the Fortifying Brew. So Voltarius changing his talents a little bit, and instead of going pure offense, wants to have some of that added defense of the Fortifying Brew, which makes me think that he wants to be able to sit through these exchanges. When Zintheus does get crowd controlled, he can sit in the open much longer with the Fortifying Brew and just allows him to generate more pressure for his team, which ultimately will burn the mana of Chaz, who has to activate the Iron Bark onto Raikou, who's taking a little bit of burst right now. Raikou actually behind the pillar in an unideal situation. Swapsy's not able to really back him up too much. Raikou pushing in, lands the full sheep, but with this positioning, I don't really see Method Black getting too many defensives from Grmbl.
All right, they managed to get Temporal Shield from Raikou, so I would like to see Grmbl go for a push with the triple Maledict strategy and try and get an Ice Block just before we start to get into dampening. Although it seems to be difficult, Swapsy and Raikou's pressure is quite high, but finally connecting with the Way of the Crane. This is a perfect opportunity to just kill him, I guess. Little bit of a mistiming there on Raikou's part. They did not get control of Grmbl whatsoever, completely disrespected the into my mind with the way that this matchup plays out is it's kind of like a tower defense game. Swapsy's team is focused on building a maze positionally for the team of Grmbl to try and run through and get as many points as they can and then get a kill onto one of the players, and that seems to be the main point of contention. If they spend too long in the maze trying to navigate to Raikou, they burn too many cooldowns and they get taken out. So it's all about finding the quickest route through the maze that Method Black are going to build for Grmbl. On Tolvaron Arena, they've got a lot of room to build a very dangerous maze, so we see Raikou in center field getting that frozen orb so Swapsy can get in there, get a little bit of damage out with the Stormkeeper, chain lightning onto 3 targets, well positioned, but almost entirely denied if they can't follow up with a lightning lasso. Swapsy cannot go for that stun lock unless multiple members are crowd controlled, otherwise somebody will prevent it and deny its damage. So Swapsy is playing it patiently and generating an important resource, Maelstrom, below his health bar, that blue bar. When it gets to full, he can then spend that on Earthshock, in this case Earthquake, as he's hitting 3 members, but Earthshock is quite a devastating attack you don't want to disrespect, so keeping your eye on that bar below Swapsy's health. When it starts getting full, that's when he's a lot more dangerous.
Yeah, and Swapsy's going to be very durable against his compositions. That's why you see him not really have much fear at this point of the game. He can move in if he gets gripped. He has Earthquake to knock them away. A lot of defensive cooldowns, whereas Raikou is a typical Frost Mage maneuver. You drop Blizzard on one side of the pillar, you drop Frozen Orb on the other, and that way Xynthias, Volterix, and Volkovich, they really can't avoid both, and they'll be taking damage from at least one of those abilities. If you drop your Frozen Orb and Blizzard in the same place, it's easier for them to walk away and deny a lot of that damage.
Chaz trying to jump in and save Raikou as he is pulled out of position by Volkovich. We do see Maledicts activated actually by Raikou. I don't think I've seen a well-coordinated Maledict push from the team of Grmbl. They have obviously been playing together for years, but this is really the first time we've seen them come together in a cup in 2019 with that new trinket, and they definitely can coordinate it a lot better. It's very important to find victory through all the durability currently in this meta. That is one way to pierce through it. I want to see them coordinate better with them. If they are going to be able to take Method Black, they have to. Otherwise, I think this is likely to be the last time we see Grmbl. So if you're a Grmbl fan, they need your energy here and now. Swapsy raining down Terror, Lightning Lasso holding Volterius in place, but Xynthias doing a great job to pick him up even throughout. Also doing a great job maintaining his mana despite this Earthquake and Blizzard harassment. Xynthias is looking unfazed.
Yep, Raikou does get gripped in once again, but still going to be fine. He is playing human, so he has the Everyman for himself. That's a racial ability that allows him to break out a stun, so he's opting into the Relentless Trinket choice, which is going to reduce all crowd control, including snares, roots, stuns on him, and I think that's a good choice for Method Black. Raikou, as the main target, is going to be able to avoid a lot of those stun durations, and when he really needs to, he has the get out of jail free card with that Everyman for himself. So that's why Raikou's opting into that. Swapsy's still moving in, looking for some damage. And right now, what Method Black is doing, it may seem like it's not accomplishing too much, and it really isn't, but later on in the game, if Grumbl's not making offensive pushes, it's going to become very scary. The healing isn't going to be as easy for Xynthias, and that's when a lot of these AoE abilities like the Earthquake and the Blizzard are really going to be able to do significant damage.
Yeah, I'm curious to see at what point we see Grmbl go aggressive. Xynthias is actually not running Way of the Crane, so that big punch, that 3-man pressure we saw in the last game is not going to be available. So I expect them to play an even longer match trying to win on mana over Chaz, which is also going to be a difficult task on the largest map in the pool, where Chaz can easily just drink where he is right now in the middle of nowhere because there's so much space. But while Chaz was drinking, Grmbl are going for a push. So every time that happens, they are going to try and get a lot of damage. This is the Maledict attack. They managed to pull one Dispel. Now going for more Maledicts, and this is where they need to try and force an Ice Block. If they can coordinate 2 of those right afterwards, doesn't seem like they have it coordinated. Raikou may start to stabilize as a result. With Hex and Lightning Lasso, it's more than certain. Now Voltarius exposed in center field, so this was the push. This was them navigating Method Black's maze, but they got denied on it, so they have to make a choice. Do we keep trying to go through to the finish, or do we run away? I don't think they have enough time to try and go through the finish, and they may not even have enough time to escape. Voltarius Transcendence Portal's out of line of sight. Swapsy moves in, wind shearing his heel on that Vivify. Volkovich tries to back him up by gripping Swapsy back into center field, but Voltarius is still alone behind the pillar. Swapsy is closing in around the corner. He's having a hard time finishing him off, but Xynthia is now in a full polymorph. Quite a dangerous situation. They've spent far too long in Method Black's maze. Ultimately, Xynthius has to trade his Gladiator's Medallion to reconnect with Voltarius and start to stabilize. So you can see already that you have to be very precise in your push. If you stay too long in the deep end, you're going to drown. You need to go in and out, in and out, in and out, weaving that aggression and defense together. Otherwise, Method Black is just going to take you down. Now Voltarius is really far behind.
Yep, there's no question about it. Raikou actually getting really low. This could be his Ice Block, holding on to it with the Temporal Shield. And Chaz, during that exchange, he went for a lot of offensive Cyclones, looking for crowd control on Xynthia so Method Black could try to close out the game. And now is actually at a mana deficit compared to Xynthia, so potentially Chaz need to look for drinks once he can stabilize Raikou and they can slow down some of this damage. But Voltarius with big uptime, keeping the pressure up onto Raikou. Nice Frost Nova coming in from Raikou as he looks for a Cone of Cold, just trying to kite away and get these melee off him, but unfortunately not able to find it, and the pressure coming in from Grmbl is significant.
Yeah, Grmbl finally forcing some pressure here, as well as the important resource mana. So Chaz's blue bar below that giant orange one, that is mana. He needs that to cast healing spells. He can look to regenerate it with drinks, but if they pressure and push damage onto Raikou while he's drinking, they either have to exchange a cooldown for mana or never get mana back, and Grmbl can have them in a bit of a chokehold, and this is what Xynthius is trying to play for by not running that Way of the Crane. So they need to make sure that Chaz is not getting drinks. Xynthius is going to do this by standing as close to him as possible, currently right on top of his character pretty much. Xynthius needs to keep an eye on Chaz, chase him around the map while avoiding crowd control himself. That is his main objective in this fight, but now he's exposed to center field. Chaz knows that Xynthius needs to do this, so he brings him into midfield. That then sets up Raikou or Swapsy to crowd control him. Then they can get some counter pressure. Currently a Maledict attack here onto Raikou. Would have liked to see a bit better coordination. It seems like Grmbl are activating them one by one, and it's very easy as a healer to deal with that Maledict trinket by simply dispelling it if you go one by one. You have to coordinate all 3 together for a very big push, especially before dampening. Maybe later in dampening when the healer is out of mana, you no longer need to do that. Or perhaps if they're separating them one by one, Dispel is a pretty expensive ability for a healer, so they could actually run Chaz out of mana. Beautiful Ring of Peace. Xynthia doing a great job babysitting Chaz, but Raikou now doing a good job punishing that extension. Do they have enough damage to counter pressure is the question. Voltarius doesn't have cooldowns for 21 more seconds. If Swapsy can get out a ton of damage here, doesn't look like they have it available. Xynthius now trying to chase down Chaz as they push for an Ice Block on Raikou. The strategy so far looks good for Grmbl. If they can deny the drinks moving forward, there's potential for Grmbl to take this to a game 5.
Yeah, Raikou though, trading out that Ice Block, allowing Chaz to sit down and regenerate a lot of mana, has a slight lead, but I don't think he'll be able to keep that lead for very long, especially with the amount of pressure Volkovich and Voltarius have found. Full Hex on Xynthius. Voltarius still in a decent amount of trouble, has to trade out the Trinket as well as his Touch of Karma. Now very vulnerable, doesn't have any defensives left. Luckily the Fortifying Brew did just come up. Chaz with the Iron Bark denies a kill. Raikou looking to get really aggressive with his Icy Veins. Interrupt on Xynthius, and still Grmbl could be in some trouble here.
I mean, it's Raikou who's in trouble. That's a second Ice Block, only at 17% dampening. There's a significant mana lead for Grmbl. Everything is actually looking better and better for them. Their initial push put them far behind, but they just survived and played defensive to reset some of their cooldowns, and now they're actually making well-coordinated pushes towards Raikou. So he will not have another Ice Block for at least 4 minutes. He cannot immune damage. Chaz needs to manage his mana very effectively, because if he goes for a drink, I can only imagine that Grmbl should just simply run Raikou into the ground. Chaz has nothing to trade if he tries to make that move. Swapsy and Raikou are going to have to coordinate together to stall out the team of Grmbl, set Chaz up for a drink if they want a late game kill on Volkovich. Volkovich using Death Grip, he's babysitting Chaz. He's the most durable target on his team right now with the most offensive cooldowns, so Volkovich needs to play on point here to stop Chaz from drinking, but they could just make a push instead while he is looking for it. Not able able to find it. Raikou falls more behind, forced to now polymorph up Volkovic. Voltari is slightly overextended, but Xinthius is right beside him now at this point, so they are going to stabilize. They can go for an all-in push. Grmbl can set up to win here with some good coordinated Maledics, but Raikou looks to get the reversal. Beautiful counterspell, well-timed lightning lasso. Good polymorph follow-up by Raikou. Crowd control is sick here for Method Black, but there's just no damage to back it up, and Raikou is falling behind. One Maledict. Do they have a second? They need to coordinate them together for the big push, but they're just not. Now Voltarius is feeling the heat as he's overextended, and Swapsy is tearing in. They prematurely trade Touch of Karma to redirect all of Swapsy's bursts into Raikou. There is no defense for Raikou. If they can stay on target and put him down, they need to try and abort this situation. They've dropped the Frozen Orb, Cone of Cold Snare. Raikou is trying to get distance away, but it's so difficult. Finally finding a little bit of space to breathe. Chaz is trying to sneak away for a drink. Now it's all eyes on Raikou. Are they going to race the drink? Ring of Peace denies the drink, but Volkovic is under fire in midfield. As it's a race to the finish, both teams will become increasingly exposed as dampening ramps up.
Yeah, Raikou, though, he's in so much trouble. There's no defense for Method Black. And this is the Storm, Earth, and Fire coming in from Voltarius. A nice Cyclone coming in from Chaz. Raikou still just holding on for dear life. Still has 2 minutes before that Ice Block comes back up. And Chaz, I don't know if he has enough mana to sustain this, especially at 30% dampening. I really want to see Grmbl just stick on target. They have so many defensive cooldowns they can rotate through. Just stick on Raikou, deny his damage, keep Chaz healing him. There's the Iron Bark, and after the Iron Bark fades onto Raikou, they need to go for that final push, the final nail in the coffin. Voltaric, stay on target, trade out your Diffuse, trade out your Fortifying Brew, everything you can to take down Raikou, because this is Grumbl's moment to tie up the series.
Grmbl are almost at the end of Method Black's maze. One more big push and they can take victory. Temporal Shield now out of the way. Raikou low on health. Chaz completely tapped on mana. Damage looks good. They've stun-locked Raikou. How much more can he take? He's going to drop Icy Veins and try and counter pressure. They need to get a kill on Volkovic in this stun lock. They've got 1 more second to do it. They don't get it. Volkovic will survive, but maybe not. Still damage to follow it up. Volkovic is slow. Xinthius makes the trade, and this is what becomes interesting deeper into dampening, is that the Death Knight is so much more exposed and vulnerable to the damage. They're desperately trying to race for a kill. I would almost love to see Xinthius just trinket this Hex and get aggressive for his team, add a bit of extra damage with his Rising Sun kick. They just need a tad bit more to take Raikou out here. Can Grmbl possibly have the comeback? The reverse sweep? Raikou's in trouble. Temporal Shield about to go. He needs 1 more second for that to heal him, but no! Grmbl are gonna do it. Take Method Black to a Game 5 and potentially eliminate them from the tournament on their best match.
Raikou's he's getting tunneled down from start to finish. His opportunities to actually get casted damage is really low, but he's opting to use Tunnel of Ice and Flash Freeze, and these are traits that really buff your damage if you can cast out Frost Bolts. But with how limited he is, I'm wondering if there's better Azurite traits he could be running.
Yeah, he could definitely be running some more instant damage-based Azurite traits, maybe something along the lines of Glacial Assault and maybe 1 Battlefield Focus, something like that. Could potentially be a better choice. Tunnel of Ice, you don't really get too much value unless you're frostbolting the same target over and over again, and it's really meaningless damage at this point in the game because the Death Knight is going to out-heal it very easily. The healer is also going to out-heal it without losing too much mana.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you're a healer at home wondering how Xinthius is managing to do this, if you've been having a difficult time on your Mistweaver Monk, one Azurite trait in particular for them to pick up is Burst of Life, which then reduces the cooldown of your Life Cocoon by 20 seconds. And that's a lot of time to take off of the clock. When you pair that with the Honor Talent Chrysalis, reducing it even further, you can access that Life Cocoon powerful shield quite often and make good trades with it. And that is how Xinthius can extend these games long enough for his team to survive. He wants to predict crowd control, activate that Life Cocoon shield to absorb all the damage right before the crowd control is initiated, denying it entirely. We see Grmbl getting a bit aggressive here with crowd control onto Chaz. Raikou and Swapsy both invasively maneuvering this attack, though, really denying the reconnects. Maybe a couple of seconds of uptime, but that may not be enough. Voltarius decides that he's just going to stay on target, trying to force an ice block here early on, although the longer he stays inside that maze, the more dangerous it gets, so he's just going to immediately back off. Xinthius has been locked out of the fight for an extended period of time. Volkovic, on the other hand, does not care He's just going to keep attacking through, trade out all this damage for Death Strike, and allow Xinthias to get out of crowd control.
Yeah, and there is the threat from Raikou. He dropped the Frozen Orb, Comet Storm, Ice Nova. This is well Voltarius. He's not scared anymore. He can charge in. He knows he's going to be making better trades than Raikou can really provide. Frozen Orb does get dropped out once again. Raikou doing a good job making sure Blizzard is down, so that slowly but surely resets the cooldown of Frozen Orb every time it hits a target. So if you can get a high-value Blizzard, drop it on Storm, Earth, and Fire, the Death Knight, as well as the Windwalker Monk, all the ghouls, that allows you to get these Frozen Orb resets relatively quickly, and that's going to be the most significant damage that Raikou really has available.
We do see all three members of Grmbl making a push here. Chaz may struggle to heal through it, trading out Iron Bark a tad bit late there and now having to overlap, but they will survive. Method Black's turn to attack. Voltarius portaling out of the fight and avoiding it, now allowing Volkovich to be that damage sponge out in midfield, just counteracting everything with Death Strike and easily stabilizing as Xinthias sits through an extended crowd control chain. But now that Volkovich can't connect to a target, he does have to trade anti-magic shield, absorbing huge hits. That forces Swapsy and Raikou to switch targets again, going after Voltarius. But with Xinthias no longer locked down on crowd control, he should be able to deal with this. Actually opts to use Life Cocoon, soaking up all that Frozen Orb damage. Very good timing there. That Frozen Orb, the giant ball spinning with red ice. Life Cocoon trades for that very easily. Now they can stay aggressive and try and get an ice block, but just not finding it. Now, once again, Voltarius is deep into Method Black's maze. He's trying to stay out in center field and go for an ice block, but the longer he spends out here, the more dangerous it gets. Maledict's committed here as well, forcing Voltarius to trade Touch of Karma, as well as Xinthias' Gladiator's Medallion, a critical defense overlap on the side of Grmbl, and an opportunity for Method Black.
Yeah, Method Black, I could tell by the way they're playing this game, they're being a little bit more patient. Chaz isn't opting to trade out that Iron Bark. They're making Grmbl work for these defensive cooldowns a little bit longer, which keeps them in the maze, so to speak, a little bit longer, which allows them to get that counter pressure they need onto Voltarius and Volkovich, forcing out these low cooldown trades from the Touch of Karma as well as the Diffuse Magic. And if they can do that more frequently, be a little bit greedier with their defensives, then they can ultimately pull out a lot more cooldowns. But Raikou getting really low. Touch of Death gets activated.
Oh, it's game 5!
Bursted down. A lot of pressure on him. Doesn't want to throw away the game once again. Does have the Ice Block available. Full Polymorph now secured on Xinthias, but he managed to land the Life Cocoon. They shred through it immediately. Voltarius rolls away, realizing he could be in some trouble, but there's so much on the line here for Method Black. They've won the last 2 tournaments, now in the lower bracket. Grmbl coming in from basically nowhere. They could potentially just eliminate them right away.
Chaz, though, kept a level head, reset his mana, and now Voltarius on the back foot, exposed in center field. Volkovich drops the shield to protect Voltarius, but they can still squeeze in a tiny bit of damage, maybe enough to take him out. Full Polymorph. Voltarius on the run. He needs at least 12 more seconds. He's trying to buy that with a couple of Vivifies. Good backup by Volkovich in that position. Volkovich was definitely MVP during these seconds, which would have otherwise been Voltarius' life. Definitely good teamwork there on the side of Grmbl as they battle it out in game 5, but they lost that mana advantage due to Chaz sneaking away and getting a drink, even despite all of the pressure thrown at Raikou. Now Voltarius on the back foot. Once again, Life Cocoon trading for that Frozen Orb. Good trade by Xinthias, but now he's exposed in center field. Swapsy makes the swap. He's looking to drop Xinthias here in game 5. Tons of damage, but Fortified Brew is going to be enough. He gets cycloned at low health. Can they set up any damage off this? They've already used the Frozen Orb. They don't have the Stormkeeper. I don't think they have the damage to take Xinthias out. He's going to make a getaway around the corner. Method Black are now forced to switch targets, but later on in the match, if Xinthias is caught like that, it's going to be it for them in the tournament.
Yeah, there's a beautiful Cyclone on the Thunder Focus Tea from Xinthias, denying that Aura Mastery heal. Chaz doing an excellent job. Voltarius has to trade out the Touch of Karma. Xinthias moving in into a Polymorph. Unfortunately, with diminishing returns. Xinthias with no trinket. Voltarius in a lot of trouble. Might have to portal away. Raikou looking to get aggressive with his Icy Veins. Trying to counter pressure this melee cleave as much as he can. Forces Voltarius and Grmbl to retreat. But still, Volkovich able to sit out there, continuing some pressure onto Raikou. Chaz sitting down for a drink. If he can reset his mana, this is looking good. Ring of Peace misses. Chaz doing a good job escaping, and that's basically a full reset for Method Black.
Yeah, Chaz is doing a much better job here on Ashamane's Fall than Tolvaron of resetting his mana. They know that Voltarius and Xinthias are scared. They do not have the defensive cooldowns required to survive an attack and a push. So they're pinned down at the pillar. While they're pinned, Chaz needs to sneak away, and he has been, to make sure that his mana stays ahead of Xinthias for a late game kill onto Volkovich. But now Swapsy gets gripped in as we see Grmbl trying to mix it up, not ultimately able to get a kill or really any sort of significant cooldowns from Swapsy. Now they are in trouble. Good Frost Nova coordination with that Lightning Lasso to try and pin them out of range of interrupting Swapsy, but Volkovich had its Mind Freeze available to deny the attack. Now we see a Maledict play here by Method Black, but Xinthius here used Life Cocoon. He saw Cyclone being casted, activated Life Cocoon on his teammate right before he was going to be crowd controlled. That shield absorbed all of the damage while he was unable to heal. That was a nice play by Xinthius. Now they're trying to get aggressive here towards Raikou. At 13% dampening, this is when they need to make a triple Maledict play. This is when they have to start forcing Ice Blocks if they want to get a kill.
Yeah, Xinthius caught into the full hex. Good denial by Swapsy. Chaz was in that incapacitate. Certainly Xinthius was looking for the leg sweep, but Swapsy was able to shut that down. 15% dampening. Volterix midfield with the touch of death rolling. Raikou gets bursted down. Do they have the damage? There's the full leg sweep. Ironbark gets used out by Chaz, denying a lot of this damage, but they might be able to just push through it. Volterix trades out the diffuse magic. Still has the touch of karma. Might have to use that as well as Raikou's looking to counter pressure. Volterix gets low. There's the touch of karma. They need to avoid attacking it as much as possible, because Raikou, this redirected damage could be very scary with no temporal shield, with no Ironbark. Volterix doesn't want to be caught in center field for too long. Both of these players playing a little bit risky. Raikou getting lower, looking for the polymorph denial on some of this damage. Anti-magic zone gets dropped right on top of Raikou, and that's going to allow Volterix and Volkovich maximum uptime where they are not afraid of this Frost Mage.
Trading defense for more offense to try and pin down the objective, which is Ice Block, but ultimately no Maledict coordination on the side of Grmbl, and this has been the weakness of them throughout this entire series. If they had proper Maledict coordination, they would more than easily take an Ice Block from Raikou in that position, but they just don't have the coordination, and Method Black advance, getting a significant lead moving forward as a result. Deeper into dampening, Volkovich is a viable target, and then all three members will be in danger for the team of Grmbl, whereas Chaz can focus almost entirely on healing Raikou. Committing his resources to one player is a lot more taxing than Xinthius having to keep his eyes open for his entire team potentially going down. And on match point, the pressure is simply just at its maximum. You're facing elimination. You lose this game, you're out of the cup. You lose the opportunity to earn more points. Method Black, the top point earner. That would be devastating for them for the rest of the season, as it could be a race to the finish here against that temporal shield. Denies the kill. Raikou stays alive. Volterius running out of cooldowns, needs 5 more seconds on that touch of karma. Xinthius now at a significant mana disadvantage. Everything snowballing out of control for Grmbl.
Yeah, things are very scary for Grmbl. Raikou sitting on both of his Ice Blocks, haven't had to use one this entire game. Now Volterix finally reconnecting. Icy Veins does get used. Volterix trades out the touch of karma, immediately looking to make an offensive push. Xinthius' mana is not doing well. Chaz has been doing such a good job in this game, sitting down for the drinks. Lightning Lasso on Volterix as he gets a little bit lower, forced to retreat to the pillar once again. Maledict gets traded out by Raikou, looking for the Ray of Frost. An immediate interrupt from a Mind Freeze of Volkovich. That does slow down some of Raikou's damage, and ultimately Grmbl will survive, but at the expense of basically everything. You can look, Xinthius, no defensive cooldowns left, no trinket. Volterix, nothing left as well. Method Black, they could push in here and try to close out this game.
I think that they should at this point. They're ahead on mana, they're ahead on cooldowns. They can make an aggressive trade and close the match out at 30% dampening. Swapsy secures crowd control into 2 members. Hard carrying the team on his back at this point. If Raikou gets in line of sight, it's likely to be curtains for Volterius. Volkovich once again MVP, anti-magic zone. The only thing keeping Volterius alive is that purple shield activated by Volkovich. It appears to be enough for now, but now Volterius gets cycloned at low health. This cyclone denies incoming healing as well as damage. Xinthius tries to time some heals right at the end of it, but he opens himself up to counterspell. Raikou not able to land it. Now they switch their attention to Volkovich. Deep into dampening, he has to be careful about this overextension. Grmbl, they're against the wall. They don't have much left in terms of decisions. They're all out of mana. They don't have any Ice Blocks. They have to start making something happen at this point. They have to make risky moves. It's game 5. It's all or nothing.
Yeah, Life Cocoon gets used on Volterix, one of the last lines of defense. Still, they shred through it. Raikou under a little bit of assault. Maledict flying in from Grmbl. Volterix getting low. Trades out the touch of karma, but now Grmbl, nothing left. Beautiful cyclone from Chaz. If they can get any crowd control on Xinthius, if Raikou can somehow sneak in a polymorph, Volterix could easily fall in this situation. Raikou needs to be careful. There's still a thin line between life and death as Volterix uses his Fist of Fury. Raikou has to trade out Temporal Shield, overlapped with Ice Block, and that's not a great spot for Method Black.
Chaz snuck away and regenerated some mana. He's got a huge advantage in that regard. Method Black are still in a good position to win, but you just can't count Grmbl out. If they can get one big wave, one big push, one all in, they could potentially knock the top point earners of Europe, Method Black, out of the tournament. They go for a 3-man push. They have to crush him through Ironbark. Xynthius gets hexed. He can't follow up with any burst. Voltarius commits his Touch of Death, his highest hitting attack, but he gets completely denied on it. They have to stay on target, but they're forced to run. They can't pin Raikou down. Now Volkovich is exposed in center field, taking a huge exchange of damage. That anti-magic shield just gets shredded through by Method Black at 42% dampening. There's no mana left in the tank for Xynthius. He's locked out of the game in a Cyclone. Voltarius makes the trade with that Fortified Brew, but even that may not be enough at 42% dampening. Can they get the second Ice Block from Raikou? He cannot afford to not trade if he's greedy in this position, as we did see a game go in favor of Grmbl due to Raikou's greed. Can Method Black stay level-headed here? They've secured such a huge lead throughout this match. It would be a throwaway to ultimately go down, but the game is maybe slipping out of their hands. Raikou tries to get control, positioning that Blizzard on top of himself, so when the team rolls in, they are going to get snared up. They've isolated Voltarius, but he was able to sneak in Touch of Karma right before Xynthius got crowd controlled. The defensive cooldowns are perfectly traded by Grmbl to sustain themselves on basically nothing. Chaz sits down for a drink once again to just secure that mana advantage. Gets denied by Voltarius. Frozen Orb gets placed. Volkovich is in trouble here at 47% damage. Now Voltarius gets swapped to. He trades Diffuse. Can they get the second Ice Block with this push? No. Maledicts into the Temporal Shield. All 3 members. This is the coordination I wanted to see from the team of Grmbl. That nets them an overlap of cooldowns. If they can somehow survive off the back of it, they've got an opening, but Swapsy is trying to close that opening as quickly as possible. Not able to find it. They switch their attention back to Volkovich. There's still no mana left for Xynthius. Volkovich has to keep himself alive. Maybe they go for an anti-magic zone push, and they do. Raikou needs to get out of this shield as soon as possible, but he doesn't have a blink. He can't move. He's pinned down. Method Black might be going home.
Yeah, Raikou's still on the run. Chaz was able to sit down for a big drink, but that incapacitate from Voltarius will slow some of that healing down. Raikou in a great position. Voltarius with really nothing left. Xynthius, no defensive cooldowns. Method Black have all the tools they need to close out this game, but Grmbl can still make an offensive push if they can just survive a little bit longer. Full stun on Raikou. Touch of Death available. Fortifying Brew. Can they take him down? Full polymorph on Xynthius, and ultimately Method Black survives, staying alive in this tournament.
Oh, you see, just trying to get out those. And we saw him step toe-to-toe with one of the kings of the specialization. He's looking fantastic against Walrix. Now he's going to use it here against Octogone.
I'm very curious to see how Lian performs here. He competed at BlizzCon in 2017 with Cervantes and Nerd Rage, and he was definitely a top contender on that Restoration Druid. Now making a return here for the season, the AWC spring season of 2019, bringing in a completely new set of players to his team, starting this fight off with that Wizard Cleave composition. But Destruction Warlocks are kings of the Wizards. Tons of damage already initially exchanged. Ice Block already forced. A huge lead for Plot Twist, and you can tell that Plot Twist are on the momentum train throughout the past 2 cups, definitely picking up steam.
Yeah, excellent job there. Well-timed execution in terms of offense for Plot Twist. Yesterday used his Nether Ward to reflect any sort of magic interrupts and was able to land a Chaos Bolt, but the damage is just not ending. Lian into a leg sweep, into a
that Ring of Peace.
Tremored there by Emperor, but now Sam is going to be in a little bit of trouble, or Sav's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Still hasn't activated that Cold Snap, and I want to see him use that as soon as possible so he can start looking towards his 3rd Ice Block if the game does end up going that far. The longer he waits on pressing that, that means his 3rd Ice Block is going to be delayed for quite some time. Numla's trading out the Life Cocoon. You can tell Plot Twist, like Zico said, they have a lot of confidence pushing in on Octogone, keeping up the offensive pressure.
The Warlock, yes, Dave, started his tournament career on Rockets Esports with Ratipai just a couple of years ago, playing Rogue Mage Priest, and now has diversified his roster quite heavily by being able to play this Destruction Warlock, already forcing huge cooldowns from Octogone early on in this series. Mana even on both sides, which is great for Plot Twist. Rezus now getting swapped too, as Saza desperately tries to get something going for his team, but denied once again by a spell lock. Numliz rolling into center field, getting caught in a Hex, a bit of a miscoordinated attack. Maybe not, though, off the back of this. Tons of damage. Potential ice block force. No, gets denied. Perfect kiting by Saza.
Yeah, Rezu's still in hot pursuit of Saza, keeping up the pressure. Numbless gets interrupted. This could be the touch of karma, potentially, but there's just not that much damage coming in from Octogone. Lian, in terms of mana, is behind Numbless right now, so Plot Twist, in terms of the way this game is going, they have most of the aggression, and they also have a mana lead, so things are looking good for them in the early game. Saza caught in midfield into a leg sweep, big burst, but a nice defensive hex coming in from Empire, keeping Saza alive in this situation, denying Yestave any sort of damage with the Maledict still flying in. Potentially second ice block coming in from Saza, who still hasn't pressed his cold snap, and I feel like this is a huge mistake for Octogone.
I mean, now at this point he has to try and save it, but I don't think he's going to have the time to save it. Has to cold snap now. His second ice block going to be on a significantly longer cooldown. Definitely mistakes made on the side of Saza, putting his team even further behind and making it even more unlikely that Lian can sneak away, get a drink, and regenerate mana, as the Mistweaver is going to outmana the Druid without needing to drink. So this type of mistake is critical to the defeat of Octogone. Plot Twist making a push here as Shadow Fury is secured. Chaos Bolt fully channeled. Saza takes a huge hit. Lian has to expend even further mana to regenerate through that attack. Now they're trying to get some counter pressure over on towards Yes Dave, with crowd control secured onto Numbless, slowing down his incoming healing. But at the same time, Yes Dave looks for a counter attack. Infernals have landed. Mortal Coils connect. One Chaos Bolt flying through, a second being casted, a third being casted. This is dangerous for Saza moving forward, but actually taking no damage in the end of that exchange. I was expecting a lot more damage from Yes Dave. A bit unfortunate there, as that could have been a second ice block, potentially still can be. Lian, though, in the meantime, snuck away, regenerated a tiny bit of mana to keep his team in the fight. Multiple Chaos Bolts, but Rezus deflected by that Lightning Lasso of Empire. Good line of sighting to avoid interrupts as well, making sure that the stun lasts its full duration. Saza constantly on the back foot in this fight. Rezus once again putting the team in his shoulders. If he can keep carrying the team like this throughout the rest of the season, Plot Twist are looking like a strong contender to qualify.
Yeah, the one weakness of the composition that Plot Twist has is Yestave really doesn't have that much mobility in this matchup, so it really is up to Octogone to make sure they're kiting away, trying to line of sight, but Saza just caught into the open. Once again, Yestave looking for some damage. Saza blinks midfield. This is not a position you want to be in against a Destruction Warlock. He's basically going to be able to tee off on you. Saza still getting bursted down. Icy Veins gets traded out. Who are they going to go after? A little bit of damage onto Rezus, but I'm not exactly sure what they were looking to do with these offensive cooldowns. Life Cocoon denied any incoming damage. Nicely done by Numbless, keeping Rezus in the fight, allowing to continue this pressure. Nice little swap now over onto Yestave. Ride the Wind gets used by Rezus, and he's been consistently doing this in the matchup. Like I said, Yestave doesn't have the most mobility. He's very susceptible to these snares, but Rezus, he's been giving him the Ride the Wind, which gives him suppression to any sort of movement impairing effects, and it allows him to continue to stay in the fight and push in and get this damage rolling.
Definitely good teamwork on the side of Plot Twist, trying to take out the newcomers. Octogone, of course, with an experienced healer such as Lian, it is not going to be easy to do so. Good trade here on Saza's part, absorbing all of that attack with that Temporal Shield. Its defense has now faded, but a well-timed counterspell denies further Chaos Bolt follow-up. Saza likely needs to look to line of sight Yestave as he tries to squeak around the corner. Really feeling the pain here as dampening begins at 4% healing reduction and continuing to rise. Bit of a mistake here on the part of Lian and Saza, stacking up together and getting double stunned. Chaos Bolt's flying in, but denied by the Hex of Empire. Ultimately, Plot Twist still keep their crowd control going with the paralysis. Doesn't appear to be enough just yet. Yestave being denied almost entirely by Empire, constantly harassing his cast. Now finally getting some counter pressure going their way as well. Mana still even. It's still anyone's match. Lots of damage here towards Yestave. Nether Ward denies the kill and allows him to free cast a Chaos Bolt. Perfect precision by Yestave, but ultimately getting cycloned up now at low health by Lian. Equally good response. The teams are looking more evenly matched as this continues.
Yep, Yestave looking for another Chaos Bolt onto Saza. Is he going to be able to find it? Yes, he does, but just not too much damage incoming. Lian sneaking away for a drink once again in this matchup. And Plot Twist, their offensive pressure has slowed down quite a bit, but Infernals have been dropped. Plot Twist is looking to get aggressive in this matchup. Saza's going to have to play very defensively here. Full Incapacitate used onto Lian into a double leg sweep. Nicely done by Rezus. Good crowd control from Plot Twist. Can they get the Ice Block? There's a Temporal Shield. Yestave, he has to find some Chaos Bolts here. Saza has been doing a good job avoiding him at this point in the game. Line of sighting, making sure he's really limiting the the offensive output of YesDave in this matchup. So yes, Rezus has to find a lot of damage onto Saza to force out this ice block, but in the meantime, Octogone, they've been playing relatively defensive. It's mostly been up to Empire to find these moments of opportunity for his team, these moments of offense, but there's really no openings. Plot Twist, in terms of defense, is doing quite well. Lightning Lasso on Numblin is going to be denying that with the Fortifying Elixir behind the pillar, topping himself off. YesDave looking for a Chaos Bolt once again onto Saza. Lands, but just doesn't do too much damage. Actually got grounded there by Empire. Nicely done.
Yeah, really good defense by Empire overall throughout this first game. He's been denying a lot of kill windows from the Warlock, YesDave, and I can only imagine that YesDave is getting increasingly more frustrated as a Warlock. You do not enjoy having your Chaos Bolt interrupted. You just want to secure big damage throughout the whole game, and Empire has been locking him out and preventing that throughout. Now Dark Souls activated. YesDave wants to make a push. Cataclysm hitting 2 members behind the pillar, but unable to really get into line of sight just yet to get a Chaos Bolt. Now as they switch targets to Empire, all of the responsibility shifts to Saza to prevent the damage of YesDave. He's already taking it into control with Polymorph, but despite that, Rezus has forced Astral Shift from Empire, putting him behind on cooldowns. In the meantime, Leanne is trying to carry the team, a very experienced tournament veteran healer. He could be the factor for his team to find victory here. Dampening getting to a critical mass here at 20%. YesDave going for another Ward Chaos Bolt. Good timing there on his part. Lightning Lasso, though, denies a bit of the follow-up. Will it be enough? Leanne locked out, 14 seconds away from that trinket to get out of crowd control. Huge damage by Rezus. Saza doing whatever he can to prevent Rezus from connecting, splitting his counterspell on the YesDave. Polymorphs onto Rezus. Good control by Saza now that Empire is feeling the pressure.
Yeah, good damage on the Empire, 23% dampening. Numbliz behind on mana. Saza looking for some counter pressure, manages to find an Ebid Bolt on Numbliz, but he's able to easily heal through that damage. YesDave in a good position to help support right now, looking for a Chaos Bolt. Rezus has to try to keep him in line of sight if he can, but Empire manages to sneak away, still just avoiding YesDave at all costs in this matchup. Infernal's coming up in around 25 seconds. That's another opportunity for Plot Twist to push in. Astral Shift will be available, but I think if they can get the Astral Shift with the Infernals, then all of a sudden Rezus has a window of opportunity with the Touch of Death, but they're not going to listen to me. Rezus wants to get aggressive right now. Nice crowd control coming in from Plot Twist. Everyone is CC'd. Ironbark looking to deny. Leanne has to trinket out as well. Empire getting lower. If they have to trade out the Astral Shift, this could be disastrous. Empire going to be trying to kite away. Good Ring of Peace usage by Rezus to keep him in line of sight. And YesDave's line of fire. YesDave looking for some CC or looking for some damage, but unfortunately unable to find it.
Yeah, Rezus really pioneering some high-level usage of that Ring of Peace, not only using it for defense to bounce targets in the open for the Warlock to rain down devastation as Empire holds on by a thread, but ultimately crushed under the weight of Plot Twist. Asserting dominance in game 1, they had a significant advantage.
Be in a prime position to win.
In the lower portion of the bracket, that's going to be the biggest thing against them. Comp's going to be something they have. And Zico, when we watch this game right now, I'm going to let you have some time to think of some nice things to say about the NA teams that have Cleave compositions. And you can tell us which ones you think are going to be best situated for tomorrow. But now our attention back on Plot Twist and Octogone. Plot Twist looking to get themselves on match point.
I look forward to listening to Zico have to compliment North America, and I'm going to hold him accountable to it at the end of the match.
He's got a little bit of time.
The match is going to be long enough for me to come up with something.
All right, Zico's asking for dampening right now. We'll have to see if we do get there. YesDave going to start to use those cooldowns. Hex going to mitigate some of that pressure to start things off.
Yeah, Rezus already using Diffuse Magic, looking for some offense with his Touch of Karma. Once again, early game Plot Twist, they're looking for damage onto Saza, trying to deny him, forcing as much damage as possible. Empire's just going to be line of sighting. And now Plot Twist is in a little bit more of an interesting situation because Octogone has realized both Saza and Empire are great targets. And Plot Twist played a little bit of a mind game in that last game, keeping Saza low, pressuring him down, and then ultimately winning the game on Empire. So now both targets going to be very susceptible to this damage that Plot Twist has. It's about if they can actually execute and find those damage windows and how Octogone really responds to it.
We do see these Mistweavers and Restoration Shamans on babysitter duty, trying to deny the Restoration Druid counterparts from getting drinks. So Numbliz is playing a bit aggressive on that position. Now actually deciding to pull away and maybe go after Empire a tad bit. Good leg sweep, but no crowd control on Leanne. He's in a position to Tranquility and avoid crowd control. Nicely done there on his part, but ultimately Chaos Bolts are now coming in. by Yes Dave. Empire interrupts the follow-up. They go for a Maledict play to try and finish him off as well. Shadow Fury Lian, but he was able to duck around the corner and avoid crowd control off the back end of the stun. Good positioning on Lian's front. You can tell that he is an experienced and veteran tournament healer, but aggressively their coordination is a bit lacking. I think I may have much rather have seen Erytros tagged in. Rezu's finally being pressured by the team of Octogone, forcing a touch of Karma trade, at least showing signs of life in this series overall. But if they do go down to a match point at the end of this, I want to see Erytros on that Destruction Warlock, try an Elemental Shaman Destruction Warlock composition, something along those lines.
Yeah, Lian was way behind on mana, down to around 35% very early on in the game, but pretty sure he's able to reset his mana to full sitting in stealth. Nicely done by Octogone. That's going to allow them a free reset in this game. Plot Twist still trying to find some pressure, some momentum. Demon Soul does get activated by Yes Dave, looking for a big Chaos Bolt. Both Sadza and Empire are going to be line of sighting, and all three members of Octogone, they're really focusing on just attacking Rezus, just like Zico said, and avoiding all Yes Dave's damage for as long as they can, because I don't think they're going to be able to kill Yes Dave until way later on in dampening, so you might as well try to avoid that damage at all costs, never go midfield, and just keep Yes Dave in snares, keep him unable to really assist the team, and just attack Rezus, who's really the only one who's able to push in.
Yeah, attacking the melee DPS player as a Wizard Cleave is definitely an effective strategy at dragging the fight out, and then going after the more durable target in dampening. So a Destruction Warlock brings heavy defense and survivability to a team and is unlikely to go down before dampening. So going after him early on just exposes yourself to Chaos Bolts. Instead is just a better option to avoid the Destruction Warlock. Go after the Windwalker Monk, and you're either going to kill him when he overextends or force him to run away and deny his damage. So either way, you are going to be able to secure an advantage with that strategy, and it is proving to be a lot more effective here in game number 2 as Rezus starts to dip low. He may need to try and kite away. He's trying to get aggressive actually, instead securing some leg sweep here onto Sadza, but now with Temporal Shield timed, absorbing these Chaos Bolts. This Temporal Shield will be gigantic and likely healing Sadza back to full health. Well timed on his part.
Yeah, Numless throwing in a Maledict once again, trying to keep Sadza low in this situation. Iron Bark looking to deny. Nicely done by Lian. Activates the Iron Bark as well as the Innervate, which is that blue ability below his bar. You can see it looks like a Thunderbolt. That's going to allow him to get basically free cast. It heals off, I believe, for 10 or 12 seconds. Any spells that he casts are free of charge, so it's a really good spell for Resto Druids to use when they're in a critical moment where they actually have to spend a lot of mana on those expensive heals to keep their team alive.
Yeah, most certainly well timed by Lian. Let's see if he can carry the team on his healer role. They're going to need probably significant dampening to find a kill, but overall, the defense for the team of Plot Twist has completely reset at this point. Yes Dave is looking to get aggressive. The Nether Ward gets purged off and wind sheared. Good defense on Empire's part, disabling a lot of Yes Dave's damage boost within these couple of seconds. Now retreating out of line of sight. That forces Yes Dave to switch targets, trying to go after Sadza in midfield, connecting one Chaos Bolt, but not forcing too much damage off of it. And it's actually Rezus taking a huge brunt of damage in this position. Now trading Diffuse Magic, redirecting that Maledict Absorb and reducing magical damage. Well timed, now trying to lead the charge. Touch of Death activated. Chaos Bolt connects along with it, forcing Empire to make a trade. Astral Shift will now reduce this damage significantly and start to stabilize his health. But in the meantime, Plot Twist have secured an even further lead with regards to mana. Lian is trying to sneak away, I believe, at this moment in time. I'm curious to see how much he actually regenerates. Just enough to put himself at a massive lead over Numliz, moving into dampening. Perfect timing by Lian.
Yeah, excellently done, but we see time and time again the rest of the Druids having to consistently drink in order to keep their mana on par with these Mistweaver Monks and Restoration Shamans, so not necessarily going to keep that lead forever, but Lian so far has been doing a good job making sure he's keeping his mana at a very healthy spot. And this is the first time in the series we've seen Plot Twist basically have no openings. They've been playing very defensive in the matchup. Empire and Sadza have been doing a really good job denying them. Nice Frost Nova on the Tiger's Lust of Rezus, denying him that mobility. Diminishing Return Leg Sweep going to be thrown in. Bit of a misplay there by Rezus, not really getting the optimal uptime on that stun. And Sadza should be able to kite away. Yes, Dave, looking for some Chaos Bolts. I want to see Empire and Sadza get out of midfield once again. This is not the game-winning position. Their strategy is a lot better when they're just running around the pillar, trying to avoid the Destruction Warlock at all costs. A nice swap now over on the Numliz, nicely done by Octogone, forcing Plot Twist to play a little bit defensive.
Yeah, plot twist finally forced into a defensive position by the team of Octogone, deeper into dampening. This is when they need to get into the driver's seat and start steering themselves to a victory. Otherwise, plot twist is simply going to advance, putting themselves on match point and moving further into the tournament. This is an elimination match, a best of 5. The loser of this goes completely out of the tournament and home. Rezus being pressured. They need to try and pull a touch of karma. They do at least get life cocoon here, shield absorbing a lot of incoming damage. Good crowd control off the back end of it as they switch targets to Numliz, trying to expose his positioning a tad bit, but ultimately deflected by Yes Dave. Empire gets clotheslined. Fears look good so far. Empire in a bit of trouble here at dampening as the dampening ramps up. A grounding totem soaks up that Chaos Bolt. Empire can retreat back to the pillar. Having to make a trade though with Astral Shift before touch of death of Rezus means that Rezus has an opening here to get a kill for another minute and 18 seconds. If they can get crowd control on Leanne, something along the lines of a paralysis or a fear, coordinate that with touch of death, burst onto Empire with a couple of Maledicts, and they can close the game out in just a few moments.
Yeah, we want to see Numliz push in, look for that crowd control with the paralysis, with the leg sweep, and that's when plot twist can really get aggressive. But a bash over onto Numliz slows down that crowd control just a bit. Yes, Dave looking for a Chaos Bolt, managing to find 1 onto Empire, 2, but really not too much damage. Empire with line of sight will be able to mitigate and avoid a lot of that incoming damage. Cyclone onto Rezus, and Octogone has been dealing with these offensive pushes much better in this game than in game number 1.
Yeah, most certainly, and Leanne is able to sneak away much more often and regenerate mana, which is a big part to their team's capability to win this match, because the Mistweaver will out-mana the Druid otherwise. Rezu's being pressured. His window of opportunity is being lost. 24 seconds until that Astral Shift will make a trade. He's got a 20-second window to make something happen. I want to see Rezus get aggressive and start getting on top of Empire, the Elemental Shaman. He's being thwarted, though, with this Lightning Lasso, pinning him down in place. Yes, Dave makes a push, gets a fear. Tremor Totem available. Good trade on Empire's part. They go for Paralysis Leg Sweep. 5 more seconds to get a kill. Three more seconds to get a kill. Empire completely kites out of line of sight of Yes Dave. Now he's bought enough time for Astral Shift should he need to trade. He does not need to. Leanne activates Iron Bark, reducing the damage. That window of opportunity completely lost by the side of plot twist, and an opportunity for Octogone to stay in the match.
Yeah, and it's really difficult for Rezus to generate a lot of pressure on Empire in this matchup. Whenever he uses Storm, Earth, and Fire, Empire's just kiting around in Ghost Wolf, using the Thunderstorm on Fist of Fury, dropping the Earth Grab Totem, and that really limits the amount of damage Rezus is able to do. And if Yes Dave can't connect damage, then Empire simply won't go down until a little bit later on in the game. And now Rezus forced to retreat once again, looking for some pressure onto Saza as Leanne's sitting down to drink, or no, looking to get out of combat to drink. Unfortunately for him, Numliz was able to deny, and now plot twist, they actually have a mana lead in this matchup. Rezus with his Touch of Karma, with his Diffuse Magic, going to be feeling relatively healthy in order to make an offensive push. But Yes Dave caught in midfield, taking tons of burst from Octogone. Nice pressure, full polymorph secured onto Numliz. Yes Dave might have to retreat. This could be the unending resolve, potentially. But Numliz with the beautiful life cocoon keeps Yes Dave alive and allows him to go aggressive on Empire.
All right, let's see if they can get a kill here. Mana is getting critical for Octogone. Dampening is getting insanely high. It is going to be impossible for healers at a certain point to continue healing their teammates, and likely a race to the finish. There would be, I would say, more opportunity for the team of plot twist in this position. So Octogone need to be the playmakers, but they also need to manage their resource mana to try and get to the point where they can find victory. They're falling behind. Huge burst window. Race against the temporal shield. Might be a race that they lose. Chaos Bolt snuck in 1 second before that Hex landed onto Yes Dave. Empire cannot afford to play sloppy. His grounding totems need to deny big Chaos Bolts. His hexes need to be a bit quicker. Otherwise, Yes Dave may be able to slip away a victory and slip away a kill with one of these Chaos Bolts soon.
Yep, Leanne activating his Innervate, looking to empower his heals, make them free of cost. As he's getting low on mana, Leanne has to at some point slip away for a drink. If plot twist can keep up the consistent pressure and slow down the drinks, it's an opportunity. Yes Dave dropping his Infernals, wants to keep the aggression, dropping a Demonic Gateway as well, looking to just get in line of sight, looking for any damage he can in this game. But Octogone making it very difficult, keeping up the snares. Saza forced into his Ice Block. He was scared of that Chaos Bolt. Empire actually grounded it, so maybe an overreaction there by Saza, but you can never be too careful against a Warlock like Yes Dave. And those Chaos Bolts are extremely scary, but with the miscommunication that ultimately banks Plot Twist a free ice block.
Lian needs to sneak away and get a drink. His mana is starting to sink. He needs to start to think, otherwise his life will disappear in a blink. Will he be able to pull it off? He needs to pull something off soon, otherwise it's going to be nothing but doom and gloom. Cyclone secured, opportunity knocks. Yes, Dave gets bursted, caught out in center field, getting crushed under the weight of Octogone. See you later. We're going to game 3. Octogone put a point on the board.
With Rezus, they could potentially take Eritros down. We've seen Rezus before use the Tiger Eye Brew PvP talent, which is a stacking buff you can eventually use, which basically makes your attacks nature damage and bypass armor. And as Eritros on the Destruction Warlock has a whole bunch of armor, it is super effective. And I think if he can line that up on Eritros with a good crowd control chain on Lian, Plot Twist definitely still has an opening in this match.
Rezus not taking a good exchange of damage here early on, getting clotheslined by that Lightning Lasso, but manages to bait Empire down below. Transcendence Portal back on top of the bridge, but portaling back into a Warlock is not exactly the safest locale for this map. It's going to be devastation. I do like Eritros being tagged in here to go toe-to-toe with the Destruction Warlock mirror at the top of this bridge. A Chaos Bolt here at any moment, if secured, could be the end of the match. Eritros gets Ring of Peace off the ledge. Rezus in hot pursuit to take him down. Fear on Lian. Empire nowhere to be found with a Tremor Totem. Bit of a mistake there on the side of Octogone, putting Eritros further behind.
Yeah, Eritros getting low. Lian should be able to top him off. Lightning Lasso by Empire denies Rezus. Eritros looking for a Chaos Bolt. And this is going to be a difficult matchup for Yes-Dave. He has to deal with the interrupts coming in from Eritros, grounding from Empire, wind shear from Empire as well. So he's going to really have to find these moments with cross crowd control onto Empire if they eventually do want to take down Eritros. Otherwise, there's just simply too many interrupts for him to deal with.
Yeah, most certainly here. Thorns actually selected by Lian to get a bit more aggressive in terms of counter pressure towards Rezus. An interesting decision on his part to get a bit more aggressive and some extra damage for his team against a melee attacker, especially on Blade's Edge Arena. Lightning Lasso, Chaos Bolt combined together is quite a devastating attack as they both initiate it towards Rezus. But these Rings of Peace by Rezus have been MVP and key for his team's victory throughout all the past cups and including today. Yes, Dave securing a Chaos Bolt over on Eritros combined with Fists of Fury. This is also a devastating combination of spells. Yes, Dave looking for more damage. Another Chaos Bolt. Lian out of position, desperately trying to get in line of sight and stabilize Eritros, and that is the chaos that this map brings to the table. You can quickly be lost with a simple knockback. Eritros now counterattacking, but absorbed and denied by Numbless.
Yeah, and I think this composition selection from Octogone could eventually backfire. I think it's going to be becoming increasingly more difficult for Lian to actually heal up Eritros, and these pushes from Plot Twist have been super effective so far. Not able to get the Unending Resolve just yet, but potentially very soon. Yes, Dave taking a little bit of damage. Eritros getting interrupted, and Rezus with his leg sweep, his paralysis, Spear Hand Strike, as well as that Ring of Peace, is going to be able to deny Eritros from really getting off significant bursts as long as they line it up correctly.
All right, double Shadow Fury. Yes, Dave opting to trade out and maybe try to counter-aggress, unable to get into line of sight. But there are important cooldowns that Octogone no longer have at their disposal, that being the Gladiator's medallions of both Empire and Lian. Empire cannot activate defensive cooldown Astral Shift without that. But instead, Plot Twist make a swap to Eritros. They at least pull Ironbark from him, so now they can make a switch back to Empire with maybe a potential Ring of Peace into a leg sweep off the downstairs ramp. This may be key. Lian is going to have difficulty drinking on this map. He's just going to go for it in the center of the bridge. He knows that he has to regenerate mana if he wants to take his team into a later stage of the match. He regenerates some to at least bring it close to parity with Numbless. Yes, Dave on the back foot here as huge damage flies through from Eritros off the back of these Infernals and Dark Soul combination. Rezus locking crowd control. The entire team of Plot Twist actually at this moment in time. Rezus is the primary target. Numbless still unable to heal. Infernals get dropped here in desperation for Eritros to counter-aggress, but Yes Dave deflects with that double Mortal Coil. Empire now knocking Yes Dave off the side with that Thunderstorm. Ring of Peace now knocking Eritros off the side here, and this is why Blade's Edge is often not selected in a tournament setting. Things can spiral out of control quickly if you're caught in a bad position as multiple players are punted to the sides of the arena.
Yeah, Eritros still on the bottom side of the map looking for some damage, but he's just been denied so much by Rezus in this matchup, unfortunately, but Lian's been doing a good job running away, sneaking off for these drinks. without some of the cooldowns Plot Twist has available, Eritros really isn't under too much pressure just yet. So once Lian deals with the burst, he does feel comfortable getting away and finding some drinks in the matchup, and that's what he's been doing so far. Eritros still under fire in midfield. Rezus all over him. Dave finds the Mortal Coil with the Fear onto Empire. Nice Shadow Fury as well into a Refear. Nicely done. Dave with beautiful cross crowd control just by himself, but Eritros manages to keep Rezus away with some fears and really slow down some of the damage Plot Twist has.
Lian has been doing a great job to manage his drinks throughout this fight on a close quarters map, and he definitely could carry his team to victory. I love the substitute in for Eritros. I think this composition is much better suited to try and get a kill in dampening than the Elemental Shaman Frost Mage they were running earlier. Rezus gets bursted here as dampening has just begun. Both healers starting in a great position, but cooldown-wise, Rezus potentially in trouble. Numlis stabilizes. No overextension in terms of defensive trades. Rezus not getting thunderstormed off the side. A bit of a misplay on Empire's part. Rezus actually going after Eritros now. He is not going to be overextending, line of sighting his team, and potentially opening himself up to Lightning Lasso. Ring of Peace prevents Eritros from reconnecting onto Lian, but Numlis gets intercepted with a Hex. He can't continue the chain. Now Lian can get in line of sight and restabilize. Both teams trading crowd control quite effectively. Chaos Bolt's being chucked towards Eritros. Lian using that wild charge to jump back up the Z-axis to his partner Dave, maybe to look for crowd control, but gets shut down by Numlis. Double cross paralysis. Eritros' Dark Soul effectively negated with that crowd control. They can now line of sight him up top. That Capacitator Totem holds Dave in place. A little bit of a disrespect on Dave's part to not duck out of line of sight for these Chaos Bolts casted by Eritros as they just go at each other. Dampening now at 7%. Healer mana lead in favor of Octogone, and potentially they can swing the series back in their favor. Everything rests on Rezus.
Yeah, I think so too. Rezus has been doing a good job with this pressure, and this pressure is going to become more significant as healing reduction ramps up with dampening. Eritros getting a little bit low. Iron Bark has to be tossed out by Lian. Potential opening. Rezus has his Touch of Death available in 30 seconds, but it does perfectly line up with Lian's Iron Bark, so he will be able to make that trade eventually if he needs to. Rezus getting bursted down. Needs to be a little bit careful. He's going to be a little bit scared as well. Numlis has to make sure he's connecting these heals, keeping Rezus nice and aggressive. Infernals does get dropped out by Eritros. Both Infernals actually get dropped out. Warlocks mirroring each other in this matchup, looking for some additional pressure for their teams. Numlis pushes in, looking to deny a drink from Lian. Lian has to get some healing on Eritros in this matchup. Rezus forced to trade out the Touch of Karma. Good burst coming in from Eritros. A lot of his cooldowns were committed. Rezus has to run away a little bit in this matchup, looking once again for some more damage. Chaos Bolt does connect, trades out the Touch of Karma to deny it, and that is going to be a Ring of Peace, forcing Eritros on the ground once again, giving Plot Twist a positional advantage.
Multiple Maledicts, Mortal Coil, luckily for Dave, out of Eritros' line of sight. But a Hex secured. Numlis has to trinket. Still powerful defense forced on the side of Plot Twist. I would say that Octogone have this match moving in their favor quite heavily. They could swing this series and have the swing match advantage for a Game 5. A very important victory for Octogone overall in the series as they face elimination if they go down in this series. Rezus gets bursted. Wind Shear timed perfectly. Lightning Lasso to try and finish the job, but Diffuse Magic is more than enough to deny. Rezus restabilizes, but is running thin on cooldowns. Eritros has Dark Soul available. If he can find an opportunity to secure a big Chaos Bolt with that cooldown, preemptively activating the cooldown, trying to bait and interrupt on a Fear, not finding that baited interrupt. Rezus holding on to it, but now ultimately double Mortal Coil. Rezus off the side. Eritros actually switches targets and goes after Dave. I still think that would have been a better attack onto Rezus instead, but regardless, Octogone's pressure is establishing itself.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure, and a lot of that comes from Empire's Hex. There's no Hex to spell or no Curse to spell on the side of Plot Twist, so if he can land these Hexes onto Numlis consistently, that is a big opening for Octogone to get aggressive, especially if they can land a double Mortal Coil. Full leg sweep now on Empire, getting some burst damage rolling is Rezus, and Dave unfortunately out of line of sight, so they weren't able to fully utilize that stun, unfortunately. Rezus still low. Needs to make sure his portal is in a good position. Right now it's in midfield. You can see that little Transcendence portal on the ramp. I would want to see him put that out of line of sight so he can escape if he really needs to. Right now, with the way it's positioned, he's very vulnerable to this incoming Elemental Shaman and Warlock damage. Caught in midfield once again, looking to get aggressive, but caught into the bash. Rezus could be in some trouble. He does have his Trinket and Karma, but doesn't want to have to trade them out. At this point in Dampening, sometimes those short cooldowns, they don't have enough time to regenerate, and you become very vulnerable, and you sort of lose your ability to make an offensive push without them.
Well, Lian is definitely back with a huge lead in mana here on game 3. Cooldown lead as well as Diffuse Magic is traded out. Rezus dips low. How much longer can he really go is the question. Who knows? Empires tries to kite, has to trade Touch of Karma or potentially Good Night. Rezus stays in the fight just a little bit longer, but things are definitely getting tight. How are they going to keep this going? Numlis in a good position now, trying to cross center field. Ring of Peace knocking Erytros downstairs, giving Numlis the clear to potentially move in, and it might be oh dear for Lian if he can get an Incapacitate into a Fear. Numlis just needs to pull the trigger on it, but he's just not going for it. Now he gets bashed up. Yesdave in trouble, potentially a throwaway, activating that Nether Ward, absorbing that Maledict. Good timing by Yesdave as he tries to stay in the fight. Good Thunderstorm knocking Erytros out and away. Will he find the kill? No. Double leg sweep. Good stack here for Plot Twist to potentially get a kill. Erytros in trouble. Lian responds, but will it be enough at 32% dampening?
Incapacitate on Lian, slowing down some of that healing from the Ironbark. Erytros with really no defensive left. Rezus looking to close out this game as Yesdave pushes in as well. Plot Twist, they're looking good in terms of their offensive capabilities, but that full hex secured by Empire. Good counter pressure on Rezus. He has to Trinket out of the Lightning Lasso, gets interrupted. Empire in hot pursuit. Rezus caught in midfield, ports away, but a beautiful vortex by Lian pulls Rezus back in the midfield. If Erytros can find some damage here, they might be able to take out Rezus, but Yesdave has just been controlling him so much. He wasn't really able to help out Empire in that final push, and they might have been able to take Rezus down. Yesdave looking to reposition his gateway, looking for a Fear. Lian with no Trinket, vulnerable to crowd control. Erytros with no defense. There's still a huge opening for Plot Twist to close out this game.
Yep, most certainly it's an evenly fought fight at this point. Yesdave trying to lead the charge with a couple of Chaos Bolts chucked out towards Erytros. Crowd control is good on Lian. They need a Tremor Totem, but it's not available for 3 more seconds. Leg sweep out of the back end of this crowd control chain. Perfect initiation by Plot Twist, but where's the damage? They needed more damage on that push. Can they close it out with nothing but brute force is the question. With 40% dampening and Lian tapped on mana, it's looking likely. Erytros gets knocked out of line of sight, potentially with that Chaos Bolt. Yesdave unable to connect, trying to sneak his way back over, but he's getting Earth Shocked, activating Nether Ward, reflecting any potential interrupts. Good timing. It's a race to the finish. Both Warlocks in trouble. Yesdave has cooldowns to trade. He may just need to trade them, and he does at very low HP. No mana left. A race to the finish as this is likely to close soon. Numlis still with the advantage. Plot Twist trying to move to match point, securing further crowd control. Ironbark's defense is about to fade. Erytros has to do something quick, but he just can't handle it. The damage is too high. Both Warlocks in trouble, but the crowd control gets reversed. Erytros secures it despite all the pressure. Rezus still looking for the kill. Lian with nothing to work with, but Erytros MVP play in these final seconds of the match, securing crowd control under the entire team and netting a kill despite having only 10% health remaining.
Such a smart pick by
is the boys and Method Orange and Super Frogs, just like the standings suggest. Super Frog because of Chun-Li. Chun-Li is the king Windwalker in North America in my mind. The boys, they have the DK and the Windwalker. They look phenomenal on it. And Method Orange, reigning champions. What else do I need to say?
And folks, of course, we can look forward to those teams and plenty more tomorrow when we do get to see the top 8 from North America. But now, all eyes on Octogone and Plot Twist as Octogone try to close this out.
Yeah, early bash onto Numlis. Are they going to be able to find the pressure that they need? Numlis getting really low, having to trade out the Astral Shift as well, but Octogone traded out a lot of offensives. Erytros, he's already used his Unending Resolve. Ironbark's already been used. Lian's already traded out his Trinket. What is going on? Plot Twist finding a lot of pressure and momentum, potentially playing a little bit too aggressive here onto Numlis. And I was going to say, one of the other benefits of Numlis being on the Resto Shaman is I think he's going to be able to have a much easier time slowing down some of the drinks from Lian. They can chase him, drop totems to keep him in combat. That's a little bit more utility to slow down some of those drinks, which I think is the ultimate win condition of Octogone.
Well, if you're Octogone, you're on match point. You saw Numlis, who is known for his Disc Priest and his Mistweaver Monk, locking a Shaman. They're probably thinking, all right, we've got a game to throw away. Let's just see what Numlis can do. If he can't handle us all inning him, then we just walk away with the series. If he does, oh well, we've still got game 5 ultimately to rely on if we need it. So I don't actually really say that that was a wasted effort. Now they've got Rezus on the back foot. They're definitely raining down terror here as they try to just advance in the tournament. The substitute bringing in Erytros is going to be critical for Octogone. I think this is the composition that they should play until a team can force them off of it. It's very well rounded and really brings devastation to the battlefield. Currently, the Numbless healer is locked out in crowd control with a Hex, but no damage. It's actually Erytros who is on the back foot, and that is a result of their aggressive stance early on. Lian has now finally restabilized that situation at the expense of some mana. Numbless getting feared up, though. Octogone has been crowd controlling Numbless, but not finding enough damage really to force any defensive cooldowns when that crowd control is secured. They definitely need to coordinate better in that regard. Save the Lightning Lasso for those moments, or the Stormkeeper when they can get Numbless locked in a Hex or a Fear, then go for Lightning Lasso. If those are not coordinated together, they're just going to lack the damage or lack the crowd control in that given situation.
Yeah, and pre-dampening, I actually don't mind Destruction Warlocks trading out their Unending Resolve to play a little bit aggressive. They almost took down Numbless and got a lot of defensive cooldowns, and Erytros, he's going to be feeling relatively healthy. Destruction Warlocks have a lot of self-sustainability with their passive healing, as well as how much armor they have. They're a very difficult target to take down, so I think using some of that defense as offense really early on isn't a bad call, and I think Erytros is going to be feeling completely healthy and fine till that comes back up in another 40 seconds as he trinkets out of Rezus' leg sweep. Still looking for a little bit of pressure, unfortunately not able to find it just yet. Lian once again sitting in stealth looking for a drink, and Lian in these games, he's been doing a good job not finding mana right there, and I think Numbless actually was able to hunt him down, and I think that really is the main point of bringing in a Restoration Shaman in this matchup. Numbless is going to have a much easier time shutting down some of these drinks, as well as being able to deny some of the crowd control, the hexes, the fears on him, which ultimately lost him the game on Blade's Edge.
Yeah, bringing in those ranged totems is definitely worth noting that Numbless has available to deny drinks, but Lian did actually sneak away and regenerate full mana, so not utilizing that effectively. Numbless getting caught in midfield with a bash. How much damage do they have available? Empire really trying to tear in for a kill. Fortunately for Numbless, the waterfall came down, so he can use that to line of sight, but they actually go for a double Maledict. Numbless now trading that Spirit Walker's Grace, ducking out of line of sight, catching a quick healing surge, but he left Dave behind. Numbless now trying to recover. His Maledict is tossed over onto Dave. He is able to start to stabilize Erytros on the back foot here as Rezus tries to carry the team, but Dave gets punted away into a double Mortal Coil. Erytros setting up triple crowd control, but Numbless preemptively Tremor Totem that Fear. Good read on Numbless's part, breaking up that chain and denying a devastating moment potentially for his team.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a scary moment. Close call there. Octogone leading this series 2-1 so far. This is Plot Twist map, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like they're really able to fully utilize it just yet. Still, Octogone's been doing a really good job finding pressure, finding momentum. Rezus with the Touch of Death looking to get really aggressive, but that's going to get shut down by Lian's Iron Bark. So every time Lian has that cooldown available, it's going to be reducing incoming damage as well as increasing his healing on a target. And it is really difficult to push through that powerful defensive cooldown that the Restoration Druid does bring to the table. Now that that's down for another 25 seconds, this is a window of opportunity for Plot Twist to try to get a little bit aggressive, but fortunately the damage just isn't there just yet. Numbless caught into a Fear, double Mortal Coil onto Rezus. Big pressure from Octogone. Lightning Lasso does get used, but it gets interrupted immediately. Nicely done by Numbless, backing up Rezus, keeping him alive.
They are on match point, and that was quite a close call here for Plot Twist. They can't afford to throw anything away. If they lose this, they will be eliminated from the tournament, and Octogone will have an opportunity to place some big points on the board for their team for the rest of the spring season. Numbless locked out in crowd control, but again, no damage to back it up. Erytros and Empire already committing that Lightning Lasso, which is pivotal to their team to find a kill. Coordinating that with Chaos Bolt is a necessity. Lian sitting down for a drink. Erytros needs to be careful when his healer is doing this, as he will take heavy damage, dipping low on health. Lian trying to respond to this with no trade, manages to get away without having to. Rezus could now be counter-pressured. He's portaling away. He doesn't want to be exposed to the thorns, but now Dave gets punted back into midfield. Good Thunderstorm set up by Empire. Dave gets bursted. Numbless is locked out in crowd control. A very good chain initiated here by the team of Octogone as they look to close. Dave denies the kill, but it may not be enough. This Unending Resolve reducing just enough damage to potentially stay alive in the fight. 1 second left on that Hex. Spiritling Totem barely connects. That would have been match point. It may still be the case because damage is just not stopping from Octogone.
Yeah, Erytros with a huge Chaos Bolt almost taking Dave out of the game. Good night. Fortunately, Numbless was able to save the day with that Spirit Link totem, keeping Plot Twist in this tournament. Eritros taking a little bit of pressure right now. Did trade out his Unending Resolve in that last exchange, looking to get aggressive. I don't mind those moves. It almost won them the game twice. But now Rezus going to be able to counter pressure. Yes, Dave finding Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt. Any crowd control in the end could end out the game, but Leanne manages to sneak in the Iron Bark. Eritros going to be feeling pretty healthy with that. Are they going to be able to push through? Leanne still really struggling to find the healing he needs. Throws out a Wild Growth. Eritros getting interrupted. Good damage coming in from Rezus. Eritros does manage to get topped off, but the burst damage from Plot Twist just isn't ending.
Yeah, most certainly isn't, as Eritros is on the back foot. They had a good exchange earlier on, but now they're falling behind. Leanne needs to buy at least 13 more seconds, but I don't think he's going to get it. Plot Twist want to move and get to game 5 here very shortly. Huge damage still following it up. In the meantime, Empire trying to counter-aggress with that Stormkeeper, looking for a Hex. Good crowd control, good counter-engage by Empire. Lightning Lasso to follow up for huge devastation, but Eritros cannot get in line of sight. He got disable-rooted by Rezus and could not get follow-up. Nice gateway as Eritros tries to close this match out. There's not much left for Yes Dave. Numbless denies it for now, but how much longer? Chaos Bolt gets denied. Nice Thunderstorm by Empire, punting Yes Dave out of that Earthen Wall's defense, exposing him to huge damage potentially. One interrupt on Numbless could close it out, but Eritros is overextended with not much defense left to his name as well. Dampening ramps up. Mana is still quite even. Yes Dave on the back end of this exchange. Numbless trying to reconnect and re-stabilize, but now they left Rezus behind. Chaos Bolt, Lightning Lasso, Wombo combo, tons of damage. Mortal Coil to follow it up. Diffuse Magic denies the Maledict healing absorb. Now redirecting damage with Touch of Karma, but an overlap of defensive cooldowns now exposes Rezus moving forward.
Yeah, Rezus going to be in a lot of trouble. He does not have the Fortifying Elixir. He has nothing in this situation and now can no longer keep doing these exchanges. He's just sitting here taking so much pressure with a bash on the Numbless. He trinkets out. Rezus looking to run away. Manages to escape. Barely throwing out the Vivifies, keeping himself alive. Empire charging in, finds the Lightning Lasso, gets interrupted by Numbless. Eritros trying to make his way there as well, but Yes Dave with good counter cross control on Eritros gets feared up. And now, unfortunately, the kill has been lost for Octogone, but that was such a close call. Rezus cannot be that greedy.
Yeah, the defense is rotating and becoming readily available for Octogone with 15 seconds away from an Unending Resolve, 5 seconds away from Iron Bark. Mana still even. Octogone with an advantage. Empire's Thunderstorms have been devastating throughout this fight, punting multiple players out of line of sight and then following up with Lightning Lasso. Empire is going to be the aggressive MVP. He's the one that can set up the team for a win and just simply advance on in the rest of the tournament. Yes, Dave pinned down at the pillar with Numbless struggling to heal him. Even though they've got the defense of the boxes positionally, they're still really having a rough time. Leanne can just simply walk away, regenerate mana to full, and secure a huge advantage for his team now with both cooldowns and mana. Eritros setting up a gateway to move in. Infernals have landed. Octogone look to close. 3 seconds away, 2 seconds away, 1 second away from Touch of Karma. Rezus now has that to trade as the defensive Plot Twist rotates and available, but they get the Mortal Coil on the trinket. Good follow-up. Can they execute for a Touch of Karma push? It doesn't appear to be the case just yet, but you really can't afford to be too greedy this deep into dampening. In the meantime, Plot Twist deflect and get a huge overlap of defense from Octogone, creating an opening for that Touch of Death on Rezus. Rezus, once again, can carry the team. He's got an opportunity. He's got 30 seconds to execute on it.
Yeah, Eritros played way too offensive there, pushing in on the box. It just allows Rezus to get off the damage he needs and then easily dip behind the pillar and line of sight a lot of that incoming damage. So Eritros repositioning, realizing now he doesn't have the comfort of that Unending Resolve, but that offensive play could eventually cost him the game. Touch of Death now available for Rezus. A lot of potential burst damage. Dark Soul, Yes Dave has it. Leanne trinkets out, trying to keep Eritros nice and healthy during this go. Double Mortal Coil from Eritros, but now Octogone forced in a situation where they have to play so defensive. Not that much damage was even committed. In the meantime, though, Yes Dave getting bursted down. Good counter pressure from Empire, making sure to keep Yes Dave low. Lightning Lasso might be able to close out the game. Gets interrupted by Numbless. Yes Dave has to kite away, and now Plot Twist forced in a very defensive position. Rezus trying to continue the pressure onto Eritros, but without Yes Dave's backup, I just don't see him going down.
Thunderstorming, Yes Dave out of the defensive Earthen Wall totem once again. Good setup by Empire, looking to try and follow up with a Hex, securing a Wind Shear. Can Numbless get the Hex? He does actually get Hexed. Yes Dave in a lot of trouble. He's just out in midfield on the corner. Eritros tries to set up, but unable to. Mortal Coiled away. Empire tries to close close with the Lightning Lasso. Is it going to be enough damage? Erytros gets spell locked, sneaks in a Cataclysm. One more hit could close it. We're on match point. Spiritling Totem available, and Numbless refuses to trade. A bit of a defiant decision here by Numbless to hold on to it, but with Ascendance and Healing Tide, it seems as though they will start to stabilize. Maybe not. Rezus, Ursul's Vortex in midfield, trades Touch of Karma to stay in the fight. Numbless now gets spell locked. Yes, Dave gets knocked away. Empire in complete control of the positioning. Lightning Lasso now. Numbless needs to get close. They need a triple Spearling Totem potentially. Not even going to go for it. Instead, the Earthen Wall. But Numbless, you can't really hold on to this for this long. Yes, Dave holding on by a thread. Numbless coming out in one more second. Can they separate them? It doesn't appear to be the case. Yes, Dave just taking a huge brunt of damage as Numbless defiantly holds on to the Spearling Totem as long as possible, potentially for a push later on in the fight, but he's exposed to so much crowd control. Numbless now spell locked. They switch some damage to him as Empire tries to carry the team on his back. Lightning Lasso. Numbless at critical health. That Gladiator safeguard shield keeping Numbless safe for now. Numbless moving forward. No, they're immediately going back to the pillar. They cannot afford to expose themselves to the team of Octogone. Octogone have all the driver's seat. They have all the power in this position as the Infernals are called in. One Chaos Bolt could close it out. Erytros is ramping up that supremacy. Infernals down for both sides. The next couple of Chaos Bolts could close this.
Yeah, that's the Spiritling Totem, the last line of defense that Plot Twist really has available. Lian using the Iron Bark wants to keep his team aggressive at 47% dampening. Restoration, Shaman Healing is not that significant. Rezu's having to kite out of line of sight once again. Empire's been doing a good job pushing in, keeping up the pressure. Stormkeeper gets used. A lot of incoming damage from Octogone. Lian just needs to hold on a little bit longer. Erytros has the Unending Resolve. If he can find a Chaos Bolt, not using it, getting really low. Plot Twist may have found a window of opportunity here onto Erytros as he does activate the Unending Resolve, looking for a Chaos Bolt, not finding it just yet. Yes, Dave, line is sighting him. If he can avoid all these Chaos Bolts, Plot Twist could be in a good spot, but Yes, Dave in the Lightning Lasso. Erytros looking for a Chaos Bolt, gets interrupted once again. It gets interrupted on the Shadow Fury, but just too much damage coming in from Empire. They knock Plot Twist out of this tournament. Nicely done.
Can ultimately get in this match. Cervantes, Nerd Rage, and Drainer have tons of practice, so if there was a team to do it, it's going to be them.
Yeah, maybe we'll just see him hit him with the flex. If not, we're going to see him get locked down, unable to do any damage. The Pumpers, a Cleave team, going up against Change My Mind.
Yeah, Nerd Rage under fire immediately. Cervantes, he's going to be dropping out that anti-magic zone in order to deny some of that damage, but Fried Kitty didn't use the Icy Veins. And there was no Vendetta used. Honestly, I feel like that cooldown usage from Cervantes wasn't necessarily the best, and that could be an opening for Change My Mind a little bit later on in the game. Drainer able to easily heal through this initial assault as Fried Kitty is taking most of the pressure, and Poike's going to have to do a good job balancing, going and sitting for drinks, and dealing with this pressure. Nerd Rage all over Fried Kitty. Blade Storm, Cervantes on top of him once again. Acro drops the Kidney Shot as well as the Smoke Bomb. Change My Mind looking for some pressure.
This is very important in the blind pick to really assess these compositions. I was expecting Change My Mind to play Shadow Priest Mage into this melee Cleave setup, but instead they've gone with Rogue Mage, so it's making me think they were expecting something else, and now they're actually at a composition disadvantage. I would say that the Pumpers came out ahead in that mind game of the blind pick. I was expecting Fnobber's Unbalanced Druid to try and counteract the double caster, but the Pumpers just led in with their main composition instead, and Change My Mind are going to have to fight an uphill battle maybe with this Rogue Mage. They do have good crowd control currently secured on Drainer. Nerd Rage on the run, having to trade his most precious defensive cooldown, that die by the sword. Those swords rotating around his character reduce damage and parry incoming melee attackers, and it's quite a long one. He can't use that again for 3 more minutes. There's a big window of opportunity here for Change My Mind if Drainer is caught in a crowd control.
Yeah, Drainer still struggling to top off Nerd Rage completely. Cyclone coming in from Minpoike. Nerd Rage charges in, looking for some pressure on a Fried Kitty. Minpoike responds with the Iron Bark. Fried Kitty could still be in a little bit of trouble. I think later on in this matchup, Nerd Rage and Cervantes will be able to turn their attention to Acro, making sure there's 2 pressure points for Change My Mind, and Minpoike is going to have to heal up both targets. But right now, Minpoike is feeling pretty confident, can go try to sit down for a drink. Drainer trying to shut that down. Nice cheap shot coming in from Acro. Sets Fried Kitty up for a full polymorph, and now Change My Mind getting aggressive on the Nerd Rage, but just unable to really find too much damage.
All right, how long can Nerd Rage stay alive? He's an exposed target out in midfield. Acro looking for an opportunity, drops the kidney shot. No crowd control though for Drainer just yet, as both healers are max ranging the opposing teams. Nice Dark Simulacron or Spell Reflect potentially there on him in Poike's Cyclone. He's actually just going to re-stealth off the end of that crowd control and sit down for a drink. Death and Decay from Cervantes denies that drink. Good awareness, good drink denial by the team of the Pumpers as they try to secure a mana lead for a late game kill potentially, but their pressure has been quite high throughout. Kidney shot once again on Nerd Rage. This is usually a scary moment for the team at the Pumpers, but Drainer's positioning is making it quite easy to deal with. Drainer now crossing into midfield, getting blinded. Now you would normally see a Mystery River Trinket. He is going to Trinket. That's the most dangerous crowd control in the game, so using your Gladiator's Medallion to remove it is an effective trade, but now is an opening for the team to maybe switch to him moving forward. Vendetta now available. We see Maledicts flying in. I want to see them coordinate. It's very important against these Frost Mages to go 1 into 2 afterwards with the Dispel to try and force an Ice Block. In the meantime, Drainer caught in a Polymorph. No Gladiator's Medallion as he removed Blind earlier on. Poike in position to continue the chain with a Cyclone. Vendetta now committed to try and take Nerd Rage down, but there's just not enough damage, and Fried Kitty is still on the back foot. Both players in trouble. Fried Kitty wants to go for the kill, but he may need to Ice Block. Anti-Magic Zone stabilizes the game here for the Pumpers. A bit of a close call, but the Pumpers definitely come out behind.
Yeah, definitely, and Poike was able to sit down for a full drink before that moment as well, so now changed my mind. Definitely a little bit ahead. Acro with a full kidney shot on Nerd Rage. Unfortunately, Fried Kitty not able to really connect too much damage. Just caught behind the pillar with Cervantes, finding a Polymorph on him, but fortunately not able to find the damage that he needed onto Nerd Rage. Now the Pumpers going to be behind the pillar, gripping in Acro. He has his Trinket. If they can force that evasion here, it's going to be huge. Acro just decides to wait, play it calm, cool, and collected, using the Vanish to escape that scary situation, but now still has his Trinket and evasion, so that was nice cooldown usage by Acro, not panicking in that situation.
Yeah, most certainly good cooldown trades from the team of Change My Mind. Poike has been able to maintain his mana quite effectively as we get closer to dampening. Drainer may need to look to reset that resource as soon as possible. Fried Kitty, though, gets crowd control. Nerd Rage in center field. No damage as the disarm Acro. That was perfect timing, really denying any follow-up. Now an intimidating shout onto multiple members, and this is what we love to see from Nerd Rage, is just the mastery on that arms warrior. He's definitely a top contender with the likes of Blizzo as well. But unfortunately, he is a bit of a one-trick, so while he is specialized on this, it might be devastating for their team overall. We do see tons of damage flying towards Fried Kitty. Icy Veins activated as cooldowns power up both teams in this position. Leg sweep initiation from Drainer, whereas the paralysis doesn't look to be available. Poike is free to heal. Smoke bomb opportunity set up here to try and bait Nerd Rage to Trinket. Does not fall for the bait, holding onto that Gladiator's Medallion and now leading the charge for his team.
Yep, Nerd Rage manages to survive. Nice Ring of Peace usage there by Drainer, keeping his team alive. Really not overreacting with any defensive cooldown. Still has a Revival and Life Cocoon, dampening now at 4%. And Poike, once again, looking to reset his mana. Unfortunately, not able to. Drainer charges in, trades out the Life Cocoon on this kidney shot. Poike trying to get some cross crowd control, but Drainer with a beautiful paralysis shuts that down. And now he should be able to escape. Nice counterspell there by Fried Kitty. Potentially Change My Mind, could be finding more damage here on the Nerd Rage, but with no interrupt available, Drainer should be able to easily top him off. And Poike moving in, potentially looking for some Cyclones, actually just sitting there, trying to get out of combat, trying to sit down for a drink, but with Fried Kitty in a stun, really has to think twice about sitting down and regenerating mana.
Yep, Nerd Rage with that Blade Storm, trying to get an Ice Block, but not finding it. Anti-Magic Zone doesn't trade for cooldowns so much in this position, but denies a window of opportunity to maybe force something more potent like a Die by the Sword. As dampening ramps up, it's very important for Nerd Rage to hold on to that as long as possible so he can stay aggressive and overwhelm the enemy team, and that seems to be the case in the current dampening meta, is to hold on to very powerful defensive cooldowns, then go for an all-in wave push, activating both defense and offense at the same time to stay afloat just long enough to put the enemy team down. So far, the Pumpers have rotated their cooldowns effectively to make that happen, but Poike is managing his mana much better, so deeper into dampening, he can use expensive, powerful heals that Drainer won't have access to.
Yep, Drainer moving in, looking for some damage. Temporal Shield does get used by Fried Kitty, and you can tell the Pumpers, every time Poike goes for a drink, they're trying to get as much counter pressure as possible. One Maledict does fly in, dispelled immediately by Poike, and Fried Kitty should be completely fine here. blinking away, still trying to create some space. Full blind onto Drainer. He trinkets out. Kitty shot now on Drainer, or sorry, onto Nerd Rage. Good pressure coming in, but a swap over onto Acro. Asphyxiate gets used by Cervantes. Acro forced to trade out his feint, but really not that big of a deal. They weren't able to really pull out too many defensives there. No evasion, no trinket, no vanish. So Acro's going to be feeling completely healthy, but these swaps later on are going to be really scary onto Acro. Another big swap with a potential sharpened blade. Acro trying to kite away. Kidney shot on Nerd Rage, but later on, Minpoike, he's going to have such a difficult time dealing with this Warrior Death Knight damage on both targets.
You can tell that the Pumpers are an experienced Arms Warrior Death Knight team, and switching targets against a Restoration Druid is an effective strategy to try and hit the target that does not have Life Bloom, which is the most powerful healing over time effect Minpoike has. So what they do is attack the Mage, make it seem like they want to commit for a kill onto him, and then when they crowd control Minpoike, they switch targets to the Rogue, and it is unlikely that Life Bloom will be on the Rogue as they were focusing most of their pressure on the Mage. So the Pumpers definitely with an effective strategy, almost catching a kill, but now on the back foot, dipping dangerously low as they're forced to use multiple defensive cooldowns just to maybe even stay alive. Drainer now out of crowd control, needs to connect some heals, but Smoke Bomb denies it. Nerd Rage leaps out to safety. Drainer tries to stabilize. Ursul's Vortex pinning them down in place potentially for a Cyclone, but no, unable to find it. Dampening very high. Drainer's mana not looking too good. Minpoike with a significant advantage. Acro still with evasion to make a good trade, and Change My Mind are trying to set up for victory, but now finally damage is finding its place. We see a Cyclone redirected back onto Minpoike. Fried Kitty now in an ice block off the back of that. Good play on the Pumpers' part. Now switching damage to Acro. The Pumpers battling to keep themselves in this fight. Dampening ramping up higher and higher. They've only got a couple more opportunities to find a kill before ultimately Nerd Rage is going to fall.
Yeah, Drainer with not that much mana as well. Nerd Rage getting lower. Moving forward onto Fried Kitty, trying to take him down. Minpoike responds with the Iron Bark. Fried Kitty should be able to hold on until his second ice block, but he's getting lower. He gets interrupted, blinks away. Nerd Rage in hot pursuit, looking for an execute. Second ice block gets traded out. Drainer with the Way of the Crane, that additional damage, able to push through that Iron Bark from Minpoike. And now Fried Kitty, he's very vulnerable. He has no ice blocks left. Nerd Rage into Kidney Shot. They need to try to find something here. Change My Mind in a lot of trouble. Once again, a polymorph on Minpoike. Good Dark Simulacron by Cervantes, stealing that spell. Fried Kitty gets interrupted. Sid, I don't know how Fried Kitty's going to be able to survive this next offensive push.
Minpoike kept his team going for the late game, but now ultimately are against the wall here in game one. Will Minpoike be able to stabilize, get stunned on the trinket? Perfect crowd control here by the Pumpers as that Temporal Shield needs a few more seconds to go off. They catch the Iron Bark, they stay in the fight. Drainer now locked down in crowd control. Nerd Rage in a ton of trouble. He needs to trade that Rallying Cry before a Kidney Shot. He does so. He had to preemptively use that as he cannot use it in crowd control. Now that buys time for Life Cocoon. Cervantes, I believe, Dark Simulacron to Cyclone. That could be an opportunity for Cervantes. They Cyclone up Minpoike. Fried Kitty on the run. All three members trying to chase him down. Drainer needs a tiny bit more mana to use Way of the Crane. He can't get out of that Frost Nova. Fried Kitty gets pinned behind the pillar with that Ring of Frost. Nerd Rage, though, survives the stun lock. Leaps in. It's all or nothing. Can they take down Fried Kitty in time? He's under so much fire with that Maledix. He's trying to cut up the Mage, but it doesn't seem like he can stay aggressive. Ursul's Vortex holds him out in the open. It's a race to the finish. Neither team left with much to work with. Avatar gets knocked out of the park here, boosting his damage, but Temporal Shield soaks up all of this damage, healing Fried Kitty back to full, stabilizing the match for an opportunity for Change My Mind to swing for victory.
Yeah, no Temporal Shield, no Iron Bark. The Pumpers charging in. It's do or die for them at this point in the game. They have to try to take Fried Kitty down. Fried Kitty with the Icy Veins looking to counter pressure. Life Cocoon denies it. Drainer with no mana left. Fried Kitty getting lower. Can the Pumpers do it? They do. They managed to find the kill with all-out aggression on Change My Mind. Nice set.
And that's really going to put more pressure on them, because if they do drop down here, we already know some of those top teams wait in the lower portion of the bracket. Change My Mind cannot go down to the Pumpers. This is the upper portion of the bracket, and the Pumpers look to get on match point.
Oh, Acro got found in stealth. That is going to stall out the opener for Change My Mind quite heavily. It's very important at Rogue Mage that you do not start the fight by being found around in stealth. This is a huge advantage potentially for the Pumpers. We do see Minpoike getting bashed up and maybe potential Cyclones. This is where Fnobbers needs to be worried. Kidney Shot's available, so he goes into bear form. Drainer expected crowd control and activated. The Life Cocoon soaking up a huge hit. Good preemptive play on Fnobbers and Drainer's part to effectively negate this initial all-in from Change My Mind. They made it look very easy. That situation could have been explosive, but because of their premeditated decision-making, they get away completely unscathed.
Yeah, Fnobbers going to be a little bit low. I like what the Pumpers is doing with their offensive push at the beginning, using Incarnation, trying to get Change My Mind on the back foot. Unfortunately, weren't able to get too many defensive cooldowns. Change My Mind still in a very healthy position. Full Polymorph now secured onto Drainer. Cervantes immediately responds with the anti-magic zone. That purple circle on the ground will be denying a lot of magic damage, so Fried Kitty's attacks won't be hurting Fnobbers quite as much now that that's faded. Once again, Change My Mind can look for an opportunity to take down Fnobbers, but he'll be very durable as long as he's sitting in bear form, avoiding some of these attacks. Now in Moonkin form, looking for crowd control on Acro, finds the Cyclone, trying to push in once again and find some damage. I feel like the composition that the Pumpers has, their main win conditions are going to be getting Minpoike out of mana. They need to deny Minpoike drinks and try to find big one-shots with the Incarnation when that is available. Other than that, I feel like they're going to be behind on damage and crowd control. So the Pumpers are going to be looking to bring this to a late game.
Fnobbers once again in bear form for this attack, but a bit of an overlap of cooldowns. Drainer was exposed to crowd control, so he activated Life Cocoon before Polymorph was secured, but at the same time as Barkskin. So that green icon and orange icon lighting up at the same time is a bit of an overlap on the side of the Pumpers, and an opportunity now for Change My Mind to strike. Minpoike getting pressured by Cervantes, getting grip back into midfield on this attack. Maybe they go for some Maledict plays onto Minpoike. Doesn't appear to be that they have enough damage as he is able to escape quite easily. Cervantes polymorphed up, and it is likely that the Pumpers need to rely on dampening for a kill against a Restoration Druid. Restoration Druids and Druids just in general have access to shape-shifting, which allows them to remove snares and roots. So a powerful crowd control combo from the Moonkin is a Solar Beam and an Entangling Roots. You can't do that on a Restoration Druid because of shape-shifting. So Fnobbers loses out on an 8-second crowd control, and it's very difficult to get a kill against a Restoration Druid because of that. Change My Mind with an Assault. This was the opening that they set up earlier on by that cooldown overlap, and again a cooldown overlap, but although in this case might be necessary as the Maledicts were committed, absorbing a lot of incoming healing. Fnobbers once again survives. We do see a stolen polymorph. Cervantes backing it up with crowd control from Fnobbers as they are trying to gun down for an ice block, but Fried Kitty already saw this damage coming with Temporal Shield timed and should be bouncing back into the fight here quite soon. Incarnation from Fnobbers, so he is running the Azurite trait to get a Star Surge. After Star Surging 9 times, you will have Incarnation activated for 6 seconds. He can squeeze that in to extend his Incarnation, so it's an extra 6 on it, or he can use it in between to try and bait out cooldowns. In that position, he didn't really get a lot done with it. I would like to see the timing on that Arcanic Pulsar be a little bit better on his part. Now we see him in bear form, waiting for Kidney Shot. He actually left bear form to get Innervate up, so Drainer could save mana, but now he's blinded. Usually you'll see Innervate combined with Way of the Crane because Innervate makes all the spells free for your healer. In this position, Drainer can't activate Way of the Crane because he was blinded, and now loses out on that free Way of the Crane.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Drainer opted to sit that entire blind. I think Acro with no Vanish available. Drainer knew there was going to be no threat of a follow-up crowd control, so decided to sit that. If he has to trinket a polymorph in the next minute or so, that's going to be an opportunity for Change My Mind to have that blind available for a very long blind sap. So the Pumpers, they're going to have to look out for that in this game. Incarnation gets used by Fnobbers, looking to get aggressive once again. Fried Kitty trying to line of sight, trying to avoid some of this damage. Full Cyclone now on Acro. Temporal Shield gets used by Fried Kitty. Drainer's actually going to be moving in as well. And Poike finds the bash on Drainer, trying to deny him some offense. Now with the Kidney Shot on Fnobbers. Change My Mind looking to turn around the pressure, denying a lot of this Incarnation damage.
Yep, good timing of counter pressure by the team of Change My Mind, pinning Fnobbers down and able to attack. Although Fnobbers' defense is looking solid throughout, he's in bear form exactly when he needs to extend the match into dampening, where the Pumpers will look to overwhelm Change My Mind with damage onto 3 members. The damage over time effects Sunfire, Moonfire synergize quite effectively with an Unholy Death Knight. Drainer looking to make a play here, activating that Way of the Crane. Big boost of damage towards Acro. Minpoike denies the kill with with Iron Bark. Well timed into the feint. Acro restabilizes, bouncing back to full. Dampening has engaged. A slight advantage for Drainer on mana, but I want to see that Innervate Way of the Crane timed better. That could be critical for Drainer to find a kill later in the game. It actually could be what puts them over the edge to move to match point. Good crowd control here by Acro, followed up by Fried Kitty. Tons of damage. Will Barkskin be enough at this high of dampening? Cervantes once again steals a polymorph, trying to carry the team with some counter pressure during this assault, but there's just not enough damage to back it up. Drainer forced to overlap Life Cocoon once again, and his Gladiator's Medallion. Huge cooldowns committed here by the side of the Pumpers as Change My Mind look to close.
Yeah, and Fnaber's still low. He's not out of it yet. Anti-Magic Zone gets dropped out by Cervantes. Minpoike was able to sneak away, reset his mana completely. Nice Cyclone by Fnaber's onto Minpoike. Minpoike trinkets out, wants to keep his team aggressive. They realize they have a lot of momentum right now. Acro forced to run away. All three members of Change My Mind do not have a Gladiator's Medallion available, so any crowd control on them will sit full, and maybe the Pumpers can find some sort of opportunity to potentially take someone down. Minpoike in the backfield, though, feeling very healthy and safe. Could look for a drink again if he really wants to. The Pumpers have been really struggling to find damage in this matchup. Fnaber's is sitting in bear form a lot of this game, but you can't really blame him. Acro, with a lot of pressure on that Assassination Rogue, just keeps him sort of locked down. And I think that's why I don't really like this composition from the Pumpers. I could see them with some win conditions a little bit later on. Fnaber's does have the Incarnation coming up in 15 seconds, but outside of that window, it just seems like they're just on the back foot.
Yep, Balanced Druid is definitely very durable in bear form. That is the one strength that it brings, but its damage output outside of Incarnation is very lackluster. In the meantime, Drainer is in a bit of trouble here. He's in a polymer, but Acro is getting counter-pressured away. Dampening starts to stack up. Good Solar Beam timing on the cast of Minpoike, interrupting his incoming heals and trying to create an opening with it, but just not enough damage, not enough dampening for the Pumpers to start overwhelming Change My Mind. Minpoike establishing a significant mana advantage now at this point. Way of the Crane gets activated, but it could have been comboed with the Innervate. I really think Fnaber's and Drainer should be combining those abilities. They may get an Ice Block regardless, but their mana is going to be critical for the rest of the match. Drainer could have already gotten a free Way of the Crane earlier. This Way of the Crane could have been free. That's an extra, what is it, 25,000 mana each, 50,000 mana? That's a big amount of mana. He just innervates randomly without Way of the Crane? This is big mistakes on the Pumpers.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. It could be used a lot better to conserve a lot of Drainer's mana, as it is unlikely he's going to be able to sit down for drinks, unlike Minpoike, who's been drinking this entire game, but mana has evened out quite a bit. Acro now into a stun, has to trink it out. If they can get the Cloak of Shadows, Acro could be in some trouble. Another Polymorph secured on Drainer from Fried Kitty. The crowd control chain extends. Fnaber's now the one in trouble. Barkskin does get used. Drainer trades out the Life Cocoon immediately. Wants to keep Fnaber's aggressive. Doesn't want to have him sit in bear form. Wants to continue the pressure, but unfortunately, all that momentum is lost. Minpoike tops off the team. Now once again sitting in the back looking for a full reset on his mana, and I don't think anyone from the Pumpers is going to be able to shut that down.
Yeah, Minpoike with a clean reset here. Deep dampening territory. Fnaber's gets bursted off the back end of the smoke bomb. He's desperately trying to hang on. Cheap Shot sets up Fried Kitty. He gets interrupted by Cervantes. It all rests on Cervantes. Can he steal an effective crowd control? Lock Minpoike out of the fight long enough for the Pumpers to get a kill onto either Fried Kitty or Acro. It's all on him to try and set it up. Double leg sweep into Cyclone. The Pumpers are trying to pause out the fight and buy time for their defensive cooldowns. Now leading the charge. They get Temporal Shield out of the way, at least during that push. That could create an opportunity, but the mismanagement on their Innervate Way of the Crane timing has now put Drainer so far behind on mana that they're not going to have a lot of opportunities. They may have to wait another minute and 27 seconds. I don't know if they're going to survive that long. Acro's pressure will eventually become overwhelming.
Yeah, who is the main target for the Pumpers in this matchup? They make these swaps onto Acro, but they don't really pull out too many defensives. Fried Kitty still has both ice blocks. I feel like Fried Kitty probably is the most vulnerable of them all, even though he has those immunities. And Poike is going to have to put out lots of mana in order to heal him through, especially as we move later into dampening. Cervantes with good pressure so far and has had good denial in this game with good, well-timed Dark Simulacrums as well as interrupts. Polymorph going to be thrown out. Fnaber's getting a little bit low. Acro getting targeted once again. Life Cocoon going to be used by Drainer to keep Fnaber's afloat. Acro taking a lot of Gladiator's Maledics here. Minpoike unable to dispel, finally finds it, heals through. Acro's going to get topped off. He had to trade out the Cloak of Shadows as well. This is Vendetta. Big pressure on Fnaber's. He responds with the Barkskin. Blind onto Drainer. He trinkets out. So a lot of defensive cooldowns have been rotated through by the Pumpers. Now Change My Mind. This is an opportunity for them to potentially close out the entire game. And Poike getting aggressive. Kidney shot on Fnobbers. Another Cyclone on Drainer. And from start to finish, Change My Mind, they had control of this matchup. The Pumpers, luckily for them, won game number 1, because if this was
series, they're looking to move forward here. They've already gone against some of the top teams. Change My Mind, a team that has not been able to break through to be one of the top teams in Europe, looking to change that, and the Pumpers trying to make a name for themselves in week 3.
Yeah, Fried Kitty gets gripped in immediately there, is going to be blinking away, and I think this is how the matchup is most likely going to be playing out. Change My Mind, they're going to be sitting back. They really don't want to push in because that allows Cervantes massive uptime in this matchup, and that's what they want to limit. You can see actually Cervantes, he's actually race changed. They went over to Alliance. He's going to be playing that Gnome, allowing him a little bit more uptime with that Escape Artist racial. Very powerful, and sometimes we see these melee players implement it, especially when they play against Frost Mages.
You can tell that both teams had a composition strategy planned out for this series. Changed My Mind, we're expecting this Death Knight Boomkin in the blind pick, but the Pumpers didn't lead off with it and ended up winning the mind game, allowing themselves to have the swing match advantage. So Changed My Mind have to win on the comp and map disadvantage, such as this situation. If Changed My Mind can manage to pull off a victory here, they will then take the swing match and have that advantage in a game 5. It's very important for Change My Mind to win this game. Compositionally, they're disadvantaged though, as the Pumpers want to run the Balanced Druid into this Mage and Shadow Priest. You can see that Fnobbers just rains down devastation with damage over time effects and casted spells from the safety of the boxes. Cervantes can pull in the target and then get damage off himself. Later in dampening, this damage will become overwhelming, whereas Fried Kitty and Valet need to cast on a target in the open. So as long as the Pumpers don't overexpose themselves later into the match, they can just overwhelm Change My Mind with raw pressure.
Now, big question that I have for you right now, Sid, is going to be around the Innervate and how that is paired with Way of the Crane, because last time you were quite critical of that. Is that something we need to be paying attention to even in the early stages of the game?
I mean, the Way of the Crane can be the X factor, at least to force an ice block or maybe a kill off the back of a mistake. I mean, we saw Raikou go down earlier in the tournament without ice blocking. There's definitely opportunity for that. I would like to see Fnobbers and Drainer coordinate on that front for a big push. I think that Way of the Crane damage is a necessity to support Cervantes and Fnobbers, as both a Death Knight and a Balanced Druid do not bring in a mortal wounds effect, which is a 25% healing reduction applied to the target. So while they have a lot of self-sustainability, hybrid utility, healing output, they can avoid damage to the pillar quite effectively. They don't bring a lot of oomph in terms of their push. We see an Innervate, Way of the Crane timing here for Drainer, but not able to connect to a target. This is the difficulty of coordinating it, is that you want to go in for that free push, but a Mage is quite slippery and can avoid it, and Change My Mind dealt with that push perfectly.
Sid, so where does the oomph come from?
I mean, it mostly comes from the Mistweaver Drainer, but also Fnobbers can back him up, saving up a lot of astral power for 2 Star Surges to combine together for a huge hit with that Rising Sun kick. So you definitely want to see the Pumpers coordinate that for an assault. I'd love to see the Maledicts timed in that push. Before dampening, they have to all 3 members coordinate. If they don't have enough damage to really get through the Restoration Druid heal over time effects. And I think that is my biggest criticism of most of the teams in this tournament, if not all of them at some point, is their Maledict coordination and timing has just been off. They have to go all together and be ready for a push. We do see a Cyclone secured onto Minpoike, maybe an opportunity to find some damage off the back of it. Doesn't appear to be the case, as dampening is going to be a necessity outside of those Maledict windows. I think the Pumpers could get cooldowns beforehand if they coordinate well. I really want to see a better coordinated effort on their part.
They're just so focused on shutting down Minpoike. Look at Minpoike's positioning in this matchup. Anytime Fnobbers and Cervantes are there, he looks to run away. He just wants to create space and basically run all 3 members of the Pumpers through that Frost Mage, through that Shadow Priest, where they can really deal the most amount of damage. Cervantes now getting Life Cocoon from Drainer, and Drainer has just been throwing Life Cocoons out left, right, and center, just trying to avoid damage, keep Cervantes topped off, and it really is a mana-efficient way of keeping your team alive.
It's crazy. Minpoike is doing exactly what you're saying. He almost looks like a magnet. Every time he moves across, they just skitter around like pieces of scrap metal to that powerful force of Minpoike, and he's going to have plenty of mana to deal with, but it looks like Drainer has barely casted a single spell here so far. Both of our healers are prepared for the long winter of dampening, like squirrels hoarding acorns
I love the imagery and the metaphors here from Rich Campbell, his stylings and poetry in game number 3, but this is a battle. This is not about being delicate. This is about power. Who is going to overwhelm who? Likely deeper into dampening. Of course, the Pumpers have set up this composition to counter this Mage and Shadow Priest. So Change My Mind, you would think, are playing at a disadvantage, and I'm curious to see how they can try and turn it in their own favor. Minpoike getting bursted down quite heavily before dampening. Cervantes really giving chase here, trying to pressure even further, manages to pull both Barkskin and Ironbark just as dampening begins. Now with an Innervate Way of the Crane timing, they could try to go after Minpoike.
Yeah, I think Mistweaver Monks, especially with the counteract magic PvP talent which Draenor is running, is super effective against the Shadow Priest. Basically empowers your Renewing Mist, your main heal over time effect, so it does increased healing when a target has a magic damage over time effect. So Draenor is basically a counter to Valet, at least earlier on in the game. So it's really up to Fried Kitty and Valet to make sure they're dispelling off that Renewing Mist, so Draenor has to use some mana. As you can see, he has such a massive lead so far. Minpoike manages to finally sneak away, and I don't think the Pumpers are going to be able to shut him down. Finally, they do. Minpoike didn't get too much mana there. Fnaber's doing a good job with the Cyclone. Now Fried Kitty under a little bit of pressure. Temporal Shield gets used. It absorbs a little bit, heals him up a little bit also, as Fnabers and Cervantes still looking for pressure in this matchup. But I like the Pumper strategy, and so far it seems to be working. Minpoike actually struggles, especially when they make these target swaps onto him. You can see the damage over time effects from Fnabers actually adding up now onto Fried Kitty, onto Valet. Cervantes taxing Minpoike, making sure he can't drink. He has to keep heal over time effects on all 3 members. Now I think the Pumpers, with this strategy, it's looking like it could potentially win them this game.
I mean, they've definitely got momentum. They've got mana advantage. They've got cooldown advantage. And you can tell that this is the composition they crafted to deal with these spell cleaves. And it appears to be super effective, although not so strong into the rogue mage. But because they won in the blind pick, they can always set up a good situation for themselves. Minpoike under fire here as dampening starts to ramp up at 10%. Would like to see some Way of the Crane usage. Drainer's going to go in. Can they deflect Drainer's push? Valet stun locks him. Is there any follow-up on the end of that? It doesn't appear to be the case. Ursul's Vortex at least pulls Draenor back. He was not able to connect in that attack with Way of the Crane. Gets denied once again by Change My Mind.
They've done such a good job every single time Way of the Crane is used by Draenor. It's either a Poly, a Fear, Ursul's Vortex, all of these things being used. We already talked about the fact that when you are in that Way of the Crane, you are super effective at getting through any of those roots, those snares that a Frost Mage can be throwing out at you. So they really do need to use some of that CC, make sure that that can get casted onto this healer, because Draenor is going to be the one that can bring the oomph that Sid mentioned earlier on in this matchup, and the Pumpers are all about that oomph.
Yeah, it's definitely a panic mode for Change My Mind. Draenor, if he gets effective damage off, he gets effective healing off as well, and he can easily top off his team, and it turns the favor in the tides of the Pumpers. So crowd controlling him is of the utmost importance, and you can see Change My Mind with the way they're playing. They realize that, they know that. It's exactly what you have to do against a Mistweaver Monk. Silence on Fnabers, trying to slow him down. Valet trying to keep his team afloat. Activated the Vampiric Embrace a little bit earlier on to try to save a little bit of Minpoike's precious mana. Innervate could be enough for Minpoike to potentially top off his team, but Fried Kitty, he's caught all by himself, all alone. It could be potentially the Ice Block. Void Shift got used by Valet. If they have to overlap the Void Shift and the Ice Block, this is a disastrous situation for Change My Mind.
Multiple members under fire of Change My Mind. Crowd control secured onto Minpoike as they fall increasingly behind. Innervate available in a few short seconds. If they can combine that with Way of the Crane, make a big 3-man push, they can easily knock over Change My Mind. Minpoike with a significant deficit in mana at this point. The Pumpers are slowly but surely overwhelming their opponents. Change My Mind have found really no opportunity to swing back in this fight. They silence up Cervantes to deny anti-magic shield, but his health does not even go below 90%. Now with that crowd control not available for Draenor, he's going to come out of this polymorph beyond diminishing return. I want to see an Innervate Way of the Crane timing here. I want to see one big push by the Pumpers. They have an opening and they're just not taking it.
Well, I will say though, in this war of attrition, the Pumpers are definitely coming out on top. We saw the Incard able to pull the Void Shift, and it's able to pull the first block.
Here it is, the Innervate, the Way of the Crane. Cervantes, though, is trying to deny a drink instead of pushing for more cooldown, so a bit miscoordinated. Drainer now gets polymorphed and denied on his Way of the Crane. They were relying on Fnobbers, but he's now counterspelled and unable to dish out damage. Cervantes is Frost Nova'd and unable to connect, and Change My Mind stay alive through that Way of the Crane assault, at least stalling the match, but you can't win simply by stalling if you're Change My Mind.
But they get so much stall here. I mean, you're going to see those defensive cooldowns come back from Impoike. The block isn't going to be ripped away, and now all of a sudden it's going to be the pumpers that have to use that life cocoon here to stay safe. Valet, though, going to be taking a lot of pressure here. Fnobber's about to get out of the bag.
Yeah, could be the dispersion from Valet as he trinkets out of the Cyclone coming in from Fnobbers. Nicely done. And Poike almost completely tapped on mana. Nice polymorph secured by Fried Kitty as he activates the Icy Veins to try to take Cervantes down. Normally, Death Knights are very tanky early on, but a little bit during the late game when dampening is high, that Death Strike's not going to be nearly as effective, and that's when Drainer's really going to have to use a lot of mana to keep them alive. So an opportunity for Change My Mind, but things are not looking good. And Poike once again looking to run away, but Cervantes, Fnobbers, Drainer have been able to shut him down each and every time he's looking for the drink, and that's one of the difficult things about this map. Fried Kitty now with Temporal Shield gets interrupted on Frost, trying to kite away, needs to hold on to that Ice Block as long as he can, and Poike has to try to sneak away for a drink. Fried Kitty might just have to trade it out. If Poike can get out of combat here, it could be a little bit of a reset for Change My Mind. Definitely important, but unfortunately, Drainer's able to shut it down, and the pumpers, they just have Change My Mind in a chokehold.
And we have seen every time that Drainer can actually connect when he's in the Way of the Crane, so much is done. Haven't been able to pull that Ice Block yet, but we can see in just 18 seconds, Drainer's going to have that option again, and Incarn is going to be available. Maybe one last push. We'd hit that critical mass in dampening, and maybe enough to do it. Poike already going to have to use these big defensive cooldowns. Valet's going to be kicked as well. He's taken so much pressure, going to try to position himself away from the fray.
Oh, Fnobber's finally being pressured at least below 90% health. They Changed My Mind, haven't been able to move the health bars of the pumpers until this point, but maybe, just maybe, they have a chance to get a kill here. Now it's 40% dampening, but Minpoike has nothing to work with. He's constantly getting denied on the drinks. Fried Kitty tries to trade and stay ahead of this, but he may ultimately need to Ice Block and trades it out. Minpoike caught in the leg sweep, Drainer punching away at Minpoike. Maybe it would have been worthwhile to just Wave the Crane and try and solo him at this point in the game. Just get as much damage out as possible. The dampening is overwhelming. Change My Mind. The pumpers completely restabilized in this position and are looking to close this game out. Minpoike's got basically nothing to work with. Fried Kitty against the wall here in game number 3. Valet doing his best. Vampiric Embrace maybe enough for them to hold on.
Minpoike actually sat down for a drink, but Fried Kitty, he has no ice blocks. Minpoike may be too far behind to actually keep him alive. Ironbark denies for now. Valet trying to stay alive as well, caught into the Cyclone. Drainer pushing with the Way of the Crane, trying to take down Fried Kitty. Temporal Shield should be able to deny the kill, but now Change My Mind. No Ironbark, no Temporal Shield, no Ice Block. These are the moments where the pumpers can really make an effective push and try to take someone down, but Cervantes having to play a little bit defensive right now, increasingly vulnerable as dampening gets higher, and with no AMS, no anti-magic zone, there's not much he can do, and Poike sneaks away once again. Now that the pumpers are forced so defensive, and Poike might actually get a reset on his mana, but at potentially Fried Kitty's life, Cervantes chasing him down. One Maledict connects. Fried Kitty stuck. He needs to blink away. He needs to kite. Drainer there looking for some damage as well. Can they take him down? And Fried Kitty holds on by a thread, but ultimately not enough. And Poike with greedy plays. But in that situation, sometimes you...
Mistweaver, the Death Knight, and the Windwalker instead is going to be Nerd Rage on that warrior here. So we saw the Windwalker Death Knight actually take a game of Method Black on this particular map, and the way they were able to do it was having their Death Knight, Volkovich, stay in and stop a lot of these drinks, and when he couldn't actually do that anymore for the rest of Druid, we saw kind of the entire team fall in and push over that Frost Mage. And I want to see if the pumpers can do the same thing to the Frost Mage of Fried Kitty, and that way they can set themselves up to be in a really, really good situation for later on in the tournament.
This is my favorite style of opening too. It's called the "No, you come over to my place." They're both going to hang out at home. They're texting each other right now, saying, "No, come over. No, you come over. No, you come over." Let's see who is going to be the first to break.
It's a stalemate between these two teams. Fried Kitty, Valet, and Poike Changed My Mind. They want to sit in the open, forcing the pumpers to take a lot of damage, I guess. The Pumpers, they don't want to go into the open. They don't want to take all that damage. They want to be sitting back at the pillar, be able to grip people in. Change my mind. They're going to be the ones that budge first, moving in, looking for some damage early on. But still, with that grip, Valet now a little bit behind. Nicely done by Drainer with the Ring of Peace. Poike in stealth, moves in, trying to get some heals onto Valet. Triple Fear comes in from Valet. That could potentially set up his team. Icy Veins gets used by Fried Kitty. Change my mind, looking to get really aggressive, but they just can't find the damage. Nerd Rage, Cervantes, they're going to be line of sighting. Drainer now gets Vortexed, but I think he should be fine. Psychic Horror does get used. Nice defensive, intimidating shout there by Nerd Rage. And Drainer, although he had to use his Life Cocoon and the Fortifying Elixir, that's really all he had to use. And they aren't that long a cooldown, especially to trade out to the Icy Veins of Fried Kitty, and I think the Pumpers actually came out ahead in that exchange.
Now, we see them doing briefly there the traditional dance of the pillar. We see them hesitant to start the opening. How often do we expect to see different things like resets here, Zico?
Well, the resets, we see Nerd Rage actually in big trouble. Drainer's going to be cycloned up. Nice kick on that cyclone from Poike, but Fried Kitty sneaks in that polymorph's going to net them the anti-magic zone. And I think Nerd Rage, it depends if Fried Kitty can get another polymorph here. He does get that polymorph, third polymorph, but the cyclone is stopped. Nice silence from Valet. They might actually take down Nerd Rage right here.
All right, our minds have been changed. I was asking about resets. We're just going to get a whole new game, and it's going to be game.
Good. Unlike Nagrand Arena 4 and Assassination Rogue, Agrolos is going to be able to dish out tons and tons of pressure, and Fried Kitty will also have an easier time landing polymorphs onto Drainer. So this map is definitely a double-edged sword. I really like this pick from Change My Mind as they go and open.
Game one was definitely a close-fought fight here as Change My Mind looked to try and stay alive in the upper bracket against the Pumpers, but this Arms Warrior Death Knight Mistweaver comp was devastating. Can they pull it off here on Blade's Edge Arena, the most chaotic map in the pool? It is quite easy to lose track of your team. It's very difficult to kite effectively. Fried Kitty already falling behind in the initial exchange. Drainer's Gladiator's Medallion has traded for Blind. Both teams making predictable trades, but creating openings. Ring of Peace knocking Fried Kitty out of line of sight of Poike, but they are not giving chase. Instead, switching targets to Acro up top, and this is what I want to see from the Pumpers. If Fried Kitty is able to escape, immediately switch your attention to a different target. Now Acro is forced to abandon the top of the bridge. Cervantes and Nerd Rage now have a choice. Do they advance forward and overextend, instead deciding to use Death Grip to bring the Mage to themselves? But with no stun, Fried Kitty can immediately escape back to the bottom.
Yeah, and one of the main utilities the Pumpers has available to them is Cervantes PvP talent, Dark Simulacrum. That's going to allow him to steal spells from Fried Kitty or Poike. It's going to be up to Fried Kitty and Poike to make sure that he's not getting significant spells. If they give him Polymorph and Cyclone, that's extra crowd control that the Pumpers are going to have available on Poike and create windows of opportunity. So Fried Kitty is going to want to try to bait out that spell when he can and then just throw out at Ice Lance, which is going to be completely useless to Cervantes. So that's definitely going to be a little mini game that plays out huge in this game.
Icy Veins attempt here on Fried Kitty's part to take down Nerd Rage, whilst Drainer has no Gladiator's Medallion. However, Drainer correctly trading Life Cocoon before the crowd control was secured, soaked up a huge hit, and allowed Nerd Rage now to stay aggressive. With Avatar activated, his damage boosted, a stolen Polymorph secured on him, and Poike will actually pre-Iron Barked it as well. Good predictive play, top-level decision-making, but still, the momentum in favor of the Pumpers. Will Fried Kitty stabilize through this wave of the Crane Assault? He's gotten control of Drainer with Acro's setup on the back of that Vanish. Good teamwork between Acro and Fried Kitty, stabilizing that situation. But now Nerd Rage is trying to lead the charge. Good stun on the Trinket of Poike. This could be an Ice Block potentially forced from Fried Kitty. Ice Barrier soaking up some hits. Maledict attempt by Drainer as he moves in to try and add a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of extra spice to get that Ice Block. And it is very important as the Mistweaver Monk to be adding in damage when you can.
Yeah, and the spice was nice. It ended up getting them the Ice Block in that situation. Poike still potentially looking for drinks on this map as well, but so far has been denied. There's just been too much pressure on Fried Kitty. Kidney shot with a smoke bomb onto Nerd Rage. Anti-magic zone gets dropped out by Cervantes to keep him alive. Bash now onto Drainer, and Poike looking to get a little bit of aggressive, but really hasn't had the time or opportunities to find many Cyclones in this game. Blind gets traded out from Acro onto Drainer. He trinkets out immediately. Fair trade. Fried Kitty still getting low. This could be a second ice block. Ironbark looking to deny, but after Ironbark fades, that's an opportunity for the Pumpers to get the second ice block from Fried Kitty.
Polymorph secured on Drainer by Fried Kitty's aggressive moves. Kidney shot for cross crowd control. It looks good in this position, but Fried Kitty just not getting any damage out. Denied on that Ray of Frost immediately by Cervantes. Now the Pumpers can start to push forward, adding a little bit of extra oomph with that Way of the Crane. Temporal Shield is taking the brunt of this exchange. Now that will be healed back almost immediately. Would like to see an Asphyxiate or Paralysis. There's the Asphyxiate on Minpoike, denying his heals for a few seconds as Drainer tries to add a bit of extra damage. Nice denial on the Polymorph with that leg sweep. We see Maledic flying from Minpoike towards the Warrior Nerd Rage, but dispelled immediately. Good double fear. This could be a potential ice block force before dampening, which would be critical for the team of the Pumpers moving forward for the rest of the match. The disarm denies the kidney shot to peel and save. Ironbark needs to be enough for Minpoike, and it will be in this position. Mana, though, still very even. Can Minpoike sneak away and regenerate on Blade's Edge Arena is now the question.
Yeah, Cervantes could be in, or sorry, Nerd Rage could be in a little bit of trouble. Full Cyclone secured onto Drainer. Die by the Sword has to be activated. If they can continue this train, Drainer does not have his trinket. Trades out the Life Cocoon and gets interrupted. That's a smart play by Drainer. He Life Cocoons, opens up his School of Magic, so even if he gets interrupted, he has that safety net of the Life Cocoon, and now Drainer can potentially just fully heal him up. Minpoike sitting up top. This could be a full reset on Minpoike's mana. Things are looking good here for Change My Mind.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, game number one wasn't one-sided. It came down to the wire. So here in game 5, it's still anyone's series. Minpoike did not generate nearly enough mana, though, I don't believe. He's trying to sit down for a drink once again. Will he have the time is still the question. He was able to regenerate quite a huge lead over Drainer. They need to get through an ice block and then get a kill very soon if they want to find victory. I love these disarms on Acro during their push, so he's unable to use Kidney Shot and deny their assault. That's good cross crowd control by the Pumpers and nice adaptation aggressively on their part. Crowd control secured on Minpoike. They get his Gladiator's Medallion on a Paralysis, one of the most usually non-threatening crowd controls, which now means Intimidating Shout will be available. Dark Simulacrum onto Polymorph will be a lot more dangerous. There's the Intimidating Shout. They need to get an ice block with this push. Can they stay on target long enough to find it? They're all connecting as 3 members. They need an ice block here and now, but they're just not finding it. Asphyxiate, will that be enough to deny Minpoike's healing? Way of the Crane, they need just a tiny bit more damage to push Fried Kitty over the edge, and they get it. The second ice block, they stay in the fight.
Yeah, this is massive for the Pumpers. There's not going to be another ice block available for Fried Kitty for another 2 minutes. Minpoike has to hold on for quite some time. Ironbark still available. Good offensive push onto Nerd Rage with a full Polymorph onto Drainer, but a beautiful Ring of Peace denies a little bit of damage. Disarm on Acro. He trinkets out. And now there's a swap opportunity in this matchup for the Pumpers onto Acro a little bit later on. No evasion, no trinket. Full Polymorph on Minpoike. Nicely done by Cervantes. These are the Dark Simulacrum spells we're looking for him to steal in this matchup to turn the tide in their favor. Acro's very vulnerable right now. They could easily take him down as well. Drainer gets interrupted. Nerd Rage in a kidney shot, still in some trouble. Acro's the one that's on the back foot. He has the Vanish, Cloak of Shadows, has to trade out everything to survive. Minpoike's mana is doing quite well, and with the Innervate, he should be able to top off Acro.
Neither side has much left in terms of defense, but Minpoike's drink secured them a huge mana advantage and potentially the series for their team. Everything off the back of that. Now they just need a tiny bit more damage to take Nerd Rage down. During that assault, I was expecting way more pressure. Dark Simulacrum committed by Cervantes. What did he manage to sneak away from the team of Change My Mind? If they can get a good crowd control chain within the next 19 seconds, they can easily close the fight. Drainer needs to get in there. He leads the charge. Everything rides on this push to take down Fried Kitty. Can they stay on target long enough? Fried Kitty blinks away to safety. Sharpened Blade gets activated. Nerd Rage leads the charge, but Acro deflects with Kidney Shot perfectly timed during that crowd control. Will it be enough? Acro is trying his hardest to keep his team in the tournament. He stalls it out, but I'm not sure if he can keep it going, and he can't. The Pumpers advance 3-2.
Change My Mind.
Gaming, of course, expected that Mage Alley to come out from ABC.
So Zico asked the question, what did ABC prepare in the composition kitchen? The answer is going to be Warlock and Shaman. Is this going to be enough to take down Wildcard Gaming?
Let's see if ABC have dotted their I's and crossed their T's here in game number 1, as they have been in a long-standing slump as a team overall. Again, with a good opportunity at a good performance here in the upper bracket still against Wildcard Gaming. Will this Destruction Warlock of Alec be the X factor that his team needs? Obviously, Asgroth and Jamie, veteran on that Elemental Shaman and Resto Druid combination. Morrow getting pinned down around the corner. Looney jumping over to save the day, managing to connect a couple heals in a critical moment. Later on in the match, though, that is going to be a kill for the team of ABC, and Morrow cannot afford to make positional errors such as that.
Well, Alec traded it a lot there. It was the Infernals as well as the Dark Soul, and while those cooldowns are active, Destruction Warlocks are King Wizards. Jamie in midfield now taking quite a bit of pressure. A defensive Mortal Coil coming in from Alec to sort of slow down Morrow a little bit on this incarnation as he looks to push forward and get some pressure rolling. This is a composition we've seen from Wildcard Gaming in the past. They play the Elemental Shaman with the Moonkin. When incarnation's up, they like to play very aggressive. When it is down, they like to play a little bit more passive, just try to get their damage over time effects rolling and try to out-mana attrition, basically, the enemy team. We'll have to see if Asgarath can sit down for those drinks in this matchup. I think he can with Alec in the midfield, spamming out fears and spamming out damage. It's not going to be easy for Morrow and Zeepai to push in and shut down some of those drinks.
I do think the Destruction Warlock reigns king in the Wizard Cleave meta currently enabling itself, so Alec has made a smart decision to try and bring in this specialization to find victory for his team in the upper bracket. I'm really wondering if Wildcard Gaming were expecting a Wizard Cleave matchup, because we don't often see them run this balanced Druid and Elemental Shaman if they were worried about a Rogue Mage, and ABC is obviously a veteran Rogue Mage, so they were maybe expecting that and ultimately losing the blind pick as a result of that prediction. ABC just in center field, channeling out tons of damage, and now getting denied though as Morrow's incarnation is active. How much can he get done with it is the question during that small Arcanic Pulsar window. Not too much. Jamie cycloned at kind of low health. Now they switch their attention to Asgroth, but they deny the Lightning Lasso. Good denial on Jamie's part. Looney moves across the map. Curious to see what he's trying to get done. He actually just walks into Asgarath's bash, and now Asgarath repositions to the opposite side of the map, Looney expects crowd control, activates Iron Bark, denying some of the follow-up. Ursul's Vortex holding the team in place for Alec to tee off, potentially not enough in time. Windshear denies that Dark Soul Chaos Bolt.
Yep, definitely does. Alec is slowed down on his damage. That was the Dark Soul, so now Alec's damage has fallen off quite a bit until those Infernals come up in around 30 seconds. I have to see if he opts to use them right away, and this is the kind of flexibility that we wanted to see from ABC. They were struggling against some of these teams like Wildcard Gaming and Method Black, but I think this composition that they brought, Alec on the Destruction Warlock, is really showing some of the flexibility that they have as a lineup. If they can manage to win this series against Wildcard Gaming, it's going to be huge for them. Obviously, it's going to advance them deeper in the tournament, but also it's a huge confidence booster. They've been losing against teams like Method Black and Wildcard Gaming consistently week to week, so if they can take down Wildcard Gaming here with these new compositions, I think it's going to fare well for them.
I'm curious what Wildcard Gaming can even pull out of their composition pocket against this setup in particular. Is the Balanced Druid Elemental Shaman just their best option overall when facing ABC at this current tournament? Zeepai getting caught in center field. No follow-up, though, on Alec's part. No, Ursul's Vortex pulls them back in. Actually, Chaos Bolt casted on Morrow. Would have liked to seen a bit of better coordinated assault there by ABC, splitting up their damage onto 2 targets and not really netting anything off the back end of it. Zeepai is ready and raring to go with the Lightning Lasso Stormkeeper combo. This could be devastating for Alec, but Windshear stalls Zeepai's damage for a couple of global cooldowns. Now instead, Zeepai may be switching his attention to Jamie, but really not getting too much done in this particular matchup. There is no Mortal Wounds effect, no 25% healing reduction by either composition that has been brought into the fray, and Restoration Druid healing is just so potent in general, and in this situation even more so. So it is likely that dampening is required when these compositions go head to head, but when we move deeper into dampening, you need to consider who really has the edge. Now, with an Elemental Shaman and a Balanced Druid, most of their burst damage is instant cast, which means they can line of sight and dish out tons of bursts at the same time. Alec does does not have that same luxury with Chaos Bolt being a casted spell. So if Maro and Zeepai play close to pillars and corners and line of sight Chaos Bolt and dish out Earthshocks and Star Surges, one would expect that deep into dampening that they would have the advantage. So Alec, Asgaroth, and Jamie need to find a way to pin down their target long enough for Chaos Bolt to connect if they want to find a kill.
Yeah, it can definitely be a double-edged sword, though, Alec. Although they might be able to avoid a decent amount of his damage, Destruction Warlocks do have good setup with the Shadow Fury and with the double Mortal Coil, and just one Chaos Bolt late in dampening can put Looney far enough behind where it's basically an irrecoverable situation. So definitely look out for that from Alec, although it is going to be difficult for ABC to set that up, especially during the late game. But so far, Asgaroth's been doing a really good job with his mana, consistently looking for these drinks. Looney and Asgaroth are tied in this current situation. These are one of those games where it'd be nice to see a damage meter and see exactly how much pressure both of these teams are putting out, as it does matter. It's very relevant in a matchup like this. At 6% dampening, things are going to start heating up for both of these teams, but I think it's unlikely that this matchup really ends unless a big mistake comes in until a little bit later on.
Yeah, most certainly. If mistakes are made, it could cost a blind pick. So there's a lot on the line. They need to keep a level head moving into what is likely to be a very fatiguing series. And like you said, one mistake could cost it. You want to win this blind pick, so they need to stay in the game, so to speak, if they want to find victory here on the Grand Arena. Dampening ramping up, mana establishing itself in favor of Looney, which was expected as his DPS specializations bring more instant cast damage than that of ABC. However, if you are caught in midfield, Chaos Bolt will just tear you apart. So let's see if Wildcard Gaming can keep avoiding Alec while dishing out pain deeper into dampening. Alec stun locked in center field. Zeepai and Maro are playing the pillars perfectly, and there's really no opportunity for Alec. We are going to need to see Asgaroth push forward at some point with Ursul's Vortex, something along the lines of an Ursul's Vortex, Lightning Lasso, Unending Resolve may even be necessary. So this is normally a defensive cooldown on the Destruction Warlock that reduces incoming damage, but it also has the added effect that it makes you immune to interrupts, so he can avoid Wind Shear from Zeepai and cast out a critical Chaos Bolt during his Infernals. This may be a risk that is necessary for the team of ABC to find a kill, because Wildcard Gaming's composition is so slippery and can easily avoid Chaos Bolt otherwise.
Yep, Alex still looking for Chaos Bolts in the midfield, but just can't find it. Instead, Wildcard Gaming is doing the exact strategy like you thought. Just have Alec basically mitigated. He can't do much damage when everyone's just dipping behind the pillars. Maro can still get off both of his damage over time effects on multiple targets, taxing Asgaroth's mana, but with this positioning and with the way Wildcard Gaming is playing, Asgaroth is easily able to slip away and find drinks. Now Zeepai under fire, taking a little bit of burst. Looney forced to trade out the Iron Bark to keep him alive. Alex still just playing in the midfield, trying to just punish anyone that gets in his line of sight.
Yeah, most certainly is. Alec just constantly playing in midfield, hoping that Wildcard Gaming make an aggressive push, but they don't have to. That's the advantage they have in their composition, and they're just going to play it out. And unless ABC start to become the initiators, maybe use something like the Demonic Gateway to get in and on top of Wildcard Gaming, they're just going to eventually become overwhelmed from Zeepai and Maro's damage type. We do see Jamie finally moving forward and positioning aggressively, but Alec did not push with him. Asgaroth is still hanging out very far away from the pillar. They're going to have to pick a point when they want to make a push, but as dampening ramps up higher and higher, they will just fall behind more and more, and making a push when you're behind on damage is very risky to do. Finally, some pressure finding its way towards Maro, but Swiftman immediately recovering most of that exchange. Alex cycloned as Lightning Lasso is committed onto Jamie. Asgaroth in a position, though, to easily heal him. Asgaroth playing very far away and actually running the Nourish talent, trying to be a bit more mana efficient than Looney in this particular matchup, but no massive exchange of damage just yet. I'm curious to see how high dampening actually gets in this matchup, the way that it's going. We may have to start taking bets on it potentially being the highest dampening we've seen yet.
Potentially, I want to make a statement here, and I want you to correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I really feel like Alec could be way more aggressive here. I feel like the Destruction Warlock is so tanky, has so much defense, that I don't know why he's not running in, looking for more offensive Shadow Furies, more offensive Mortal Coils, and really punishing Looney even more. Alec's just been playing so passive so far in this match. Zeepai getting punished a little bit by moving into midfield, but now securing ABC's pillar. He should be completely fine, avoiding Alec once again. Maro getting bursted down a little bit. Good pressure here from ABC. as Morrow is looking to make a push with his Incarnation, but I just feel like after Incarnation fades, once again, Wildcard Gaming, they're going to play passive and secure that advantage by just throwing out the damage over time effects and really try to tax Azgarath's mana.
I do agree that Alex should be the aggressor and chasing down the enemy team with his Demonic Gateway, but of course, he may not have a lot of experience on that Destruction Warlock, as he is typically a Mage player for his team and now trying to flex onto something new, and he may be worried or concerned about throwing the game away by playing too aggressively, and that's something that a player who is a veteran or a specialist on a certain class and specialization will know, is when they can be aggressive, when they can get in the face of their opponent and try and build pressure, or when they need to play defensive. And an inexperienced player will try and take the neutral ground and take no risks, and because of that, the other team can simply just overwhelm and take advantage of a player like that. So I would like to see Alec look for more opportunities to get aggressive, position the Demonic Gateway as a way to push in and get on top of the enemy team. Right now, both sides are playing quite neutrally. Jamie is developing quite a lot of pressure, though, for the team, having both Morrow and Zeepai at about half health. Azgarath looking to reset his mana for a late game play here as 36% dampening continues to ramp up. Finally, some Chaos Bolts have been secured as Morrow needs to get closer to the corner. He gets Earthquake stunned, but they don't actually take advantage of that to cast a Chaos Bolt. Earthquake could be very important in this matchup for Jamie to land a stun that is not on diminishing return with others for Alec to set up a Chaos Bolt. Zeepai now with Stormkeeper up, wants to get some damage out. Sky Fury Totem boosting the damage even further as they burst down Alec, but Alec in a good position for Azgarath to immediately recover.
Yeah, Looney once again trying to sneak away for a drink. He managed to get a huge drink there. ABC found some pressure, but Looney was able to stabilize. Now once again, drinking to full. Good mana lead here for Wildcard Gaming, but ABC's not doing too bad. Azgarath's been doing a great job getting some drinks as well. Now I really am curious to see who gets the late game advantage. Incarnation gets used by Morrow. This is Wildcard Gaming's opportunity to push. Alec has been sitting on the Infernals as well as his Dark Soul, and I really feel like what ABC's game plan is, they want to secure the midfield, allowing Azgarath to go for drinks, and when Wildcard Gaming gets too aggressive, Alec can use all of his offensive cooldowns to counter pressure, force Wildcard Gaming to retreat, and at that point, it might just be too late.
Yeah, the meta is all about making a giant wave push deep in, dampening and overwhelming your opponent with both defense and offense activated. If you make a mistake before you try to make a big play like that, you don't have your defense to trade while you push forward, you're going to get overwhelmed by the opposing side. And right now, they're in a decent spot as far as both teams are concerned. They have enough defense to push forward and get aggressive. I'm curious to see if Alec uses these Infernal timings right now when it's available, and then maybe looks for them again by putting them on cooldown sooner, or if he's going to hold on to this Infernal until maybe another 15% dampening and make a big push. Either way, Wildcard Gaming's damage is finally starting to stick here at 48% dampening, which means Alec will be put on a clock for this aggressive play. He's been passive throughout the entire fight, but eventually will have to make a decision, and at this deep of dampening, when he makes it, if it's the wrong one, it's going to be the end of the game for him.
Yeah, very scary situation to be in. Jamie trying to toss some heals, top himself off. Zeepai, Morrow positioned once again at the pillar, just line of sighting as many spells as possible. Alec and Jamie actually getting bursted down here. Jamie may have overstayed his welcome. Confidence in the early game can result in death in the late game, especially at 51% dampening. Azgarath forced to trade out his Iron Bark in order to keep Jamie alive as he looks to kite away and finally avoid some of the damage in this game. Morrow still doing a good job, basically forcing both Alec and Jamie super defensive, and now ABC, they're on the full retreat.
Yeah, most certainly are, and I mean, maybe Wildcard Gaming overextend, and that could be an opportunity for Alec to sneak in some Chaos Bolts, managing to get one on Zeepai. Zeepai desperately trying to get back to the corner, but Ursul's Vortex out in center field. That could have been a good opportunity to go all in with a Lightning Lasso on Zeepai. Would have liked to see that. We see Dark Soul from Alec before Call Infernal, so he's trying to bait some defensive cooldowns with this, but he's not in line of sight of anything and really can't get anything with it, so he just basically loses that. But it is a smaller cooldown, and what I mean is that it's going to be available in another minute and 39, unlike Call Infernal, which I believe is a 3 minutes. So by using that ahead of the Call Infernal, at least he's more likely to see it again.
Yep, Alec in the midfield. This is a scary situation for him to really be in, and that's why he doesn't want to push in any longer. If Alex isn't going to fully commit, he can't just sit in the midfield at 57% dampening. And I really am curious which one of these teams is going to go aggro first. Mari does have the Incarnation, but I feel like both teams are waiting to counter-engage. No one wants to fully commit. Both Druids are doing healthy on mana, and everyone is just hiding at the pillar at this point. Alec summoning his Fell Hunter, potentially looking for some damage. Interrupt it now onto Jamie, who found a Lightning Lasso onto Zeepai. You tell Wildcard Gaming they just want to slow down some of this damage. Alec finding a Chaos Bolt on Tomorrow. Decent amounts of pressure. And at this point, it's going to be really scary for Looney to heal through this pressure. Already trading out the Iron Bark. Barkskin got used as well. No team wants to fall behind. Who's going to fall first, Sid?
Yep, damage becomes much more important than healing this deep in dampening, because your healing is just reduced by 62%. So those Chaos Bolts that Morrow munched on are not going to be a snack that he wants to eat later on in the game. He's definitely going to want to be in bear form for that big burst to reduce its incoming damage and stabilize with a frenzied regeneration. We see Zeepai and Morrow getting a little bit more curious in terms of trying to push. They have left the corners and gotten into center field, but this is actually where Alec wants them. So I'm not sure if they should be out here or just wait for their opponents. They are starting to actually fall behind on mana a bit. Fortunately for Looney, he's got 2 innervates, one from his own innervate and one from Morrow, which is currently activated. So he gets a bit of free healing here to recover from the burst. And I think we may be breaking dampening records in this game unless ABC decide to get aggressive soon.
Well, this is the thing. Alec doesn't want to push in too far, because if he does, then Morrow and Zeepai get to use the pillar. That's an opportunity for them. Alec wants to pull away, forcing Zeepai and Morrow in the open so they can actually take some Chaos Bolt damage, but no team really wants to budge. Zeepai using his burst, charging into midfield. Looney moves in for a bash onto Jamie. Big damage coming in from Wildcard Gaming. Incarnation is available. If Morrow can get the Iron Bark from Asgrath, I really feel like that's what they're waiting for. Once the Iron Bark fades from Asgrath, Morrow's likely to use his Incarnation and try to close out this game. But this is a scary situation to be in. Alex still has his Infernals, his Dark Souls. Jamie's on the run. Healing Surge on himself. Can Asgrath keep him alive? He doesn't have the Iron Bark, so Jamie's actually in a lot of trouble. In the meantime, Zeepai taking some damage. Infernals gets used by Alec. He decides to pull the trigger on his defensive cooldowns. Both Shamans could fall at any minute. Astral Shift activated for both of them. These Druids just can't heal through this damage anymore. Jamie gates away. He's trying to kite everyone through Alex, who has his Dark Soul up, but Zeepai, Morrow, and Looney are able to deny, and both of these Druids are almost completely tapped on mana.
Well, Alec ran away during his call Infernals, so that's pretty bad for ABC. He waited this long and then completely whiffed on the Infernals, and 74% dampening. I don't think he's going to get a second chance at that, which is a big opportunity for Zeepai right now. He can carry the team. He's got Stormkeeper. He's got Sky Fury shortly. Maybe they just close it out here and now. Tons of damage as Alec is likely to fall even through the defense of both Unending Resolve and Ironbark. Maybe not, perhaps. Alec hangs on. Morrow is now getting counter-pressured. ABC take the hit and then come back swinging. Both Druids basically tapped on mana. I'm almost wondering if it's possible for their teams to go back to full health at this point.
I don't think so. It's 77% dampening. This is absolutely absurd. I don't think we've seen it this high in quite some time. Jamie's still low. Moonfire killing him. Flame Shock killing him at this point. Alec gets interrupted with Asgrath. Every little move these teams make matters so much. Bash onto Jamie's Lightning Lasso. Jamie knocks him into the open. Still trying to avoid some damage. Asgrath has a little bit of mana. That's going to be the cap stun onto Jamie. Cyclone onto Alec. Good control from Wildcard Gaming. Zeepai low, though, at critical health. Looney trying to stabilize him. Nice stun coming in from Jamie. Zeepai trying to line of sight, still just trying to avoid Alec at all costs. Alec is sitting duck in midfield. If they can keep up the pressure on him, that's definitely a pressure point for ABC from Wildcard Gaming.
Ooh, Alec is exposed here. He's caught in the Lightning Lasso. Maledix is soaking up the healing. They secured that on the Dispel. They can't heal through it. They got no mana. Everyone might just die in this game at this point. We might even see a 1v1 between Asgarath and Looney at this point as the pressure keeps staying this high at 82% dampening. Jamie and Zeepai trade equally as they desperately try to hold on and stabilize behind the pillar. Both teams retreating away to try and get back as much health as they can, but even Dots at this point is going to close the match out. The Druids simply can't heal anymore. 84% dampening. Lightning Lasso secured first for Jamie. Morrow dips low. He's got renewal, but at 84% dampening, it doesn't do very much. Jamie could fall. Morrow could fall. Alec could fall. Anybody could fall, but Jamie falls first. Alec gets solar beamed. He can't secure any damage, and the counter aggression is going to fail. Wildcard Gaming. Oh, ABC. They've been the team that always likes to stall and drag the fight out, but it just doesn't work for them anymore.
It doesn't seem like this is going to be one that goes back and forth, comp to comp. It looks like it is just going to be a case where we see Wildcard Gaming holding a hand that is fully stacked as they enter Dalaran Sewers and decide to try to cleave down ABC.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the upper bracket, halfway through the day. More series on their way. Will ABC find a way to outplay, or will they get slain? We will find out momentarily.
Yeah, and again, we see Wildcard Gaming now pushing forward, trying to get some pressure going onto Alec. The main win condition here is, of course, to set up those big damage combos. As we see, Blizzo taking a huge amount of damage.
Big exchange early on by ABC, finally not pulling any punches. If they can dish out enough damage like that, again, it's going to be an opportunity to just close this game out here quite quickly. Blizzo pinned down at the pillar. Alec is playing a lot more aggressively, and maybe we can attribute that to him playing on the Frost Mage, his home base. This is his main specialization, his main class. He is dealing out devastating pressure currently against Wildcard Gaming.
And you can just see how much more comfortable Alec is going to feel. He pulls so many defensive cooldowns, really only committing that ray of frost there. He still is going to have those icy veins, which can create so much more pressure. Now it is going to be Blizzo who tries to go on the offensive, but the main reason he is trying to do that is to mitigate some of the pressure that's on him. This orb is doing so much damage. Wildcard Gaming, though, going to be able to get everybody topped off. They're going to be able to brush off that push. Asgrath is going to have to use a cooldown of his very own.
Yeah. And now we see again a new push onto Alec. Asgaraf is going to be drinking, so Blizzo and Zeepa are going to try to punish that, and they manage to force out the temporal shield, maybe. Looney, though, activating that life cocoon right before he gets polymorphed up. Very nicely done. And now we're going to see Alec in a little bit of trouble. Nice ring of peace as well by Blizzo. Couldn't net them anything. We might see the temporal shield, not even going to be able to use it. Alec now going to reverse the pressure back onto Blizzo.
Yeah, and ultimately here we see that pre-life cocoon be an absolute 200 IQ play. Blizzo is so clearly the target, though, for ABC. They want to take down this monk. That is who they try to get the kill on. But when we look for Wildcard, who are they going to try to put the pressure on? Are they going to focus on the mage here?
I mean, that's what it looks like throughout most of this fight, but Blizzo just can't stay out long enough to really get anything going. Alec is soaking up a huge hit with Temporal Shield. That bounces him back to full, basically for free. Blizzo is trying to get some momentum here with Touch of Death currently activated, about to connect, but Alec blinks away from Zeepai right before it explodes, so he splits up some of that coordinated effort from Wildcard Gaming. Alec doing a great job on this mage, definitely performing much superiorly over his Warlock.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see him back on the Frost Mage. He looks super comfortable, even on this map where he is going to be a target for Wildcard Gaming. You see Alec again getting double leg sweeped here. Blizzo's trying to reverse some of that pressure. He's doing a good job with it. Has to activate his diffuse magic, though, to kind of stay on target there. As we see Asgaraf's Ironbark is going to come out. We can see Asgaraf now is going to try to top off his team. Then he's going to most likely go behind there and look for a drink. And now he is sitting down for a drink. Zeepai, though, all over that. He's going to try to shut that down, putting Asgaraf back in combat. And Blizzo is trying to reverse that pressure. Alec, though, going to be able to deflect with a Temporal Shield.
It is clear why Blizzo is the preferred kill target, though. So much pressure going out on him time and time again. But we look at ABC, and this is night and day. They are on their mains here, and you can definitely feel it. Alec is actually doing stuff. You saw him so scared on that Warlock, not even casting many Chaos Bolts until he got to like 70% dampening. And even there, when he does drop the Infernals with Supremacy, he's not able to get anything done. This is what we want to see from Alec.
Well, it comes down to comfort. I mean, you can play your ult, do well on the ladder, but when you're playing against some of the best players in the game, you need to have that confidence in order to push in. And of course, Alec on that Frost Mage, this is no strange composition. This is no strange class to him. He knows exactly what he's doing. Nice double leg sweep going to be secured there by Blizzo as he's trying to pressure down Alec in this matchup. In terms of mana, once again, Looney does have a lead. Preemptive Life Cocoon gets traded out by Looney onto Blizzo as he was caught into the polymorph. Nicely done. And we're seeing a lot of high-level Mistweaver plays from the various monks in this tournament. Before they go into crowd control, they just throw out the Life Cocoon, keep their team alive, forcing them to still allow them to play aggressive in these matchups, which is really important.
Looney has read every single incoming CC on him beautifully. I don't even think he's had to use his trinket yet. Just every single time he's like, yeah, I'll sit that. Life Cocoon's going out. I see it coming a mile away. Looney looks so fantastic, not only in dampening. Looney just looks fantastic as one of these. He's very similar to Botar. They don't necessarily need to be flashy, but they just make the right play on script time and time again. Now Blizzo going to go in, try to get some pressure rolling. He's got the Touch of Death, and he is getting a decent amount of that damage done, but he's getting some pressure returned on him.
Yeah, most certainly, and it's really been Wildcard Gaming on the back foot in terms of defensive cooldown management. However, they are winning on the mana front against Asgarath, which is the advantage of this map and why Wildcard Gaming went with a Cleave setup, even though they knew they'd be facing a Wizard Cleave composition, locking this in blind. Alec tries to get some counter aggression going, but gets denied by the leg sweep. Alec needs to get some room to breathe here. He wants to get a lot of damage out with this Icy Veins, but he's being interrupted multiple times. It's really Jamie carrying Alec in this position. He's unable to really counter-aggress, but maybe potentially they take Blizzo out. Looney's still locked down in crowd control. Anti-magic zone here. This purple shield protecting Blizzo and allowing him to stabilize, but heavy overlap in terms of the defense of Wildcard Gaming once again.
Yeah, and look at Asgarath again, sneaking away in stealth, trying to find an opportunity to drink. Looney actually gonna try to chase him down, but Asgarath was smart enough to not sit down and drink there. Instead, he just ran away in stealth and tried to drink somewhere else. Now, Looney, of course, knows about that, so he's once again chasing Asgarath. You can see it's a game of cat and mouse as Blizzo gets caught up in another lightning lasso, but there's also a stun on Alec by Zeepai, trying to slow that down. Asgarath gonna be sitting down on the opposite side again to get that drink. He has been looking for it for a long time, but he hasn't been able to find it so far. As long as Wildcard Gaming keeps stopping those drinks, they're going to be in a good spot to actually win this match.
Yeah, and Alec has actually made some really interesting talent choices in this matchup, something we haven't seen a lot of mages implement, and I actually totally agree with it. He's actually playing Lonely Winter, so he no longer has the water elemental, and it's going to allow him to empower his Ice Lances. All his Azerite traits as well are focused on that Ice Lance damage with Whiteout as well as Packed Ice. That's going to just empower his instant cast damage, as casting Frostbolts in this matchup when he's being trained down is very unlikely to actually put out any sort of significant pressure. In addition to that, he's also playing Netherwind Armor, so that's a defensive mage talent that reduces the chance you will suffer a critical strike by 15%, and I think all of those little things add up to be quite significant in a matchup like this.
It just shows his expertise on the mage as well, Zico, and we're seeing where a lot of that pressure is coming from.
And the other thing as well is that he is not playing the Comet Storm, so that means he is playing Freezing Rain. Whenever he activates his orb right there, you're going to see an instant cast Blizzard probably right there, and that means that whenever Alec goes for that Frozen Orb play, he's going to have big Ice Lance damage, and then he's also playing a build that's going to allow him to reset his Frozen Orb. You can see it's already down to 30-second cooldown. Very effective against DKs, and now, speaking of DKs, Zeepai's going to have to activate that Anti-Magic Shell because Jamie is doing tons and tons of damage.
Yep, fair trade though on Zeepai's part. Mana is evening out here deep into Dampening, and ABC are looking a lot stronger on this composition. Alec on the Mage definitely doing work here in game number 2 as Zeepai is getting bursted. Ray of Frost, double Maledict. Is he going to be able to hang on that anti-magic zone right before the Lightning Lasso? Good moves by Zeepai that allows him to stay alive throughout that attack, but now in desperation they death grip in Asgarath to try and build some momentum, but he's able to easily escape. Now they have to switch their attention to Alec. At 22% dampening, if they can't start forcing ice blocks, I don't think they'll be able to take this. The counter pressure certainly in favor of ABC. They have improved immensely at this composition.
And also, look, they've started to maybe switch their target a little bit, getting a lot of that pressure out onto Zeepai. As we get later into Dampening, Zeepai is going to be a very good target. Swap back to Blizzo now, and we can see once again ABC knowing exactly what they want to do with their main comp.
Yeah, and Alec is very durable. I really feel like that Netherwind Armor choice is really good. It's one of the most underrated honor talents that mages have, and I think when you're soaking up damage the entire game, like I said, that damage reduction really adds up. Alec's still trying to build some damage onto Zeepai, and Zeepai and Blizzo really haven't been able to get too much rolling. Once again, Zeepai under fire, taking quite a bit of burst. Asgarath's mana doing even with Looney. Neither healer has really been able to drink too much in this matchup. Right now, Looney's trying to escape, but unfortunately for him, Asgarath makes sure to shut that down, and now Looney won't be able to secure a mana lead.
Looney has at least kept his mana even with Looney, which is much more, or Looney has kept his mana equal with Asgarath, which is definitely a testament to Asgarath's capability, as on this map it is so difficult to actually sit down for a drink, but ultimately deep in Dampening, now that they've switched some of their damage and attention to Zeepai, Death Strike is so much less so potent that he may ultimately fall. Pressure in favor of Wildcard Gaming. Ring of Peace knocking Alec down the side to avoid any pressure of Jamie. He's desperately trying to get in a better position to counter-aggress this push, but they may be running out of time. Asgarath is tapped.
Yeah, Lightning Lasso going to be secured onto Blizzo by Jamie. Still decent pressure coming in from ABC. Looney almost completely tapped on mana, but Blizzo still has a lot of offensive cooldowns, ready to make a push, but they really haven't been able to get too much from Alec this entire game. Alec's been doing a good job keeping up his damage, keeping up the crowd control, staying alive. Finally, Zeepai and Blizzo able to connect. Decent damage coming out. Asgrath completely tapped on mana at this point, and his innervate's over, so now Alec could be in a lot of trouble. Although they managed to stay alive and save all these ice blocks, this could just be the momentum swing that we see. Wildcard Gaming could pull out both ice blocks here on the fact that Asgrath has basically no mana left.
Huge Ice Lance damage. That build that Alec is running is super effective in this matchup. They ice block the Touch of Karma. Blizzo's in trouble. He's out of line of sight, but that Ray of Frost was perfectly timed. Can Jamie move in and thunderstorm Blizzo out into the open? Doesn't seem to be available. Blizzo is actually just going to charge into the fight, trying to find a kill while Alec is on hypothermia and unable to use his second ice block. It's a race against the clock. Is this Fist of Fury going to deal enough damage? No. Jamie with the perfect Traveling Storms, thunderstorm into Lightning Lasso, pausing the damage potentially for hypothermia to run out. Alec needs a couple more seconds. Anti-magic zone. Good blink by Alec out of its defense. Polymorph now secured. Alec doing everything in his power to win this game for his team.
Yeah, nice polymorph onto Looney. Blizzo could still be in some trouble. He's at the pillar, manages to top himself off, but he really doesn't have too much defense. Wanting to make a push. Alec gets interrupted on Frost. Still can't use the ice block. Now forced into his second ice block of the game, and it is very unlikely that he gets a third one. All of a sudden, things are looking good for Wildcard Gaming. Blizzo can just run and hide. Karma's coming up in 30 seconds. At that point, I think Wildcard Gaming is going to be feeling more than confident enough to just put the final nail in the coffin onto Alec.
Asgarath got a tiny bit of mana, but maybe that tiny bit is enough to stay alive. If they lose this game, it's absolutely devastating for the rest of the series. Two members of Wildcard Gaming connect. There's really not much left. Mind Freeze on Asgarath's heal. Jamie is trying to back him up. Alec lands a counterspell. He's on 10%, trying to get any opportunity he can for his team, but ultimately, Wildcard Gaming are all over him, and there is nothing left for Asgarath. He connects one more Swiftmend to somehow stay alive in the fight. These Nourishes keep getting shut down by Zeepai. Alec actually stays alive. Zeepai in trouble now. Looney doesn't have anything left. Alec blinks back upstairs, gets Ring of Peace downstairs, not able to kite and avoid any damage now as a result. Asgarath trinkets to desperation. He bashes the Windwalker Blizzo to stop any amount of damage that he can to buy a little bit more opportunity for ABC to stay alive.
Alec uses the Icy Veins. They're trying to counter pressure. Can they take down Zeepai? He has nothing left. One Maledict connects. Alec, can he pull off a miracle? Surviving so late into dampening. Zeepai might ultimately fall. Looney has nothing for him, and ABC, they pull off the miracle game. Beautiful play tying up the series.
I have to say, major shout out to Jamie, crying for death, for blood. Who will fall? Wildcard Gaming, ABC, all tied up 1-1.
Yeah, and what we expect in this matchup is Nixie having high uptime on Morrow, and if he can keep Morrow in a very defensive stance in bear form, it's really going to limit the amount of offensive potential that Wildcard Gaming has available. So on paper, I actually feel like ABC has the compositional advantage.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that statement. A nice counter bash there from Morrow, step kick from Nixie, blind on Looney. He's going to trinket out of that. Very fair trade. So neither Druid is going to end up in a crowd control. And the first Maledict is being launched. Is that going to get comboed with any more? Does not seem to be the case. Nixie kind of pulling the trigger a little bit preemptively there. Nope, there's the next Maledict. Gets dispelled though, as that dispel cooldown is coming back up. Incarnation now being pressed as well by Morrow, looking for big damage. Looney though gonna get shut down again by Jamie. Beautiful place there, making sure that Looney cannot land that Bash Cyclone as we see another Maledict flying in. Everybody is playing super aggressive in this match.
Yeah, definitely. You can see Jamie was in a little bit of trouble. Already used the Astral Shift, but Asgarath, he does have the Iron Bark to deflect the next attack if he really needs to. And Morrow using his Incarnation, I feel like Jamie made a very fair trade. Looney with no trinket, susceptible to some crowd control. Nice bash being put on a Nixie to slow him down, but ABC has most of the pressure in this matchup so far. Although Morrow and Zeepai just got topped off quite easily by Looney, so we'll have to see what can get done. Kidney Shot now secured onto Zeepai. And this is what happens. If you leave Morrow open for too long, he's going to be able to get these Cyclones, which can be devastating to slow down some of the pressure that ABC has available.
Yeah, and it really comes down to drinks as well. We're going to keep our eyes open on both Druids as Asgarath is chasing Looney, trying to land that Bash Cyclone, trying to fake cast the Wind Shear of Zeepai. Zeepai, though, very, very calm with his wind shear. Gonna hold that for later. Now we see Looney going in for the bash. Not gonna try to follow that up with a cyclone though. And more lassos are flying up. Double lasso actually from both the elemental shamans as Nixie takes the brunt of that exchange. But at this point, we're gonna be looking at the mana bar. It's very unlikely that either of teams fall at this point in the game. And instead, we're gonna be looking at who goes for drinks and who gets to stop those drinks. We see Asgraf now trying to stop Looney from getting just that. And both Druids are kind of tied up in mana so far.
Yeah, and with the amount of lassos we've seen in this game so far, things are looking like a rodeo, especially onto Maro while he's in bear form. And he moves in, looking to get some pressure rolling once again. Nixie's connecting onto Zeepai, and it looks like ABC, they're turning their attention onto the Elemental Shaman. As soon as I say that, they say, no way, Venruki, you're wrong, and they switch over to Maro with a full kidney shot. Things get denied. Here we go again. Double lightning lasso. Nixie and Maro both pinned down in midfield. Really not able to accomplish too much.
Yeehaw, giddy up. We're on the path to dampening. Everybody slinging those lassos all over the place. But here we are going to see Maro drop that beam down from the sky.
Yeah, and actually, Askarov is playing the Feral Affinity. We saw him go for that Rake Stun. Now, Nixie taking a huge amount of damage there at the back of that Earthshock. Gonna be using his Cloak of Shadows to stabilize there as we see another kidney shot go on tomorrow. And the scary thing is here for Wildcard Gaming is the more dampening stacks up, the harder it will be for Maro to leave that bear form and actually get this pressure going. So the later the game goes, the more favored I would say ABC is. But if the game goes too far, then I would say the favor swings back in Wildcard Gaming's favor.
I like the swap onto Looney. Now all of a sudden Jamie's damage on Maro and Zeepai. Looney's falling a little bit further behind. Vendetta was committed there as well. Looney had to trade out his his bark skin, trying to avoid some damage coming in from Jamie, but all three members are chasing him down. Zeepai in the meantime taking quite a little bit of burst, looking for the lightning lasso on Nixie to try to slow down ABC just a little bit. In terms of mana, Asgarath is a little bit behind, but things are relatively even.
Yeah, this is a lot more evenly matched than I would have expected, and this is unfortunate for Wildcard Gaming because this was their map pick. This was their comp advantage. This is the swing match. So ABC bringing in a surprise composition, mixing it up, and now suddenly switching the tables here and taking advantage of the map pick and the comp pick. So ABC definitely still have a couple of tricks up their sleeves against Wildcard Gaming.
Oh, Looney is looking for another drink. If he gets this, is big. Look at Maro playing goalkeeper here, cycloning everybody up. But Asgaraf, he is on top of things, dropping that vortex where he knows Looney is. Didn't manage to get any mana off the back of that. Now Asgaraf looking for a drink himself, but Maro very, very quick there to shut that down as we see the kidney shot lasso comboed onto Zeepai by Jamie and Nixie. And another thing to note is that later on in the game when Looney goes for these drinks, if Nixie can vanish and drop a sap, he can actually net his team a big crowd control for free essentially at the back of that. So it can be potentially very scary for Looney to go for those drinks later on. Looney though gonna be sitting in that blind. I actually like that because now Nix is gonna force to use his vanish, sap, and if Looney trinkets out of the sap, there we go. Now the threat of him getting sapped when he's drinking is completely gone. Very heads up play there from Looney, and that's why he is the king.
Yep, King Looney showing his dominance in this matchup, has a mana lead over Asgarath. Nixie once again caught into the lightning lasso. Zeepai trying to get some pressure. Good backup from Jamie. Gets the wind shear instantaneously. Now Maro with his incarnation looking to get kind of aggressive. Looney basically realizing his team with that incarnation, they're going to be able to get some damage out. Now once again looking for the drinks. But Asgarath, he's been doing a great job shutting that down. Nixie even throwing in some distracts. And I think on this map, he can basically throw that distract from any point in the map and slow down Looney as long as he keeps eyes on where he's trying to re-stealth.
Huge swing here for ABC, trying to gun down Zeepai and force an astral shift if they can get it just as dampening sets foot, and the mana is so critical for Looney. It could be pivotal in their ability to win this match. If not, Wildcard Gaming will keep their swing match advantage for Game 5. It's of utmost importance that ABC find victory here on hook point. Smoke bomb gets dropped. Zeepai thunderstorms it, but Nixie immediately reconnects with the Shadow Step. Astral Shift gets traded. Feral Affinity picked from Asgarath. He may be the X factor to add in some extra damage for his team. Zeepai dipping very low on health here,
Jamie.
but now counter-engaging towards Jamie. He ducks around the corner to try and recover. Both teams are unlikely to regenerate mana in this close-quartered combat.
Yep, Asgrath once again in cap form, looking to get some damage rolling for his team. And like you said, Sid, it is unlikely at this point either of these Restoration Druids can really go for a drink. Luna gets caught into the pounce stun, into a full Cyclone. Nicely done by Asgrath, setting up his team. Zeepai getting low. Lightning Lasso, Zeepai doing everything he can to survive. Mara with Cyclones on Nixie as well. But now Nixie reconnects with the Garrote Silent. Big pressure. This Assassination Rogue's going to be able to put out huge damage. And ABC with the swing match victory turn this series on its head.
And with a very interesting
and a win on the mana later on in the game.
Which type of Windwalker DK are we going to see? The answer to that question may ultimately show us who is moving forward and who is dropping to the lower portion of our bracket.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is match point for ABC, and Runes of Lordaeron, as it is a cemetery, would be a fitting final resting place, and I'm speaking quicker than you, Vinruki, so you can't steal my line this time. Got him.
Yep, got him. Blizzo already using the diffused magic. A little bit of pressure, and I expect in this matchup, Blizzo to be the main pressure point for ABC, trying to get damage rolling onto Wildcard Gaming immediately. Jamie's taking most of the burst, though, as Zeepai and Blizzo just relentlessly training him down. And I'm curious to see which one of these Druids actually ends up having a mana lead. Nixie now, he's going to be sitting on Looney, trying to create some pressure for his team, and maybe just trying to dot up everyone, forcing Looney to keep heal over time effects on all three members. A big setup now onto Blizzo. Fortifying Brew should be able to deny it for now. Nixie is still all over Blizzo. Blizzo's getting low, has to use the Fist of Fury defensively. The Turbo Fist ports away, really low on HP. Looney has to reconnect some heals. Blizzo with his Transcendence ports behind the tomb and gets topped off quite quickly by Looney, but that was a very scary setup.
Yeah, Expel Harm and Death Strike are the main defense for both Blizzo and Windwalker, and Death Knight Zeepai. It's going to be very difficult to get through that consistent healing that they bring on those specializations. Equally so, Jamie is running Spectral Recovery, which means his Ghost Wolf heals for percentage-based healing, which makes him quite difficult to take down, and Nixie can bring in the Crimson Vial for a big incoming heal. So both teams bringing similar levels of durability. They both have the Mortal Wounds effect to reduce healing, and I think this is still a pretty evenly fought fight. I'm not sure the best strategy for the side of Wildcard Gaming. Maybe it is to go after Asgarath and also attack Nixie while running at the healer. Currently, they're trying to go after Jamie and cleaving down Nixie, but Blizzo is just taking so much damage.
Yeah, Jamie's not an easy target for the Windwalker Death Knight to go after. Blizzo, depending on his talents, I'm curious to see if he is running the Tiger Eye Brew. Windwalker monks are not known for taking down high armor targets without that Tiger Eye Brew specialization. And I'll be able to tell you guys quite quickly, he's not actually running it. So Blizzo's damage will be limited on Jamie, especially if Jamie is able to kite. Kidney shot now on Blizzo once again. He actually preemptively used the Touch of Karma. Trinkets out, wanting to get really aggressive on Jamie, but Jamie's just been able to so easily kite both Blizzo and Zeepai. Hasn't really been taking too much damage. The only real lead that we see for Wildcard Gaming is the fact that Looney has more mana than Asgarath.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a significant advantage, but obviously Wildcard Gaming have been on the back foot defensive cooldown-wise. Finally, securing some double crowd control, Touch of Death. Big push here for Wildcard Gaming. They have to stay alive in the tournament. If they lose this game, they'll be knocked down to the lower bracket to face against Method Black so early on in the tournament. It would be devastating for either team to have to go head-to-head so soon. Wildcard Gaming are dancing a dangerous dance here on match point against ABC. This composition they broke out has been super effective for them so far, facing down Wildcard Gaming. It could be the X factor to stay alive in the upper bracket. Blizzo once again managing to escape, but for how much longer?
Yeah, I don't know how much longer he's gonna have. He still has the diffuse magic. He's trying to kite away, but Nixie just throwing those daggers keeps the poisons up. Looney escapes, gets the heals he needs onto Blizzo to keep him alive. Turbo Fist as well, parrying all the incoming attacks from Nixie. That new honor talent for Windwalker Monk paying dividends in this matchup for Blizzo, but every time he uses Fist of Fury just to survive, he's missing out on a lot of damage opportunity onto Jamie. So unfortunately for Wildcard Gaming, we haven't really seen too much pressure for them in this matchup. Like we kind of said, the only real pressure point they have is Asgarath's mana, and if he can ever sneak away for a drink, I feel like ABC has this.
Nice Thunderstorm on that Raise Abomination. It's getting absolutely no uptime. That's really good defensive management on Jamie's part. His Thunderstorms have been critical to his team's victory overall in this series. Perfect Ursul's Vortex timing onto Looney, pinning him out in the open for Jamie to rain down terror with tons of lava burst pressure. Nixie gunning down Looney. Looney trying to jump to safety, but out in the open against Jamie is not that safe. Immediately realizing that's a mistake, tries to duck around the cart in the ooze. Looney cannot afford to make a mistake like that later on.
I'm curious what Nixie just trinketed, actually. I think he may have just trinketed air. I didn't see a stun on him, but I might have missed that. Nixie now with no trinket, no evasion, no Cloak of Shadows, no feint. Very vulnerable target for Blizzo and Zeepai to take down. They actually have Touch of Death available too, so potentially might want to commit to a full-on swap over onto Nixie. Doesn't look like it though. Looney throwing a bash onto him, just trying to control him up a little bit. Jamie now caught into the full stun. Nixie uses his Vanish, or actually just gets a re-stealth. Try to peel up the team of Wildcard Gaming. Askarath still doing great on mana. Throws out his Iron Bark, full blind on Looney. Is he going to trinket? Looks like he's just going to sit it for now. Really wants to force Nixie to use that Vanish like we kind of talked about on the last map, Hook Point. Once Nixie commits his Vanish, then Looney's feeling a lot safer to actually use his trinket and escape.
All right, Asgarath, you've got very significantly less mana than Wildcard Gaming, Looney's counterpart. There is good openings to kill Nixie moving forward here as his defense is basically cracked wide open. We could even see an attack towards Asgarath deeper into dampening as it has just set into the match. Raise Abomination currently chasing down a target. Curious to see if Jamie uses that Thunderstorm to get distance away from it. We do see a swap from ABC going after Looney. They've got Wildcard Gaming on match point. Do they have enough damage to take them out here in game number 4? Potentially they do. Couple Vivifies will not be enough, and Looney falls. ABC's surprise composition. We have not seen it yet in the cups.
That Ellie Warlock yet again. 61% of you think that Change My Mind will take it. Octogone, a new challenger in the arena, but they are going to try to step it up, and they're going to try to prove 39% of you wrong.
I was really happy to see Empire's performance in the series earlier today. He's definitely showing that he's a top dog on that Elemental Shaman, but going head-to-head with Change My Mind on Rogue Mage is going to be a test that he may not be prepared to pass. Sap on Empire. They are looking for Leanne in stealth. Erytros activates Infernals as his first global cooldown, maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself there.
I actually like it. I don't mind trying to deny the Rogue Mage setup, at least initially. Although the problem is, Change My Mind really didn't commit too much in that opener, so they didn't have to run away. It's not like they used Icy Veins and then had to run, or Vendetta and have to run. They really aren't getting counter pressured that much. Acro right now caught into the bash, a little bit of pressure, as Empire does seem to be the main target of choice for Change My Mind. Putting out a little damage there, but ultimately he will survive.
Yep, both teams stable here in the initial stages, and even though the Infernals ended up whiffing, they did at least zone out the team of Change My Mind, as you were trying to point out, and that's very important against a Rogue Mage. Now Acro getting counter-pressured, Lightning Lasso, Empire sneaks around the corner. They fear Fried Kitty to deny any sort of counter-spell denial. Minpoike trades equivalently with that Iron Bark and stays in the fight. Minpoike now jumping on top of Leanne to engage some crowd control. Erytros deflects it away for now. Erytros with great defense there. Mortal Coil denied Fried Kitty, Fear denied Minpoike. Octogone definitely showing that they're a top caliber team.
Definitely Change My Mind. Main target in this matchup so far is Empire. I think if the game does go on late enough, Erytros becomes a decent target for the Assassination Rogue. And I think that's definitely a strategy change that Change My Mind can implement a little bit later on in the game. But for now, Erytros is just way too difficult to take down. So putting most of your attention onto Empire and just trying to avoid Erytros at all costs. Avoid the Shadow Furies, avoid the Chaos Bolts, avoid the Fears is the name of the game for Change My Mind.
Yeah, most certainly. Finally, pressure here for Change My Mind, going after Empire. Crowd control secured onto Leanne, but Empire already in a great position far away from Acro, and Erytros once again taking good control of the enemy team while his healer is crowd controlled. So as I said earlier on in the day, when you're playing with double spellcaster, so in this case a Warlock and an Elemental Shaman, Empire is the one being attacked. There's a lot of pressure put on you as the member of the team being attacked. So your main priority is to stay alive and position yourself in a spot where your team can assist you and counter pressure. So Empire ran into the middle of the map so his team could deflect them away, then use the gateway to escape to safety on the opposite side of the map. Now if you're the member of the team not being attacked, so in this case Erytros on the Warlock, your main job first and foremost is to do as much damage as you physically possibly can, but also notice the moments when your healer is in crowd control. So right now with that red box next to Minpoike, that is a cheap shot, but now that that red box has disappeared, now a blind, now he uses Trinket to remove that. Whenever there's there's a red box next to Leanne's frame, it's Eritros's job to then use Fear, Mortal Coil, Spell Lock, Shadow Fury, all of his crowd control in his toolkit to stop Acro and stop Fried Kitty from attacking their targets. So Eritros needs to see those windows, deny the windows, and then look to counter-aggress immediately afterwards. So far, they're doing a great job in terms of denial, but their counter-aggression has been lacking.
Leanne actually a little bit behind in mana. I think that's because Fried Kitty, he is playing the Kleptomania talent to empower his spell steal. It makes it a 30-second long cooldown, but he can remove every single heal over time effect that Leanne has up. So if they get any crowd control on Leanne, they press the spell steal, Kleptomania removes every single one of those heal over time effects, and that becomes very expensive for Leanne to put up all those heal over time effects once again. Minpoike sitting down for a drink. I think he's going to be resetting his mana to full. Fried Kitty traded out one of his ice blocks.
Big Chaos Bolt. Huge throw.
I'm not exactly sure. Did Fried Kitty just trade that out as a crowd control breaker? I'm not sure.
He's throwing the game away right now. Minpoike's caught in a fear. I think he was trying to respect the Chaos Bolt. Eritros ramped up for a massive one, so rather than taking it and maybe dying, he just wanted to ice block and immune it, but he was really healthy there. I'm not sure if it was necessary, and it almost cost his life later on, but now he's trying to counter-aggress, activating that Icy Veins, and with that cooldown activated, you can see Eritros trying to control the battlefield with some fears, now trying to counter-aggress. Since Leanne is not in crowd control, there is no box next to his frame. Eritros is focusing more on maximizing his damage and counter-pressuring Change My Mind. Leanne now, while Change My Mind are pinned against the pillar, is trying to drink, regenerate his mana, and build a lead there. Good awareness all around by Octogone.
Yeah, definitely, Fried Kitty. That was a scary moment. I'm not exactly sure what he ice blocked, but he will have his third ice block coming up in around 5 minutes once Cold Snap does reset, and he should be feeling pretty healthy with one available. Acro now taking a little bit of pressure, activating his Feint. It's a very low cooldown damage reduction that rogues have. If you time it well enough, you can avoid a lot of damage. Acro now with the Death from Above, Kidney Shot onto Empire, looking for some pressure. That's a talent that Acro is using. It gives him a little bit more mobility in this matchup. You can see him fly into the sky and then take a nosedive right at his target. It's a decently long cooldown, but when it is active, it allows him to stay on target a little bit longer.
Yeah, it definitely does. Leanne making a trade here for his Gladiator's Medallion on Blind, a typical trade that a healer is going to make, as it is the longest instant crowd control available from the team of Change My Mind, and it lines up perfectly with a 2-minute timer. But as a healer, if you make that trade, what you open yourself up to is a swap. So I'm curious if Change My Mind are going to change targets now and go after Leanne in the next attack. It doesn't appear to be the case, as Acro has already committed his Vanish aggressively onto Empire, but now Eritros looks to counter-aggress. Tons of damage as Acro overextends. Cloak of Shadows at very low health, almost going down. Bit of a misplay on the part of Acrolals as he got over-aggressive against Octogone, and that's the counter window that I was talking about. Eritros takes full advantage.
Yeah, excellently done. Good counter pressure by Octogone at 7% dampening. Things are starting to heat up. Minpoike now caught into the fear. Acro really doesn't have too many defensives. He has to be careful now with no Cloak of Shadows, no Vanish. He just committed his Vendetta, but he has to run on it and really not able to capitalize on that offensive cooldown. That's not the position you want to be in as Change My Mind in this matchup. All three members look to retreat. Acro now moving in, gets the Growth Silence onto Empire, trying to make something happen for his team, but stuck in midfield. Eritros has been punishing Change My Mind so much in this matchup so far.
All right, Empire exposed in midfield, taking huge hits, but Leanne is able to recover quite effectively. Now at 10% dampening. It is still an evenly fought fight at this point, although a couple close calls for Change My Mind, and indeed dampening a close call like that is going to be a kill. Octogone need to keep a level head here as the newcomers in a newly formed roster, obviously with good experience with Leanne there as a BlizzCon competitor, as well as Eritros on that Destruction Warlock. Empire is doing a solid job for his first showing as well. Octogone could be a strong newcomer in the tournament scene. Let's see if they can pull it off here against Change My Mind in the blind pick, where I would have said that Change My Mind actually won the composition advantage, but in terms of pressure, Octogone are all over them.
Yeah, that is true. There is good pressure from Octogone in this matchup. 15% dampening. Ironbark gets connected by Minpoike. If we look at mana, Leanne has a slight edge at this point, but Empire is the one that could potentially fall. Acro's still all over him. He has the Vendetta available in 27 seconds, but Empire, he still has the Astral Shift. He's just kiting, and if you pay attention to Empire's positioning, basically what he's trying to do is bring Minpoike, bring Fried Kitty, bring Acro into the midfield so Eritros can really tee off with the Chaos Bolts and the Fears. That's the main objective. Just kite in the open, force them to cross the map, but Minpoike, intelligently, he's going to be sitting down for a drink, looking to reset his mana, and if he gets it off, all of a sudden, there's a big mana lead here for Change My Mind.
All right, we see Minpoike caught in crowd control. They can't afford to make any mistakes, but Empire is the one who's taking the brunt of this exchange. Most certainly as Acro goes in to maybe net a kill for his team. He's getting counter-aggressed by the Chaos Bolts. Can Eritross pull off a kill before Empire falls? We're about to find out here. Acro so low on health. Maledict's coming in. Empire gates to safety, but Lian gets caught. He wasn't able to gateway along with Empire. Double Mortal Coil. Lightning Lasso with no trinket. Huge Chaos Bolts in game number 1. Barely able to stay alive. Counterspell denies that Lightning Lasso. Now Acro on the attack. Kidney shot. Smoke bomb gets dropped. Huge damage. Mark for death and venom. Tons of pressure. Empire holds on. Gladiator safeguard proccing a shield, allowing Lian more time to breathe and recover. Eritross out of the fight though in that polymorph. He cannot counter-aggress. Vendetta gets popped, but Acro unable to really dish out a ton of damage just yet.
Yeah, manages to get the re-stealth. Double Garrote, silence. Lightning Lasso coming in from Empire. Good backup there by Fried Kitty. Blinks in, gets the counterspell. Acro looking to get aggressive on Empire. There's Ironbark available for Lian, but that's the last line of defense. Once that fades, Change My Mind, they might just be able to push Octogone over, especially if they have any crowd control on Lian. And unfortunately for Octogone, Lian's way behind on mana. Minpoike sat down once again, got a drink, completely refreshed his entire mana pool. The only pressure point here for Change My Mind is Acro, and I feel like if he plays safe enough, it's going to be really difficult for Octogone to take him down.
Yeah, it will. We see Infernals have landed. Eritross ramping up with that Rain of Fire, trying to get that Supremacy stacked, and a free casted Chaos Bolt. This next Chaos Bolt from Eritross could net a kill if they can't deny it. The Shadow Fury and Minpoike. Eritross needs to get in line of sight. He fears Fried Kitty, hopefully to get him in line of sight, but unfortunate pathing. Eritross's timing with Supremacy is full. This Chaos Bolt could hit huge. Ironbark soaks up the hit, as well as that feint. Good reaction by both Acro and Minpoike, denying that Chaos Bolt window. Fried Kitty line of sighting the follow-up Chaos Bolt as well. Both ice blocks now available, deep into dampening. Mana basically even as both these teams will continue swinging. Acro Shadow stepping into the fight. Comet Storm to follow up, but Spell Lock secured on Minpoike, potentially putting him behind. No follow-up. Acro and Fried Kitty look all right. Double Mortal Coil, but he polymorphed the Mortal Coil. Eritross not able to cast any spells off the back of that. Lightning Lasso gets denied. Maledict actually committed here by Fried Kitty over onto Empire. Minpoike crossing center field to initiate a crowd control chain. Can he get the chain? He gets wind sheared by Empire. Good denial on part of Octogone once again.
Yep, Lian did manage to sneak away and get some mana during that exchange as well, so evening up on mana with Minpoike. Minpoike with the Innervate should be able to keep his team stable. Bash on Acro. Do they have the damage to take him down? Safeguard keeping him alive for now. Cloak of Shadows in the nick of time. That new trinket, Gladiator Safeguard, keeping him alive in those critical moments. Ironbark connected by Minpoike with a triple Shadow Fury coming in from Eritross. Nicely done. The pressure's not over here for Octogone. They're really looking to take down Acro.
Yep, most certainly Acro will be a vulnerability and a liability deep into dampening, as he is the only melee member of this match. If he overextends his positioning, he will be exposed to the spellcasters Eritross and Empire, and he may opt to just play defensive until he has Cloak of Shadows in 1 minute and 30 seconds. I wouldn't even blame him here in the lower bracket as his team faces elimination from the competition. Eritross with Dark Soul active is looking to ramp up his damage. This is a big window, and Acro is disrespecting it. Minpoike tries to buy time with this Ironbark. It may not be enough defense at 40% dampening. Wind shear onto Minpoike's heel. Eritross sets up for a Chaos Bolt with that Dark Soul. Tons of damage. Smoke Bomb denies the follow-up one. Good reaction by Acro, but Lian gets into the bomb to start healing up Empire. Minpoike tries to get a chain initiated off the back of this bash, but not able to find it. Lian's now out of crowd control, desperately trying to stabilize Empire here. Vendetta dealing tons of damage at 42% dampening. Empire makes a trade to re-stabilize, but gets cycloned at low health by Minpoike. Both Druids basically tapped on mana, but Lian has actually managed to get into stealth, maybe sneak away and get a drink. Minpoike is looking for him in stealth as well, immediately jumping on that, and now Empire is ultimately getting crushed under the power of Change My Mind in game number 1. Good showing by Octogone, but I can't say that I didn't expect otherwise. Potentially we see Octogone go all in here on game 2. It would be interesting to see what happens if they go head-to-head with all-out aggression.
Definitely. We'll have to see what their strategy is. In the last game, we really saw Empire kite Acro, Fried Kitty, and Minpoike into the open, which allowed Eritros to actually get some pressure rolling. And I think, once again, that's going to be the name of the game. You just want to allow the Destruction Warlock to get as many casts off. They have a lot of control, a lot of burst damage. The only problem with the Destruction Warlock is you can easily get line of sighted, so Empire just has to make sure he's always having someone from Change My Mind in the open exposed for the Destro Warlock to actually get some damage.
All right, Eritros once again with good defense. Empire with great counter engage, but a counterspell equally matched by Fried Kitty as both teams stabilize through the initial attack from both sides at this point. And it looks to be the case that we're going to play at center pillar. Triple Shadow Fury, Empire lining up a Stormkeeper, but Icy Veins is lined up. They're actually going after Minpoike, maybe trying to catch one of the Druids off guard. With Feral Affinity, you lose out on some damage reduction, and you lose out on Frenzied Regeneration. So Octogone may be looking for that opportunity to take down Minpoike. He's got to be ready for that, because one Lightning Lasso and a Chaos Bolt could be curtains.
Yeah, definitely. Acro's still holding on to that Vendetta. We'll have to see when he decides to really pull the trigger with that. That's the main offensive cooldown that an Assassination Rogue has in this matchup, and it's likely gets paired with a Kidney Shot and the Kleptomania coming in from Fried Kitty, and that's what makes a lot of these setups coming in so devastating. There's Fried Kitty, uses the Kleptomania, full Kidney Shot secured on Empire. Do they use the Vendetta? Exactly what I said. Now Empire forced a Trinket, use the Astral Shift. He's looking to run away. Leanne trying to stabilize his health, but that was a nice clinical setup coming in from Change My Mind. And what ends up happening when those setups consistently land is Octogone falls further and
further. Huge hit on Acro, making a trade there in what could have been the final seconds of this second game. Empire and Acro both equally behind now in this fight, and opportunities for both sides. Smoke Bomb is available. Acro could make a big play here should he decide to commit it, but it is not necessary as Leanne is locked out in Cyclone. But they could Smoke Bomb at the end of the Cyclone. I'm curious to see if they go all in. Another Cyclone secured. Empire could go down. He tries to gate to safety back in the starting area, and it manages to do so with Eritros getting a couple of Conflagrate roots that entrenched in Flames Honor Talent, paying its weight in gold right now, preventing Acro from reconnecting to his targets. Once again, good defense on the part of Eritros.
Definitely. Empire still managing to stabilize off of that defense. Leanne's mana not doing great. Already down to around 50%. Minpoike playing the Feral Affinity finds the Pant Stun onto Leanne into a full Cyclone. Now Empire in a lot of trouble. And I think that's one thing we haven't talked about too much is Minpoike getting these restelts, allowing him to stun up Leanne into a full Cyclone consistently is allowing Fried Kitty and Acro the setup potential where they can actually get some damage rolling onto Empire. So I like what Minpoike has been doing so far in this matchup. Now Minpoike going down for a drink. I feel like being the all-star of this team so far in this series.
Yeah, most certainly. Octogone locking the small map makes me think they wanted to deny drinks more easily, and that's definitely something they could do in this specific match, but they've actually been the ones behind on mana, and I'm going to attribute that to Acrolal's Assassination Rogue bringing in the Wound Poison. It brings a Mortal Wounds effect, which reduces healing by 25%, whereas the team of Octogone don't have access to that same healing reduction, which is costing more mana from Leanne because he has to heal through 25% reduction of his healing, which is ultimately costing him a lot of mana. Also Changed My Mind doing a lot of good hit and runs in this during this window of opportunity with Infernals down. Acro definitely needs to run. Eritros is trying to set up off the back of a Fear. Shadow Fury, good combo by Eritros. Chaos Bolt connects. Gets deflected by Iron Bark of Minpoike. Now Eritros actually using the Glider's Medallion to hold Acro in place. Beautiful Conflagrate route into the Lightning Lasso. Great combo of crowd control initiated by Octogone, but ultimately gets dropped by Change My Mind. Potentially not. Bash. Acro really disrespecting the damage there. Finally trades the Cloak of Shadows and stays in the fight. And of course, later in the match into deeper dampening. Situation like that is more than likely going to be a kill.
Yeah, definitely. Acro does have his Vanish available, so he does have that safety net if he really needs it. Vendetta, as well as the Smoke Bomb now available, but all three members, actually, Eritros doesn't have his Trinket, but I feel like he's not an optimal target here. Kidney Shot gets dropped out by Acro onto Empire, looking for some damage. Kleptomania as well, but Leanne responds with the Iron Bark, exactly what he needs to do. Minpoike getting stopped on his Cyclone as he looks to crowd control Leanne. Good denial there by Eritros. Now because of that, Empire should be completely fine. Leanne actually triggered out of the blind. Now there's a window of opportunity where they might be able to take down Empire. What we're going to want to see is Minpoike land or re-stealth. If he can re-stealth, move in, get the pounce into Cyclone, Cyclone, Cyclone on Leanne with Vendetta used by Acro on Empire, that's definitely a chance for them to close out this game in the next couple of setups.
It would certainly be a window of opportunity for Change My Mind to jump through. Crowd control on Lian. It looks like Empire is going to evenly trade with Acro's Vendetta. I think that is a smart response, however, opens him up to a smoke bomb kill. Empire cannot afford to move too far away. The pressure is still mounting. Change My Mind are looking to mount an advance to match point here against Octogone. Empire's looking to make an escape, but gets stunned. There's the smoke bomb. Lian is very far away and trying to cross the map, but gets clotheslined by Minpoike. Great crowd control by Minpoike. Acro now has to carry the team with damage. Can Fried Kitty get in line of sight? He's got Frozen Orb. I'm very surprised to not see it already dropped. Frozen Orb. Acro reconnects. Triple Cyclone Chain on Lian. Might not be enough. Empire's managed to kite it out just long enough to stay alive.
Yeah, that was nicely done by Eritros. Got a nice fear on the Fried Kitty, and unfortunately he wasn't able to get any damage off during that crowd control chain. Unfortunate for Change My Mind. They could have closed out the game right then, right there. Now at 6% dampening, things are starting to heat up. Lian has a mana lead right now over Minpoike. Basically twice the mana. Minpoike's going to have to look for some drinks in this matchup relatively soon if he wants to stabilize his mana.
Yeah, but they picked Blackrock Hold to deny drinks from Minpoike, so if they don't, it would be a little bit of a toss-up. And right now, Minpoike didn't actually get any mana back off that. His team is actually initiating crowd control to try and end the match. So rather than sitting down and drink, he's going to move in and get a Cyclone. Empire isolated once again. He needs 4 more seconds. He's going to use that Demonic Gateway to escape. The Entrenched in Flames Conflagrate Root into a Mortal Coil. Good crowd control by Eritros, buying time for Empire to catch a couple of healing surges and start to stabilize. Lian, though, not able to get, now finally reconvening. Lightning Lasso gets counterspelled. Good interrupt by Fried Kitty, allowing Acro to escape safely. Vendetta available for Acro. I'm curious to see if he's going to mix it up, go after a different target, as I believe both Restoration Druids are playing the Feral Affinity. I'm going to double check that right now.
Yeah, definitely good opportunity to take a look at some of the talents. Fried Kitty getting low, getting bursted down into the first ice block. Really good damage there by Empire. I don't think Eritros was really able to help him out too much. Kitty still not topped off, and Poike hasn't found the heals. Finally connecting a huge one. Full blind now on Lian. Kitty shot on Empire. Polymorph on Eritros. Beautiful triple crowd control coming in from Change My Mind. Now a sap on Lian, forcing him to trinket and throw out the Iron Bark. Empire did manage to hold on to his trinket and his Astral Shift, so he has those defensives available for the Icy Veins rotating up here for Fried Kitty. Now Octogone has been doing a good job making sure they always have at least one answer for these offensive pushes coming in from Change My Mind.
Yep, good trades on Octogone's part. They've definitely got solid defense, but in order to win a game, you eventually have to find a way to attack and kill your opponents. So even though they're looking impenetrable, if they can't find any opportunities to attack, they're inevitably going to lose. They've got Call Infernals available in 1:42, but now they need to focus on surviving as the Frozen Orb has been placed. The back end of the Vendetta exchange. Eritros is Empire with good coordination there. Shadow Fury into a Thunderstorm. Acro is slowly marching his way back to the fight, biting a Chaos Bolt by Eritros. Mana now in favor of Change My Mind. It's looking good for them here on Blackrock Hold. The small map pick by Octogone is sort of backfiring. Maybe not. Fear into Chaos Bolt. Multiple. I would have liked to maybe seen those casted on Acro with no Cloak of Shadows, but the Mage Fried Kitty is still a better target than no target.
Yeah, definitely. You might as well dump that damage where you can, although it seems like in these matchups so far, Acro really has been the best target for them to go after. They did manage to get an ice block from Fried Kitty, but I think forcing Acro to use his Vanish, use his Cloak of Shadows defensively is a good opportunity for Octogone to limit the offensive capabilities of Change My Mind, especially as we move a little bit later. Full stun on Lian, gets caught into the pound stun. Is there going to be a follow-up Cyclone? Unfortunately, Minpoike gets denied. Nicely done by Empire once again. He's been playing such a good solid defense in this matchup. Acro has the Vendetta coming back up, then Fried Kitty uses the Icy Veins. They need to try to pull something with the Icy Veins cooldown. That'll create a window of opportunity, but a big swap over on him. Minpoike. Smoke Bomb gets dropped out offensively and defensively. Minpoike keeps himself alive off the back of that Gladiator Safeguard. Now Empire still getting low, full blind on Lian, opting not to trinket just yet. Really wants to have Acro commit his Vanish. Acro does. Blind full sap. Empire could be in some trouble. Lian forced to trinket out. Wants to connect that Iron Bark as soon as possible, but he's playing it a little bit greedy, holding on to it. That 30% dampening, it might be difficult for him to actually top off Empire at this point.
I would have liked to see the Lightning Lasso saved and used on Minpoike. They already got most of his defense. Now with the Call Infernals down, maybe they could have taken him out. Instead, Minpoike just retreats away and looks to sit for a drink. Acro will equivalently exchange his Cloak of Shadows for Minpoike to regenerate mana, but Lian as well is sitting down for a drink as both teams look to reset their mana pools at 30% dampening. Changed My Mind come out ahead, though. The only thing that's going in favor of Octogone is the cooldown management of Minpoike being a bit misplaced and mistimed. I do want to see them attack Minpoike. That Feral Affinity is a risky choice on his part, and if he gets caught for even a second out in the open at 32% dampening, he's definitely going to be taken down. Let's see if Octogone can find that opportunity to open up on him. Minpoike leads the start of this fight with a Rake Stun onto Erytros, but no follow-up just yet. Looking to try and crowd control Lian out of this bash. They do find the Cyclone. Perfect timing here. Counterspell to deny any support from Erytros. Empire on the run, but held in place from Ursul's Vortex. This is well coordinated by the team of Change My Mind as they look to stay on target and close this game out. Erytros stalls it out for a couple seconds. Triple crowd control defense on his part. Empire manages to sneak into the starting room with that Demonic Gateway, utilizing the map quite effectively to stay alive through that kill window.
Yeah, Empire still low. Garrote Silence activated by Acro as he looks to close out the game. There's a full kidney shot. Lian gets Cyclone. He wasn't able to activate the Iron Bark. Empire could just fall. Astral Shift does get used. Gladiator Safeguard as well. That's one of the last lines of defense Empire really has available to him. Ooh. Nice offensive Cyclone coming in from Minpoike. Minpoike's been dominating in this matchup. Lian tries to shut him down with a bash. Acro assists him with a Garrote Silence, as well as a stun over onto Erytros. Erytros with a nice counter onto Minpoike. Minpoike's getting low. Barkskin, Iron Bark, everything has been committed for him to stay alive, as well as his trinket. He's still not out of the woods yet. Acro looking to counter pressure Empire. Lian has to respond with his Iron Bark. These setups from Octogone onto Minpoike really punishing this offensive play have been the best chance they've had so far in this match to win, but I don't know how much longer Empire can really hold on.
I'm not sure either. He's doing his best here. Pinned down at the pillar. Lian still locked down in crowd control. Empire pre-Ghost Wolf's the setup, but at 41% dampening, he's not nearly going to have enough healing to sustain himself. And Change My Mind look to advance to match point. I thought Empire was going to strike back. They need a comeback train, choo-choo, if they want to. Can they press the tickets to get aboard is the question. I'm starting to think that they're not going to be able to. This is looking a little bit desperate, but at least on Tolvaron Arena, they've got a lot of open space to work with.
Yep, definitely the biggest map in the pool. Now let's see what happens. Acro and Stealth moving forward. Both of the mages are in visibility right now. They can't see basically anyone on the map. They have to rely on their teammates to tell them where exactly these targets are. And we'll have to see. Saza, he's going to be opening up with the Blizzard midfield. Minpoike behind the pillar. Full sap onto Erytros. Who is Acro going after? Still sitting in blind. It looks like he wants to get a full Garrote Silence onto Saza and Change My Mind. They're going to be actually going after Saza in this matchup. Full blind on Lian. Iron Bark gets connected. The CC chain got broken up. Nicely done. One Maledict gets used by Acro, but I feel like Saza's going to be completely fine during the initial stages of this game.
All right, Erytros trying to line up a ton of damage here early on towards Acro. Good crowd control coordinated by the team of Octogone, pulling some vital defensive cooldowns from the lineup of Change My Mind and forcing them to play defensive at the pillar. Now we need to see that triangle positioning. Erytros on the right, Saz on the left, cornering the team of Change My Mind, so at least one spellcaster will freely cast onto the opposing team. Change My Mind decide to dogpile on Erytros, burst him down a bit, and then cyclone him to deny incoming healing. Now Minpoike looks to jump onto the healer Lian and initiate crowd control of his own, trying to line of sight, but not able to squeak out of the corner just in time. Vendetta has now been committed for Acro, but because Minpoike's crowd control was broken up, it's effectively doing nothing.
Yeah, Erytros looking for some Chaos Bolts onto Acro right now, as he seems to be the main pressure point. Stuck in midfield, and Erytros is going to have a field day in this particular matchup. Fried Kitty and Minpoike have to do a really good job with Polymorph and Cyclone in order to deny a lot of his incoming damage. So far, Saza has been able to easily survive. I'm curious to see how mana plays out in this matchup. Both mages are going to be having Kleptomania, so what ends up happening? If Fried Kitty decides he wants to use Kleptomania and remove all of Saza's heal over time effects, Saza can then, in return, take them all back. It's a jackpot Kleptomania, double heal over time effect. The one thing I could see Fried Kitty doing is actually using a macro, a cancel aura macro on all those heal over time effects, and then Saza has no opportunity to take back those heal over time effects.
Definitely be a top-level decision if he's able to execute that. We do see some burst here, but deflected by Erytros. Erytros looking to set up maybe for an ice block push. Not able to find it just yet, though. That counterspell denying his devastating damage for a few more seconds. Now Saza on the back foot as Fried Kitty looks to close this series. Temporal Shield, though, bounces Saza back into the fight. Now Fried Kitty exposed in center field, taking heavy fire, having to blink out of line of sight. Leanne repositioning, but Acro now getting blown up as Erytros and Saza switch their attention to him, and much like the Death Star look to eradicate the team, change my mind. If anyone is caught out in center field too long, they will basically get erased.
Yep, that sounds about right for a Destruction Warlock and a Frost Mage on this map. They can have a lot of damage available to them. Unfortunately, Empire's not in this matchup, so he won't be able to strike back, really just relying on his teammates in this matchup to get it done. And so far, the composition for Octogone has worked out quite well. But Npoike now sitting down for a drink. He's going to be evening out mana, potentially just going to full, and I think both Druids are going completely full mana. Fried Kitty seems to be the one that's in trouble. Infernals get dropped off by Erytros. Mortal Coil gets cast out as well. Can he find the damage that he needs? But I just feel like Fried Kitty and Acro and Poike, they can so easily line of sight so much of the pressure that Erytros brings to the table. And if Acro can get consistent re-stealths in this matchup, he's going to be able to set up for his team. And I actually want them to start punishing Erytros if he's just marching in behind the pillar like this. Just put some pressure on him. Although he doesn't necessarily take the most damage, you can still take him down if you can remove every single one of the heal over time effects and get good crowd control on Leanne.
Leanne locked down in the polymorph. He predicted this and activated Iron Bark, but its defense has now faded. Erytros could crack here on match point. Change my mind. Look to 3-0 Octogone. Erytros doing everything he can, repositioning to the gateway, getting cycloned at low health. Minpoike definitely on fire in this tournament. Ursul's Vortex placed down to try and finish the job. Smoke Bomb catches Erytros. Huge damage. Perfect execution. Immaculate crowd control. Change my mind. Stay alive in the lower bracket.
And they're not going to try the new composition that we saw earlier today just yet. They're going to stick to what they know. They're not going to go chasing waterfalls. Let's see who's able to take down the first game blind pick on a Grand Arena.
All right, Blizzo landing a double leg sweep for his team, securing some initial burst off the back end of it. And Maro can mash out Spell Steal as Arcane Mage, as it is a reduced cost for that specialization of Mage. And Spell Steal can be very frustrating for Restoration Druid, as your heal over time effects can be removed and benefit the Mage player. So Maro can focus on kiting a lot with tons of blinks and avoiding Swapsy, while still just taking away Chaz's healing. This composition is a curious adaptation on the part of Wildcard Gaming overall, and I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly what Maro can get done. I feel like Arcane Mage right now doesn't necessarily do the most damage, but it does have good longevity with the spell steal, like you said, as well as its ability to kite and sort of prolong the game. Unfortunately, with the amount of self-healing that Swapsy and Raikou has, I just don't know if Maro's damage will be able to push through until a little bit later on. Blizzo, if he can find some solid burst, they might be able to take Raikou and Swapsy down, but I feel like the main objective in this matchup for Wildcard Gaming is just deny Chaz from getting drinks.
All right, Raikou getting bursted again in that leg sweep. Blizzo's initiation is always going to be off of that stun lock, and he looks to try and stack up the enemy team and hit as many targets as possible. Looney getting caught in a stun there by Raikou. No real follow-up damage just yet, as he is able to escape around the corner. Maro has held on to his arcane power, so maybe he's looking for a sneak attack. I'm curious to see who he goes after with that. Likely Raikou on that Demon Hunter before dampening. He's a little bit less durable than Swapsy on the Death Knight. Not much so, though, but still an advantage to go after that target instead. Deeper in dampening, though, I expect Wildcard Gaming to switch their attention more to Swapsy.
Yeah, Maro going for an evocation, trying to reset his mana, bring it to full so he can continue to spam out spell steals if he really needs to. Chaz still doing quite healthy on mana. Raikou has every defensive, Swapsy as well in a very healthy state. Looney really is the one that's consistently looking for these drinks, and every time Raikou pushes in, he can try to find these mana rifts off of a couple of the stuns that he has available, as well as his imprisonment. Full stun now secured onto Raikou. Blizzo looking to get aggressive. Maro, is there going to be any follow-up damage? Unfortunately, not really able to find it. Now with a few arcane missiles, gets interrupted That setup was kind of wasted. They couldn't get too much as Maro was unavailable to really assist with damage.
Blizzo has been showcasing the grapple weapon honor talent, which allows him to steal the weapon of his opponent, and as a Death Knight, to access Death Strike, a healing attack that allows you to survive, you need to have your weapon equipped. So if Blizzo can grapple weapon, steal it away from Swapsy, they deny Death Strike healing. When they can chain that into a leg sweep, that's about 10 seconds or so of crowd control that Swapsy is unable to use Death Strike. Deepen dampening when the heal over time effects are being stolen, and because they disable his ability to access that spell, they can execute a kill on him. So the main objective for Wildcard Gaming should be to maintain a mana advantage, moving deep into dampening, and combine those two crowd controls together to take down Swapsy.
Yeah, the problem is they don't actually have a mana lead right now. Swapsy is getting a little bit low. Good pressure coming in from Wildcard Gaming, but the Iron Bark and the Icebound Fortitude might be able to deny. Looney pushing in, looking for crowd control. Full Cyclone secured onto Chaz. Grapple weapon gets used by Blizzo. Swapsy's not going to be able to heal himself up. Anti-magic zone forced to be traded out as well. Swapsy trying to keep himself alive. Finally, Chaz out of crowd control, trying to top Swapsy off, but you can see Maro, he's just spamming out the spell steal over and over and over. Swapsy stays a little low, but Chaz finally connects the heals that he needs. And now mana is even for both of these healers.
Blizzo with Diffuse Magic trying to remove those Maledicts. Healing absorbs, but another one follows up and pulls a touch of Karma as both teams go all out here in game number 1. The blind pick is very important for these top caliber teams because they are so diverse in their range of compositions and strategies. So you want that advantage should this series swing to game 5 as they both face elimination in the final series of the day. You definitely don't want to miss this one.
Yeah, Looney will have to see what his mana is like. He actually got a full reset, so both healers are going to be going to full mana. Grapple weapon onto Swapsy once again as he gets a little bit low. Maro looking for a polymorph, unable to find it. Raikou with a nice interrupt. And that's one of the difficulties Maro will have in this matchup. As an Arcane Mage, you don't have multiple schools of magic unless you're talented into Ring of Frost, which Maro is not. So anytime he casts a polymorph or arcane missiles, he has to deal with a ranged interrupt from Raikou and a ranged interrupt from Swapsy. And if he gets interrupted, that's going to slow down both his offense and defense, his ability to deal damage or put out any sort of crowd control. So Maro has to do a good job making sure he's at least faking some of these interrupts from Swapsy and Raikou.
All right, Raikou jumping on top of Looney, looking to try and potentially mana rift away some mana and try and get an advantage that way. Obviously, Method Black are basically attacking the blue bar of Looney to try and burn him out. Although they do have decent pressure and cooldowns pulled from Blizzo, so there is potential there to just burst down a kill later into dampening. We see a grapple weapon, Fist of Fury. A little bit, I feel like, mistimed, as I don't believe Death Strike will heal if it's parried. So Turbo Fist, grapple weapon, and leg sweep could be an extended period of time where Blizzo denies Death Strike, and they could actually kill Swapsy before dampening if they can execute all those crowd controls together. Currently with leg sweep and a polymorph over onto the healer Chaz, now a Cyclone could be dangerous for Swapsy. He recognizes that situation and makes a trade with the anti-magic zone, however overlapped with Iron Bark, and Wildcard Gaming's composition is looking solid, I would say, in game 1.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad. We'll have to see what happens in the late game, though, if Maro can put out significant pressure. 5% dampening now kicking in. Chaz's mana at around 70%. Looney still getting caught into the mana rifts. Raikou's just going to be hunting him down the entire game, really trying to tax Looney's mana as much as possible. The one difficulty Method Black has in this matchup is it's going to be difficult to take down Maro. Their main target potentially could be Blizzo. And I think a little bit later on in the game, Swapsy and Raikou, if they really turn their attention onto Blizzo and make him the main focal point in this matchup, they could definitely take him down. Windwalker Monk self-healing isn't going to be as significant. At least they have a target they can keep putting pressure on throughout the entire game, whereas Maro, he can easily just blink and kite away, stay at max range. It becomes really difficult for Swapsy and Raikou to get their damage rolling.
You can see Blizzo executing that chain grapple weapon into Turbo Fist into leg sweep, but because of anti-magic shield activated before the incoming stun, Swapsy effectively takes 0 damage. Looney, in the meantime, is trying to secure a mana advantage for his team by kiting around the map on the outskirts, and we're about to find out if he was able to establish that lead or not. I do believe that he did, and if he can go back to full, not full mana, only slightly ahead of Chaz actually, which is a bit unfortunate considering how much time he actually spent away from the fight. Chaz getting crowd controlled on his Innervate, perfectly timed bash into Polymorph, really denying that bonus healing that he would normally get for free. Well-timed attack there by Wildcard Gaming. Chaz now loses that edge. Looney's Innervate coming up in 20 seconds, but Chaz sitting down for a drink. Perfect orb there, that arcane orb right through the pillar by Maro. That's definitely important for his team to deny Chaz from drinking, and he executes it accurately and denies any sort of advantage snowballing itself.
Yeah, but Chaz still ahead on mana at this point in the game. Looney's still struggling to top himself off. He gets gripped back into the fight by Swapsy. Raikou unfortunately caught into the leg sweep, wasn't really able to assist in that swap on to Looney, and Looney's once again trying to kite away. Looney's job in this match is to force both Swapsy and Raikou in the midfield so Morrow can tee off on them as this Arcane Mage, as well as get Novas and Polymorphs to slow down their assault on Looney and try to preserve his mana bar as long as possible.
All right, grapple weapon attempt here on Blizzo to take down Swapsy. Anti-magic shield, though, preventing any damage from Morrow, finding its way to him, so he will start to stabilize. They need to look to force the anti-magic zone in the Icebound Fortitude here at 20% dampening, then execute for a kill. If they can't get it soon, they're going to slowly fall behind and likely get overwhelmed by the team of Method Black. Swapsy having a difficult time, though, staying on target. Raikou really taking control of the fight for his team, trying to solo Looney behind the pillar. I think that it's unlikely that he can solo Looney, but I don't want to entirely count himself out. They proc that Gladiator Safeguard. Raikou is able to dispel it off. Really well timed there on Raikou's part, definitely allowing him to get an advantage in this fight. Then jumping back, reversing the polymorph off of Chaz. Raikou debuting quite effectively here, but with all three members locked down in crowd control, 23% dampening, things may start to get dire for Swapsy. Chaz gets out of the chain, connects a couple of heals, and now Blizzo on the back foot.
Yeah, Blizzo taking significant damage. Looney has to get some heals on top of him. He still has a touch of karma available if he really needs it. Swapsy actually having to retreat at this point in the game, just trying to avoid a little bit of damage, keeping himself alive with Death Strike. Blizzo with the Fist of Fury does manage to get some damage rolling. Asphyxiate Stun slows that down, and Blizzo actually has to trinket out as he kites away. Now Blizzo, an even more exposed target with no trinket available to remove the next stun. Swapsy with a nice Mind Freeze on Morrow, slows down that damage. Raikou's still in hot pursuit of Looney, trying to burn out that last little bit of mana. And now Chaz sitting down for a drink. If he can reset his mana, unfortunately he cannot. Morrow has been keeping Nether Tempest on him the entire game. That is difficult for Chaz to actually drop out of combat when he has that damage over time effect. You can see all those little shooting stars coming out on Chaz, and that means Morrow has that Nether Tempest up, and if he can keep that up the entire game, it is unlikely that Chaz can actually get a drink.
Huge burst window here for Wildcard Gaming. They pull that vital defense from Swapsy, the Icebound Fortitude. One objective out of the way, although it trades quite efficiently with the Touch of Death. Morrow now needs to pull the trigger on this Arcane Power. They need to look for this window soon if they want to find a kill. Mana isn't looking good for either side in this fight in the blind pick, which is of utmost importance to take in a series between these two top caliber teams. Blizzo under fire, but he can redirect damage with Touch of Karma. This could be a risk for Swapsy to go after him. Turbo Fist denies Death Strike. I would love to see a grapple weapon tagged off on the end of this, or a leg sweep. Not committing it just yet. Instead going for Touch of Karma, redirecting the damage. How are they going to respond? 3 seconds away from that Iron Bark. Swapsy makes the trade, but without his weapon, he can't access Death Strike. He's dipping low, forced to overlap cooldowns. Arcane Power now activated for Morrow right as the defense begins to fade. Potentially a huge hit for Morrow. He goes for a Mass Invisibility. Maybe a potential polymorph off the back end of it. No, not able to find it. Looney or Chaz in a position to avoid it. Swapsy survives for now, but Spell Steal is going to be really effective here. Chaz doesn't have the mana to refresh those heal over time effects. Blizzo can deny the healing of Death Strike. This composition strategically makes a lot of sense for Wildcard Gaming if they can keep stringing it along.
Yeah, Blizzo has to survive though at 50 seconds left on his Touch of Karma. We'll have to see if he can hold on. Looney actually managed to get away for a drink there, and now in favor of mana, Wildcard Gaming has the edge. Swapsy's still low. He's just been having to hide behind the pillar for so long in this matchup. The only one he can really hit is Blizzo. Blizzo now with another disarm onto Swapsy. Swapsy getting low. He can't heal himself up. Chaz really taxing his mana to keep him alive, but the spell steals from Morrow might be too much for Chaz to really handle. Chaz now looking for a drink. Blizzo moves over and shuts that down. Looney able to regenerate a little bit of mana, has Innervate available, is going to be using that immediately to keep his team alive. Morrow just spamming spell steal on Swapsy over and over. Now I'll have to see if Swapsy and Raikou can put the pressure on Morrow that they need in this matchup.
Yeah, Method Black are against the wall here. Looney crosses the map to deny the drink of Chaz. Mana still even on this front at 41% dampening. Touch of Death, though, gets activated. Swapsy with not much defense left. 10 seconds away from the cooldown. Swapsy could easily fall here in game number 1. The crowd control looks good. Fists of Fury are flying in. Is Swapsy going to go down? He grips in Morrow for Death Strike. Morrow blinks away to deny it. Blizzo with no fault. The grapple weapon denying even further Death Strikes. Iron Bark needs to be enough for for Swapsy to stay in. I'm not sure if it will. Blink counterspell. Maro making plays to try and close this fight out. Do they have enough damage to push them over? They deny Darkness with Cyclone, but even with that denial, I think Swapsy's going to hang on just in time to survive this attack. Blizzo goes all in. Touch of Karma now committed. Polymorph denies Darkness, but Anti-Magic Zone equivalently trades here, at least to prevent Maro's damage as Swapsy holds on by a thread.
Yeah, Blizzo still trying to take him down. Darkness gets dropped out by Raikou before the Polymorph spam does come in. Looney has so much mana. Swapsy getting lower. This composition from Wildcard Gaming seems to be working quite well, but Blizzo getting swapped to. He has no touch of Karma. Swapsy can just hold on a little bit longer. They might be able to take Blizzo down. Spell Seal after Spell Seal coming in from Maro. Chaz can't keep up. Swapsy might fall. He has a couple seconds left on the anti-magic shell. Blizzo getting low. There could be a cross kill. Swapsy ultimately falls and Blizzo survives. Wildcard Gaming with the surprise composition takes game number 1.
Wildcard Game.
Wildcard Gaming got the upper hand on the blind pick, which does set them up quite effectively for the rest of this series. Method Black now against the wall.
Yeah, something we haven't really noted just yet is Method Black actually has selected the composition Wildcard Gaming used to counter them when they were playing the Elemental Shaman, Frost Mage, Resto Druid. So bringing in this composition, turning it around on Wildcard Gaming. The Moonkin provides a lot of instant cast damage. In addition, he'll also be immune to Polymorph in this matchup. So Maro loses a little bit of the control that he'd normally have on that Frost Mage, as both Waz and Chaz will likely be in Moonkin form for most of this game.
Yep, definitely going to be difficult to secure crowd control against all of these Druids as a Mage. Polymorph definitely not effective, so Maro will likely focus on avoiding damage and just going for a huge burst window, such as this one with that Lightning Lasso combined together. They've got Waz stuck in the middle in open field. Perfect damage and perfect for the pickings. Waz gets bursted, interrupted on a cast. Maro now gets bursted. Both teams coming out blasting here in game 2.
Yeah, Waz a little low. Nice Cyclone coming in from Looney. Do they have the follow-up crowd control? Doesn't look like it. And Chaz able to immediately top him off. Now a full Polymorph secured onto Chaz. That was set up by Zeepai's Earth Elemental stun. That was really nicely done. Good coordination there between Wildcard Gaming teammates. And now Chaz out of crowd control. Everyone should be able to stabilize. I think this is one of those matchups where unless we see a lot of mistakes, it's likely going to go to the late game. And we'll just have to see how it eventually plays out. I mean, on paper, I feel like Method Black has the advantage with the Moonkin. He's going to be able to cast out a lot of spells when there's no threat where he has to basically sit in bear form the entire game with no Astarogue in the games. He'll be able to put out a lot of pressure, keep up his dots on everyone, go for Cyclones, pause out HP, and I think every time he has that Incarnation up, Waz is going to be able to put out a ton of pressure.
For some reason, watching Waz and the Moonkin constantly throwing his hands up in the air, I'm thinking of that song, like throw your hands up in the air, like you just don't care. I don't know, it's stuck in my head watching him move around on the balance Druid. In the meantime, getting more serious here as Wildcard Gaming are initiating a pretty heavy-duty attack with Waz dipping below half as well as Swapsy. Chaz needs to allocate his resources perfectly so that he can play efficiently and maintain a mana advantage over Wildcard Gaming, as they have tried to set up themselves compositionally to outpace Wildcard Gaming's Wizard Cleave in the late game dampening stages of this match.
Yeah, Maro, he's focusing on a Frostbolt build, so the Azurite traits he's using are Tunnel of Ice and Flash Freeze, 3 of each, and he's just going to be trying to build up as much damage as he can, and then unleashing it with the Deep Shatter combo with his Flurry procs, and every time he can get those off, he's going to be able to put out a lot of damage. Swapsy now getting interrupted. Wind Shear by Zeepai onto Swapsy as they look to close out this game. Chaz forced to trinket out, has the Iron Bark, but he doesn't want to have to overlap it with both his and Swapsy's Trinket and the Astral Shift. They have to hold on to something for the next attempt. Wildcard Gaming, that was a beautiful setup from them.
Zeepai setting up for some counter aggression. He's got that Stormkeeper, couple lightning bolts being tossed towards Waz as he jumps into bear form, ducking for cover, Frenzy Regeneration, and allowing him to easily recover through that attack. Mana, I do believe, is even at this point in the fight. Very important resource moving into what is likely to be a dampening match. Looney gets bashed up. No follow-up crowd control, though, being casted. Would have been, maybe Chaz is just trying to conserve mana. No reason for him to go for a Cyclone this early on. Just unlikely to find a kill, so instead going to be conserving his resource for an opportunity later on in the fight. And again, similar to when we saw Elemental Shaman Boomkin against a Destruction Warlock, Frost Mages are a stationary wizard. They have to stand in place and turret a lot of casts out, whereas the Balancer and the Elemental Shaman can weave in and around corners and avoid those hard-casted spells. So you would say that Method Black have the advantage in that regard. But if Wildcard Gaming can initiate a big wave, a huge, massive push, then they definitely can overwhelm a single target and take it down, but they are playing at a disadvantage.
Yeah, Marl with the Icy Veins looking to get aggressive. Unfortunately for him, all 3 members of Method Black, realizing that, went for the strategy of just avoiding that cooldown altogether by hiding behind the pillar. Now Incarnation gets used by Waz, but Swapsy's the one that's in a lot of trouble. He gets interrupted. Lightning Lasso by Zeepai. That gets shut down by Waz. Good peels, trying to keep his teammate alive. Looney going for a drink right now. Chaz looking to shut it down, but I believe Looney's going straight to full mana with that drink. Now gets caught into the capacitor stun. Nicely done there by Swapsy to try to slow him down. Looney actually didn't get any mana back, so as long as Method Black can continue this mana lead, if we go deeper into dampening, then that's definitely a win condition for them.
Yeah, it most certainly is. Let's see if they can execute on it. The damage over time effects are already starting to sink in for Method Black, and we haven't even moved into dampening with Looney having to power through damage on 3 targets. That is going to cost him a ton of mana as Method Black look to take this game. If they are unable to win here, Wildcard Gaming could easily walk away with the rest of the series. Method Black cannot afford to lose. They've set themselves up well here on Runes of Lordaeron as well as compositionally, but at any cost, one big burst window by both Zeepai and Maro could just erase someone from the arena. They always need to be ready and waiting. This is likely to be a fatiguing series for these teams as most of these matches will be going into deep dampening, and the more you get fatigued, the longer the matches get dragged on, the more likely you are to make a mistake. Both teams are experienced in that dampening regard. Perhaps Looney, though, with a slight edge as we know him as the dampening king.
Yeah, Looney actually went, sat down for a drink, full mana, and now Wildcard Gaming, they actually have the mana advantage in this matchup. Chaz might have to sneak away for a drink at some point. Waz getting bursted down, and Maro's been able to put out a surprising amount of damage. Waz getting lower into bear form, trying to survive. Barskin gets used, looking for a cyclone, potentially interrupted. Waz could just potentially fall if there's any crowd control onto Chaz. Now, ultimately, Waz will survive, but they used a lot of defensive cooldowns to keep him up. Chaz still in crowd control. Another Cyclone coming in from Waz on Looney, trying to slow down Wildcard Gaming. They need to try to get some counter pressure here. We need to see Swapsy set up for his team, get some good interrupts, get some good burst damage off, but Waz is just being forced to play defensive for so long.
There's a huge lead right now for Wildcard Gaming, which is not what I was expecting. Chaz needs to try and reset the fight a bit as he sneaks away into that starting room very far away. I think Looney is predicting where he's going and jumping over, getting some denial on that drink. Well done by Wildcard Gaming. If they can keep that mana lead, that may be an opportunity for them to swing this match, even though disadvantaged in their own favor. Zeepai getting cloned up, unable to get some damage out. Going for a Lightning Lasso now on Swapsy. That's going to expend a lot of Chaz's mana. Looney jumps in, securing a bash, potentially a Cyclone, as maybe they go all in for a kill on Swapsy here at 12% dampening, dropping in that Primal Elementalist looking for burst. Swapsy stays alive, now looking for the reversal. A Lightning Lasso of his own. Giddy up, boy, tons of damage potentially. Zeepai, though, stabilizes. Looney clutching out some heals, not forced to trade that powerful Astral Shift, unlike Swapsy, who now will be exposed.
That was interesting. I didn't know you could actually use the Gladiator's Maledict while channeling Lightning Lasso. Just saw Swapsy pull that off, so that's definitely interesting. You can use the stun, use the trinket, and you can set up a big amount of burst damage for yourself. Zeepai now reversing the Lightning Lasso onto Swapsy. Interrupt now onto Waz. Bash onto Looney. Good amount of crowd control coming out. Swapsy getting a little low. Does Maro have any follow-up damage? Doesn't look like he's able to get out too much pressure at this point, having to play a little bit defensive, looking for some Frostbolt damage. Chaz in invisibility right now, or in stealth, trying to get away for a drink. Wildcard Gaming still definitely has the mana lead. Ironbark has to be forced out. Maro a little low. Gonna have to play defensive in this situation as both Swapsy and Waz trying to counter pressure. Incarnation used by Waz. Maro getting a little low. Pressure onto Swapsy as well. Now Looney reversing the pressure with a bash onto Chaz. Crowd control. Both teams just going full aggro at this point of the game.
Crowd control central here in game number 2 on Runes of Lordaeron. Not many places to hide on this open field battlefield. Swapsy setting up some bursts here with Lightning Lasso, ducking around the corner to avoid interrupts. Good positioning on his part. Although Waz now taking the brunt, forced to retreat back behind the tombstone. Thunderstorms back into midfield. Maro is still falling behind. Huge hit onto him by Swapsy. Swapsy right in his face, trying to close this match out, or at least force an ice block this deep into dampening. happening. Nice thunderstorm. Morrow set up in midfield for the team to tee off of. Waz backs him up a bit. Now switching their attention to Looney. Basically anybody out in the open is a target. They want to attack that resource mana on the healers. Try and burn it down as quickly as possible. Chaz is actually managed to squeak back in the lead in that regard, and Method Black are looking solid once again in game 2.
Yeah, look at Looney. Look at his positioning. He's running into the starter room, looking to get a drink, but Swapsy denies with the lava burst. Chaz in hot pursuit, but he can't leave Waz behind. Waz caught into the lightning lasso, forced to use the bark skin. If they have follow-up damage, Waz could ultimately fall. Chaz being distracted. Looney finds the bash onto Chaz. That was nicely done. And anytime that happens, Looney went away, sat down for a drink. He's in stealth. Chaz looking to shut it down, but Looney gets the reversal with the bash. Unfortunately, not able to find a cyclone. Now Looney caught in midfield, actually taking quite a bit of burst, but those drink opportunities, they distract the enemy team and also bait them into position where Looney can sort of take advantage of the fact that they're out of line and they can get some crowd control out.
Looney once again sneaking off into the corner. Is he going to be able to get a drink and regenerate mana? Does not appear to be the case, but mana has equalized here at 30% dampening. Things are going to begin to get interesting now at this point as healing becomes so insurmountably difficult to deal with. Zeepai down at half, Waz down at half. Both teams continue chucking spell after spell to take down their opponents. Waz gets bursted in midfield, 3 seconds away from that bark skin. Now available, but taking a brunt of the exchange. Flurry connects. Morrow dishing out tons of pain. Renewal bounces him back, but Earthshock takes him down equally as quick. Chaz expends some mana, manages to reset the fight. Looney once again off in the corner, looking to try and get a drink or overextend Waz and or Swapsy. Waz moves in to deny this drink. Did Looney end up getting anything off it? He did manage to get a tiny bit, at least putting himself slightly in the lead. Wildcard Gaming doing whatever they can when facing a composition disadvantage to just move to match point and close this out. But Zeepai now getting bursted in this exchange, trading out Astral Shift, but opening himself to Incarnation. That Astral Shift, the Iron Bark, that defense is going to be falling down shortly, and Waz has a window of opportunity. I want to see him save that Astral Power. He already has enough for 1 Star Surge. Save it up so he can do 2 back-to-back. He actually gets counterspelled here in a kill window for Wildcard Gaming. Will Swapsy fall? They're seconds away from actually being able to take down Zeepai, but Swapsy needs to stay alive a little bit longer. The Cyclones are good. There's no Glaire's Medallion. Are they going to move to match point? A 3rd Cyclone closes in. Capacitator Totem denies the healing surges, but Swapsy manages to stay in it. All right, Waz, you have to be the playmaker here. There is a distinct opportunity to kill Zeepai. Incarnation gets popped. Lightning Lasso, Star Surges combined together. Can they take him down? They need Waz's damage here and now to finish this off. They don't have enough damage. Zeepai is sneaking away and staying alive.
Yeah, nicely done by Morrow. He counter-pressured Swapsy, not allowing him to pressure in, because Swapsy's low as well with no Astral Shift. Zeepai looking to close the game out with the Lightning Lasso. Waz denies with a Solar Beam. Morrow still in a good position to get damage rolling. Looks like Wildcard Gaming, they want to try to close out this game. Chaz completely tapped on mana. Looney not far ahead, to be honest with you. Waz getting interrupted at 42% dampening. This is going to become absolutely ridiculous. Both Druids caught in the bash. Morrow low. This could be his first Ice Block. Once again, Waz getting low. Good pressure here for Wildcard Gaming. Waz forced into bear form right now, trying to avoid some damage. Now trying to reverse the pressure, but everyone's caught in Blizzard and Frozen Orb, Comet Storm. Morrow's been able to deal massive damage on that Frost Mage.
Yeah, Waz and Swapsy are definitely doing a lackadaisical job in avoiding this Frost Mage's cast. They're definitely not taking advantage of their instant cast wizard prowess on that Balanced Druid and Elemental Shaman, and they're really feeling the pain and punishment of it. This is not a mistake that they can afford to throw away. They can't get ahead of themselves in this fatiguing matchup. We're now at 46% dampening. They're still low on health. Burst follows it up. Waz in a bit of trouble here. No defense available, but Chaz has regenerated at least a semblance of mana to maybe stay in the fight a tad bit longer, but the pressure from Morrow has been absolutely insane. Comet Storm, Ray of Frost, double connection. Waz in trouble. Chaz trinkets. Will it be enough? This deep into dampening, Waz manages to stay alive. Thunderstormed back into midfield. Gets Windshield on the Cyclone. Zeepai now feeling a bit of pain. Would have maybe liked to seen an Astral Shift here, but Waz gets Cycloned at very low health. Chaz needs to time this Iron Bark. Right off the back end, he times it, but it might not be enough. 50% dampening. Method Black, are you going to be taken on to match point with a composition advantage? They've set everything up, but they're falling behind.
Yeah, Mar has his Icy Veins. He's looking to close out the game onto Waz. Kleptomania gets used. Waz low. Lightning Lasso. Swapsy backs him up with the Wind Shear. I don't know if Waz is ever going to get topped off again. Chaz trying to keep him alive. That's one Maledict on Waz if they have any more. Cyclone on Chaz. Waz getting low, trying to keep himself alive, sitting in bear form for so long, but unfortunately not able to get any counter pressure. Swapsy has to try to get something done. or I think that Wildcard Gaming is just going to be able to run them over.
I'm not so certain now. Zeepai getting counter-aggressed. Looney makes the trade. Waz has managed to stay alive now at 53% damage. Polymorph snuck in by Morrow. Perfect timing, perfect cyclones. Looney pulling the trigger, going aggressive after playing defensive for so long, nailing these cyclone timings, switching it over. Frozen Orb is Waz pinned down. Zeepai moves in to strike for the kill. They need just the tiniest bit more damage to take Waz out. Can they move to match point? It's looking like it's going to happen. They've done it. They've overcome the disadvantage. Wildcard Gaming advanced to match point.
Oh man, and this is not
Dampening and still maintain their mana to take down Swapsy is now the question. Method Black throwing this series away, locking in the largest map in the pool when their plan was to play a melee cleave. It's definitely peculiar in that regard and potentially a throwaway for the rest of this series. Getting 3-0'd by Wildcard Gaming, and then they would be evenly matched in terms of series so far this tournament circuit, 2-2. Definitely not looking good for them though.
Yeah, and normally when these two teams meet, it is very back and forth, and it feels like today, Wildcard Gaming, they have just brought their A game. They played very well in that last game, going up against a potential counter comp and destroying Method Black, and I think that really threw Method Black for a loop, and now reverting. Sorry, I can't speak. It's been a very long day. They're reverting back to this Cleave composition to try to stay in this tournament and take down Morrow. It's going to be one of those longer games where they just try to wean Morrow, prevent him from really getting out too much damage, eventually Looney in this matchup, but I think if Looney's able to sneak off and get drinks, things will look good for Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, Morrow's main objective is to avoid Swapsy and avoid Raikou. He got some good polymorphs and Frost Novas preventing Raikou's connection, although Swapsy has been having his way so far here in game number 3. Method Black have to win 3 in a row to stay alive in the lower bracket. This is an elimination match, everybody. Wildcard Gaming could just send home Method Black, the top point earners, potentially overthrow their reign and assert dominance in this spring season. Looney obviously doing his best to constantly get away from the fight, sit down for drinks at any opportunity to maintain that mana advantage for his team. Wildcard Gaming seem unfazed despite this fatiguing day.
Yeah, I really want to see. One thing I got to criticize Morrow on is I really feel like he doesn't utilize his water elemental enough. So much of this game, it's just sitting there doing nothing. I really feel like you could micromanage that a lot better, get out a little bit more damage. I feel like every point of damage definitely adds up in a matchup like this.
I actually haven't seen a single water bolt yet from that water elemental.
Yeah.
I've been staring at it since the game started.
Is that what we've been monitoring, the water element?
I have. These are the things I look for. I really want to see Morrow be able to min-max that damage. It's not just a shot on Morrow. I feel like a lot of the mages don't utilize that pet nearly enough because it is significant damage if it does sit there and channel the entire game. I have to see if he ends up using it. Swapsy, caught in polymorphs. Looks like Wildcard Gaming is going for the long strat. Once again, Method Black, they're forced into a defensive position, hiding behind the pillar.
I mean, maybe his objective is to keep the water elemental away from the Death Knight so he can't Death Strike it when he blinks. I mean, that's the only thing I could even consider for him not having it just at least attack somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have to see. It probably more than likely just has it macroed his pet attack into a Frostbolt, so he only really gets that pet rolling when he casts Frostbolt, but not really finding too many Frostbolts in this matchup, unfortunately. And yeah, losing out on that damage. Anyways, Raikou now getting bursted down as he moves and turns his attention onto Zeepai in this matchup. Looney's been doing a good job maintaining his mana, so you get a full mana rift there onto Looney in this matchup. Gets a little bit lower on mana, but Chaz still relatively even. The pressure has been even for both teams, which has been low for both teams.
Chaz is running Balance Affinity, which is typically a decision you make against a Mage team so you can avoid Polymorph and still cast spells in the protection of that Balanced Druid form. However, I actually would like to see the team of Wildcard Gaming attack Chaz at a later stage in the fight because you lose out on Frenzied Regeneration that the Guardian Affinity would otherwise provide. That could be an opening for Wildcard Gaming, at least before dampening if Chaz overextends his position. Morrow doing everything in his power to just simply stall the fight. 3 polymorphs into the Frost Nova to try and prevent Raikou from connecting. Morrow really not maximizing on that water elemental damage at all. I'm not entirely sure his strategy there other than potentially just a mismanagement of the pet overall. He's losing out on quite a bit of damage throughout this extended match. Raikou doing everything in his power to stay next to Looney to nail these mana rifts and burn down his mana as quickly as possible. Method Black are likely to have to rely on this composition for the rest of this series. I don't think that they set themselves up well here. They had the map pick and the comp pick advantage, and they really kind of threw it away with this lock in particular. Maybe they still have an opportunity, but Wildcard Gaming are looking solid here today.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I feel like they've really brought in their A game into this matchup. And the fact that Method Black didn't choose this composition on Ruins of Lordaeron makes me feel like they don't have the most confidence in it, and they're just trying to do whatever they can to try to come back in this series. Chaz getting a little bit low. Nice swap. I like what Zeepai is doing. I really enjoy when the Elemental Shamans, they go after the healers, really punish them for when they get aggressive, going for Cyclones, and they try to rot them down just a little bit.
Yeah, most certainly the case. Triple crowd control initiated by Wildcard Gaming. Raikou the target of the burst, but with that metamorphosis activated, he heals himself and leeches off of his attacks to heal himself much like a vampire. And before dampening, it is quite difficult to kill a Demon Hunter because of that, especially as a spellcaster cleave, such as the one that Maro and Zeepai are running in this particular match.
Yep, Maro in midfield, once again getting targeted down by Raikou. The one thing about this matchup is Method Black really hasn't been able to find too many mana rifts onto Chaz, or sorry, onto Looney. Looney's been doing a good job avoiding them. Zeepai and Maro have been doing a good job making sure Raikou's caught in Frost Novas, Lightning Lassos, Polymorphs, and he just can't get those mana rifts off on cooldown, and Looney's been able to maintain his mana because of that.
Yep, definitely here. As we've stepped foot into dampening at 4%, this game is inevitably going to close. Method Black are against the wall, down 2 points in an elimination series in the lower bracket. They will be sent home, and that is not the performance that we expect from them. They were the dominant point earner last year. They're the dominant point earner potentially up until this point. Wildcard Gaming look to advance and overthrow the king that is Method Black in the European region. We see some newcomers in the upper bracket asserting their dominance in the pumpers. ABC have appeared to have broken their slump, bringing in a new composition. There is definitely a lot of power bubbling up in the brackets of Europe.
Yeah, there's a lot of really strong teams this year, and it really just goes to show when you see Wildcard Gaming and Method Black battling for their lives in the lower bracket, you know that the competition is fierce. This would normally be a grand final of one of these tournaments, and now one of these teams is looking like Method Black could just be locked out or knocked out before Championship Sunday, and that's normally what we don't see from these guys. Maro now still looking for Polymorphs, just trying to slow down the game. I don't know. Who do you think the main target is going to be for Wildcard Gaming as we move forward?
I mean, the main target is Swapsy and dampening, but I think attacking Chaz, if he extends out in the open, is definitely an option that they should take advantage of every single time that it's available. I think Chaz is actually the most likely target to die in this specific matchup if he's ever overextended. It does appear to be the case that Method Black want to gun down the healer Looney with dampening ramping up. They can get more mana rifts in and dish out a bit of pain. Looney now is able to escape to safety, looking to try and deny Chaz from getting a drink. Earthquake from Zeepai denies that. Wildcard Gaming look unfazed throughout this entire tournament. Despite it being such long dampening matches, they look completely on point moving through this. They've definitely had a lot of experience in dampening. We would say that Wildcard Gaming are the kings of it, and definitely showcasing it here against Method Black. However, the picks from Method Black seem to be a bit of a throwaway, and Wildcard Gaming are more than happy to take advantage of that.
Yeah, definitely. Maro still getting trained down. Swapsy with good counter pressure there. 20% dampening. Chaz's mana, I'm curious to see what it is. Anytime Chaz is chasing Looney to try to slow down the drinks, like I said, Zeepai does a good job counter pressuring him, and mana's actually even. Looney's still sneaking away, looking for another sip of water. If he can channel that out, will regenerate his mana. He sneaks off into a corner. We'll have to see if anyone from Method Black actually finds him. Swapsy getting low, and as dampening gets higher, Swapsy's going to be more of a vulnerability for his team than an asset. Death Strike isn't going to be nearly as effective for Swapsy, and that means that Maro and Zeepai can really lay in, and Swapsy's going to have a difficult time actually getting away.
A lot of Necrotic Strikes stacked up on Zeepai, absorbing a lot of Looney's healing, and Raikou is spreading the pressure onto 2 targets. Looney's going to have to expend a lot of mana, tons of regrowth cast potential to recover through this at 21% dampening. Maro is trying to buy him time with some polymorphs on Raikou, but even still struggling to stabilize in the face of 22% dampening. But they have left Maro open. He isn't being targeted. If he is able to free cast these frost bolts, he could potentially carry the team. Looney jumps on top of Chaz, denies him from regenerating mana, keeps that battle at least a lot more even, slightly in his favor actually moving forward. The real defense now they need to start cracking is the darkness from Raikou, the anti-magic zone of Swapsy. If they can start forcing these, which they have now in this position, anti-magic zone, that purple bubble protecting Swapsy, but he's kind of locked down in midfield with the way that he's positioned it. A couple death strikes, able to restabilize, but that's one defense on the objective list out of the way. The next one is Raikou's darkness, and then after that, there's not much defense really to keep Swapsy alive. Dampening will be too high, but there's the swap. I love this swap on Chaz. They get Barkskin. Maybe they get darkness on this push. They get his Gladiator's medallion. Good swap by Wildcard Gaming. I love the pressure they're bringing. They definitely came prepared today.
Yeah, with the way Maro's built his character, these Frost Bolts are going to be very scary. He's playing both Tunnel of Ice and Flash Freeze, so now that Method Black has gotten off of him, Maro's going to be able to just basically free cast these Frost Bolts, do out significant damage, and Swapsy's going to be very frayed in just a few short minutes, or potentially just right now. Looney getting lower, Raikou's still just chasing him down in this matchup. Finds the Fell Eruption into the Mana Rift. Looney's mana is not doing great, but I don't think Chaz has had many opportunities in this game either. Although his mana is significantly better than Looney, Wildcard Gaming, they still have a lot of defensives. Maro has both of his Ice Blocks available. Looney getting imprisoned there. Does deny a little bit of his healing, get the mana rifted once again, and now Looney's basically completely tapped, and this is exactly where Method Black wants this match to be.
Yeah, Looney's got nothing left in the tank. If he manages to pull it off from this position, he's literally a legend here against Method Black. Potentially they get it. Darkness, they need it. Raikou's overextended out of position. He can't trade. Fortunately, Chaz has a couple of quick heals in his pocket, but they need it. Swapsy's getting bursted. Raikou still isn't there. I would have loved to maybe seen the Thunderstorm saved to knock Swapsy out of darkness. Raikou is still so far out of position to make his way back. Now reconvening onto both Looney and Swapsy. Maybe a bit of mistimed positioning by Looney. He immediately realizes that. He needs to get away from Method Black's pillar, try and look for a drink, because if Raikou and Swapsy overextend, they could fall here at 35% dampening. Still, Darkness the only defense, but Raikou is nowhere to be found. Lightning Lasso dealing devastation here as Swapsy's left all alone. Raikou, are you just going to leave Swapsy and let him die? Swapsy ducks away but around the corner. Maybe he just trusts him, but this is a risky gamble to take on match point.
Yeah, Maro gets gripped in, but he still has both of his Ice Blocks available, and Raikou's nowhere to be found. Swapsy really just can't move into the midfield. Zeepai and Maro have him pinned down right now on this pillar. Swapsy moving forward, trying to get some damage rolling, but every second he's in the open makes it scarier and scarier for Chaz to actually heal him up. Chaz actually looking for a drink at this point in the game. They need to be able to shut it down. If Chaz regenerates mana here, it's going to be a disaster for Wildcard Gaming. I think he's actually able to find it. No, capstun coming in from Zeepai. That stun from the totem will shut down Chaz's drink. Looney now in stealth, regenerating a little bit of mana from being out of combat, but Chaz chases him, keeps him in combat. Maro getting low as he kites away. Swapsy once again in midfield, no anti-magic zone available, but Raikou all over Maro, putting out massive pressure.
Looney caught in a bash. Two members of Wildcard Gaming are low on health. Method Black have their win condition. Looney is tapped on mana. Now they just have to push forward and deal tons of damage. Ironbark stabilizes the fight just for now. Maro still not utilizing that water elemental this deep into dampening. Definitely an error on his part to not maximize his damage, at least at this point where he does have a clear win condition. Now forced into an ice block, pinned down on the back foot as Wildcard Gaming are likely to be taken out here on game number 3. Method Black, though, need to win 2 more in a row if they can manage to pull it off. They're not entirely all the way just yet. Maro blinks away. Swapsy has to overextend. Anti-magic shield buys him enough defense to keep going. Chaz moves in to maybe get some crowd control. Maledict soaks up a lot of healing as Maro will fall on game number 3. Method Black stay alive in the tournament.
And we knew that they should be able to, but the comp was the main question heading into this, right? This is when
confirmed.
One more game and Wildcard Gaming can take down Method Black to play against Zico in the grand final.
All right, let's see what Method Black can get done in this matchup. Are they going to go after Maro once again? We said that was a waste of time for them in the last matchup. We'd rather them go after Blizzo. Blizzo's actually made some talent adaptations. He's playing the Fortifying Brew in this matchup, so maybe he expects Method Black to go after them. That little bit of extra defense can definitely keep him alive.
Yeah, most certainly could be the case. I really don't want to see them attack Maro, especially on 12-Veron Arena. That has to be a mistake. Chaz is running Feral Affinity. He could actually add a lot of extra damage to his team and create some spread pressure as well. I want to see how Chaz utilizes that Feral Affinity, because so far, in my opinion, Gareki has been the only Druid to effectively utilize its strength while still avoiding the weaknesses that it brings into a fight. Chaz currently at the pillar trying to stabilize through this attack, trading effectively for the Touch of Death, and now that the attack has all but been thwarted. I would like to see Chaz start to get aggressive here in cat form. Swapsy back to basically full HP. Chaz moving in, getting a Rake up onto Blizzo. It's very important with that Feralphany that you at least put Rake on the target that your team is going after. That then lets you generate combo points with Shred moving forward for a Rip or a Ferocious Bite if you want to go for Big Burst. Obviously, you want to be looking for Re-Stealth, so Chaz right there snuck around the corner, dropped combat, activated Prowl, and jumped in, and bonusing that Rake ability to stun from stealth, allowing his team to set up some burst off the back of it. Chaz so far looks good.
Yep, nicely done by Maro as well. As soon as Chaz activated his Innervate, which is going to make all of his heals free, Maro double blinked in and was able to use the Kleptomania talent to immediately remove that from Chaz. So Chaz basically got no free healing with that ability, and you often see mages do this, and I think it's a high priority for these mages, especially when Wildcard Gaming's main objective in this matchup is to burn Chaz's mana.
Chaz has been getting a lot of re-stealth stuns for his team, and it is starting to show its advantage in Looney's mana bar, having to heal through just that added bit of extra damage. Paralysis set up here by Blizzo, looking to try and execute for a kill on Raikou. Raikou avoiding it with that Blade Dance well-timed during a hard-hitting spell. Blizzo still seems reluctant to switch targets. Swapsy is more than likely going to be the target deep in dampening, but before we get to that point, they do not want to deal with Death Strike. Raikou is more vulnerable, caught into a stun. Crowd control looks good. They managed to pull the trinket from Chaz as well as the Iron Bark. Nice play on part of Wildcard Gaming. They are still on match point and looking solid.
Yeah, there's actually a graphical error. Blizzo is not actually playing the Fortifying Brew. He's going with the Reverse Harm, the Turbo Fist, and the Disarm once again. So he'll have that available to sort of counter Swapsy whenever he's trying to heal himself up. Swapsy's actually running the Honor Talent Transfusion, which generates runic power and reduces the runic power cost of Death Strike by 50%. So having the grapple weapon is a direct counter to that Honor Talent, and definitely something I think Blizzo's doing an excellent job mitigating from Swapsy.
Ooh, Nether Walk now forced from Raikou. The damage output from Wildcard Gaming is quite immense here in Game 4. Even before we have gotten to dampening, they've forced critical defensive cooldowns from the lineup of Method Black, but when we move deeper into dampening, they won't have that to rely on. In the meantime, Raikou is trying to launch an assault here, landing a double stun onto the opposing team, but now getting caught overextended. Big damage follows it up. Chaz deflects.
Yep, Chaz did a good job slowing down that assault. Spell Steal coming in from Maro once again. He activates the Temporal Shield to heal up through some of this damage. Chaz now caught into an incapacitate as Blizzo and Maro looking to get some pressure rolling onto Swapsy, but we saw what happened on the Grand Arena. It took a lot of time for Wildcard Gaming to actually take down Swapsy. It was one of those games that lasted a very long time. Until Swapsy's healing is reduced from Death Strike, I think it's very unlikely that Wildcard Gaming is actually able to take him down.
Yes, it is looking to be the case that dampening is a necessity between these two top-tier teams, and we are getting ever so close to it now. Looney makes a trade for this I-Beam activation from Raikou. I like the grapple weapon timing on I-Beam so that Raikou doesn't gain bonus damage on his Annihilation, as he cannot use it with no weapon. Blizzo is definitely mixing up the usage of that Honor Talent. Instead of using it to deny Death Strike, he is now using it during critical burst moments from Raikou to slow down the pace of the game and extend it into dampening, which I do imagine is required for their team to ultimately net a kill. Looney actually getting swapped to here by Method Black. They're getting a bit cheeky before dampening, trying to create some windows, but Looney just walks it off. Raikou, though, still on target. Blizzo trying to snare him up and deny a reconnect, protecting Looney. Looney now on par with Chaz, I do believe. No, slightly behind on mana here, moving into dampening. Looney's going to want to look to try and make sure he can drink at some point to get that disadvantage in his own favor.
Yep, Maro in the midfield, still looking for some crowd control on Raikou to slow him down. Double leg sweep, nicely done there by Blizzo. They're taking advantage of that double leg sweep on Chaz, actually swapping to him. Touch of Death gets committed. Can they take Chaz down? He's able to retreat behind the pillar, and I think Chaz ultimately will survive. And they committed quite a bit there. They used the Touch of Death, and all they got was the Barskin as well as a few of their Maledics. So good offensive push by Wildcard Gaming, but really doesn't net them anything.
Swapsy actually dropped anti-magic zone. Maybe he doesn't think the Arcane Mage is that big of a threat, so he's opting to just lose that defense and get more offense to try and push the team down. That may be the case. It's a risky move on his part to do so, going for the Raise Abomination instead, but that can actually be avoided by both a Windwalker and an Arcane Mage. I'm not sure if I'm entirely sold on that swap pick by Swapsy. Looney being attacked by Raikou, trades Bark Skin. Bear form, super effective at sustaining himself. Getting Tigers lusted by Blizzo. Good backup from Blizzo, and we've credited him historically on Warrior for the strongest Warrior overall, especially in terms of defense. If you're on a team and having a hard time as a healer, you certainly want Blizzo in your court, and he's definitely showing that, proving it to us here today in game number 4. But ultimately, Chaz has just got a huge lead on mana. This composition from Method Black is looking solid, and unless Wildcard Gaming can develop a huge wave of damage to take down Swapsy, start getting Icebound Fortitude out of the way with dampening ramping up, I think that Method Black are looking to take this to a game 5.
Potentially. Wildcard Gaming, like we kind of talked about, it took them a little bit long on the Grand Arena to actually get anything going, but eventually it's just really difficult to stay, for Swapsy to stay on target and getting the healing he needs to survive. But I think this split strategy is really smart. With Raikou just sitting on Morrow, his ability to just spam out arcane missiles, his damage is really going to be limited by the fact that Raikou has so much disruption with the Fell Eruption, with the Imprisonment, with his Interrupt. It will slow down Morrow quite a bit, but Swapsy's still having a difficult time getting topped off. Chaz having to use a lot of mana, but it's Looney that's far behind, and I feel like what Method Black is doing by putting Swapsy on Blizzo and putting Raikou on Morrow is really taxing Looney's mana.
Yeah, it most certainly is, and inevitability is the case here for that mana bar of Looney as Raikou continues to burn it down. Chaz with that Feral Affinity, although he's not really maximizing his damage, he is definitely getting a lot of effective stuns and just adding a little bit of an X factor for his team. Now stunning up Blizzo. I would like to see Chaz get a bit more aggressive with the Feral Affinity against an Arcane Mage. He can't really keep Chaz off his back, and you actually add a huge amount of damage. Right now, he's actually trying to lead the charge for his team to force an Ice Block from Morrow. Looney, so low on mana, has constantly been running laps around the arena. We're going to need somebody in chat to get a lap counter in this series with these Druids constantly looking for drinks. Looney finally not able to get really much there off the back of that attempt. Morrow now caught in a stun. Good initiation by the team of Method Black. They're looking a lot more solid here in game 3 and 4.
Yeah, we don't actually need chat. I've been keeping track of it through this game while shoutcasting. It's been about 42 times he's crossed and circled around the map.
No, you haven't. You're just trying to look impressive on stream. No,
nope.
No.
I was keeping track too.
You got the same number, right?
Yes, exact same number.
Yep, the math
42.
checks out. Go watch the VOD if you don't believe me. You'll have to see what happens.
Count for yourself.
Yeah, Looney looking for number 43. Swapsy now taking quite a bit of damage. Chaz trying to keep him topped off. Morrow finding a little bit of burst as well with Temporal Shield. He deflects that damage, still throwing out the spell steals. It's very annoying for Chaz. Morrow's able to take away all those heal overtime effects, and then Chaz, he has to continuously put them back up, but it's not that taxing on his mana. And every time Morrow uses a global on spell steal, that's a global he's not doing of damage. So it is effective, but Zika was saying he would rather see the Kleptomania talent, and that frees Morrow up a little bit more to get off significant damage between the Kleptomania downtime.
All right, we've moved into dampening. This is the territory where Death Knights dare not tread as their Death Strike becomes increasingly less effective. Blizzo leads the charge, looking to pull many defensive cooldowns on this Touch of Death. Raikou denies his burst by imprisoning him, preventing damage. Morrow gets stunned and prevented on dealing damage himself. Good deflection by Method Black throughout this exchange. Swapsy activating that Raise Abomination. Morrow Frost Novaing it and able to avoid it. And this is why I don't necessarily like the Raise Abomination pick. If Blizzo wants to, he can teleport away or use Touch of Karma to redirect the damage of that Abomination, increasing his damage quite heavily. I don't like that Honor Talent selection on Swapsy's part. Maybe it could be possible for Wildcard Gaming to capitalize on it. Chaz, though, with the Feral Affinity has been carrying. There's pressure on all 3 members of Wildcard Gaming, and Looney doesn't have a lot of mana left.
Yeah, Swapsy on 50% health, but Blizzo's low as well. Oh. Nice grapple weapon by Blizzo. Swapsy could be in some trouble. Chaz has to respond with the Iron Bark. Regrowth spam should keep Swapsy alive, but Looney in a lot of trouble as well. And Blizzo, he's not out of it. He doesn't have any defensive cooldowns left. Swapsy might be able to take him down. Good Cyclone coming in from Chaz that slow down any heals that Looney would put out onto Blizzo, especially with that Iron Bark. He's not going to get the additional healing that he needs desperately when he's so low on mana. Raikou and Swapsy could just convene on Blizzo right now, and they might be able to take him down. Ooh. But good pressure on Swapsy as well. Blizzo getting low, saves the Diffuse Magic to try to survive. He needs to portal out of line of sight. He's kiting away, doing everything he can, but Swapsy and Raikou all over him. Morrow in desperation, spamming out the polymorphs. Looney looking to keep Blizzo alive, and they may have done it. If he has the Turbo Fist, they might be able to turn around this pressure onto Swapsy, but the full bash allows Swapsy and Raikou to keep the pressure up on Blizzo.
It's looking like Method Black are going to tie it up and take it to a Game 5 here, as it is good night for Blizzo. Method Black stay alive in the tournament. One more match. It didn't work out for Wildcard Gaming in this 2-game advantage. They've only got one more opportunity to come up with something.
Forward in cup number 3.
Yeah, and I think it's likely for Wildcard Gaming they're going to be going after Swapsy in this matchup. They can prevent some of that healing, especially with how Blizzo's been playing that disarm weapon. I think if they can limit some of the healing that Swapsy has available to himself with that Death Strike, eventually he could potentially fall. Raikou, once again, looking for mana rifts onto Looney. And I'm kind of wondering if Raikou, with the mana rifts, is going to even out that mana between the Restoration Shaman and the rest of Druid.
Yeah, let's see if that is the case. Restoration Shaman was super effective at BlizzCon last year at dealing with this mana rift strategy, which may be a consideration for Looney as well. The small map denies the Druid from drinking, so they've set themselves up effectively in that regard. But Shaman's healing output is much more substantially lower than a Druid, so potentially Looney gets overwhelmed. There's still opportunity for either side to take this. It's Game 5. It's the last game of the day either way, and one team will be going home, the other one with an opportunity to take the throne.
Yeah, normally we see these two teams go head-to-head in the grand finals, but now facing elimination early on in the tournament. Blizzo now looking for a Fist of Fury, getting some damage over on the Raikou. Still really wondering what Wildcard Gaming is going to do. I don't know if they're experienced in this matchup. Who's their main target going to be? Mana, Chaz actually has a lead. Blizzo getting bursted down as he's looking to pour it away and top himself off with some Vivifies. Looney looking for some heals. Raikou denies, nicely done with his interrupt. And now Blizzo could be in some trouble.
Most certainly can. He's actually very far behind on defensive cooldowns. Looney's locked out in crowd control. Blizzo protects himself with that Ring of Peace, buying a couple of seconds for Looney to get out of in prison and start to stabilize the team. Chaz now locked down in a stun as Wildcard Gaming go after him a bit, trying to spread the pressure evenly across the team. Maybe just all in and kill Chaz with purges. Looney has spent a lot of mana to do so and really not netted anything in terms of cooldowns. So this is a bit of an overextension on Looney's part, but maybe it's their only option.
Yeah, running down Chaz. How is he going to survive? Uses the Iron Bark, looking to get away, gets gripped back by Zeepai. If Blizzo and Zeepai can stay on target, Chaz could be in a lot of trouble. He's forced to trinket out. He still has his Bark skin. Maledict's flying in from Wildcard Gaming. Darkness gets dropped out. Nicely done. Good pressure. Ring of Peace gets used by Blizzo. Chaz still could be in some trouble.
Yep, Chaz jumping away, trying to get to safety, but it's hook point. There is no safety on this map. I mean, look at that shark. It's dangerous. There's nowhere safe to run on hook point. Chaz locked down into another stun. Barkskin trades, but he's burning low on cooldowns. Maledict flies in. Is he going to dispel it? He may need to. He's trying to sit through it and save the mana, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to. Looney still has enough mana to just purge this all the way to victory. Wildcard Gaming go for an aggressive strategy, one that we have not seen in a long time, especially in this deep dampening meta, but perhaps they can catch Method Black off guard here on game number 5 as they look to stay on target. Chaz drops that Ursul's Vortex, pinning down both Blizzo and Zeepai, but they just keep marching. They just keep going. It is kill the healer or go home.
Yep, Chaz manages to stabilize, and Looney behind on mana at this point, but Chaz with no real defensives left. All Wildcard Gaming needs is one clean setup. Blizzo has the defensive cooldowns he needs to continue the push. He has Diffused Magic, Fortifying Brew, everything. Chaz gets stunned. This is potentially the final nail in the coffin, but Blizzo's just been caught into Chains of Ice. Really, Swapsy's been doing such a good job. Blizzo's been getting gripped away, Chains of Ice on him consistently, and really what's happening is Blizzo's just really struggling to stay on target, and now they have to give up the chase on Chaz.
I think I would have liked to have seen Wildcard Gaming do this all in, deeper in dampening. Make it look like you're going after a different target, save your mana, and then make a swap to Chaz. Use Ring of Peace to deny darkness, which would normally keep him alive for an all-in, and then net a kill. I think giving away your strategy this early on without dampening and how powerful healing currently is, it's just, you now made Chaz comfortable. And if he's comfortable on Druid, you're never going to kill him.
Yeah, Blizzo getting low. He has to use a Touch of Karma, gets Vortex back, and Method Black's been doing a really good job denying Wildcard Gaming so far. Blizzo, Zeepai still in hot pursuit. Chaz could be in some trouble. Yes, Barkskin, Iron Bark, and Trinket, all the tools he needs to survive. Looney almost completely tapped on mana with no Trinket available. Zeepai manages to get on target. Blizzo still just struggling with Chains of Ice on him. finally connecting. Swapsy grips him away, and now look at Blizzo. No mobility left, chains of ice on him. Chaz just line of sighting, and without Blizzo there to help Zeepai, there's no way Chaz dies.
Nice entangling root on Zeepai around the corner, allowing Chaz to easily recover. His defense is now more than ready and available, and it is Blizzo who is falling behind. Will Earthen Wall Totem be enough here for Looney to stabilize as Maledicts are flying and soaking up his heals? He has managed to stay in the fight. He's got basically no mana left. The purges are going to start to subside. The advantage that Wildcard Gaming tried to take with a surprise is all but evaporated. They basically have nothing left. Spirit Link Totem by Looney, 1 second before that's done. Restabilizes the team, but now they could even run after Looney. Method Black hold all of the cards.
They definitely do. Looney completely out of mana. What are you going to do, Wildcard Gaming? Method Black, it seems like they're looking at aces in this matchup, and they've just been so solid throughout this, the entire day. Chaz still surviving, managing to escape. Blizzo chasing him down, forced to trade out his trinket. He has a touch of karma. There's a small window they have to take down Chaz. Chaz's mana is not great, and he is getting lower. With no Iron Bark, it might be difficult for him to recover. Blizzo feeling relatively healthy with that touch of karma, and that might be the damage they need to push Chaz over the edge. But Raikou, he has the darkness available as well. It's a solid defense for Method Black if they do manage to find it.
Blizzo locked down and stuns. Looney locked out of the fight as Raikou looks to close. Is Blizzo going to make the trade? He's trying to hold on to it, maybe for an all-in push. There's the touch of karma. They need to stay on target. If they can get Barkskin here, it would be critical to take out Chaz. They've actually burned a lot of his mana by just tunneling him down. Perhaps this will work. Raikou trades out Darkness. Where's the Ring of Peace? Instead, Fists of Fury into the Darkness? I mean, at least he gets the advantage of parrying the attacks, but I feel like a Ring of Peace there would have been much better suited. Maybe it wasn't available. Looney's completely tapped on mana at this point. Ring of Peace now a bit defensively, I guess, by Blizzo, but definitely not nearly as effective as it could have been. There's not much left standing in the way of Method Black's reverse sweep here on game number 5. Seconds away from potentially closing the fight. Looney has no mana left in the tank, and Blizzo hangs on by a thread, managing to stay in it just a tad bit longer, taking any opportunity that they can to try and stay in the tournament, to try and thwart their rivals, Method Black, but it's just slipping away through their fingertips. Blizzo holds on, but it's not enough. Method Black have done it. The comeback train, 3 in a row.
This is very important when you look at how this does shape up now for the entirety of the season. Because run does look like here, because if they get first, it's almost just this. Yeah, the Wildcard Gaming's Method Black. It's fine. But so now they go up against Change My Mind. They go up against Change My Mind. We expect them to win there. I think that that's a fair thing to say. When we look at the Pumpers and ABC, how big are those threats to them?